Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 121. Bhishma said, thus addressed by Vyasa, Mithriya, who was a worshipper of axe, who had been born in a race endued with great prosperity, who was wise and possessed of great learning, said unto him these words. Mithriya said, O thou of great wisdom, without doubt it is as thou hast said, O puissant one, with thy permission I desire to say something. Vyasa said, whatever thou wishest to say, O Mithriya, do thou say, O man of great wisdom, for I wish to hear thee. Mithriya said, thy words on the subject of gift are faultless and pure. Without doubt, thy soul has been cleansed by knowledge and penances. In consequence of thy soul being cleansed, even this is the great advantage I reap from it. With the aid of my understanding I see that thou art endued with high penances. As regards ourselves, we succeed in acquiring prosperity through only a sight of personages like thee. I think that is due to thy grace and flows from the nature of my own acts. Penances, knowledge of the Vedas, and birth in a pure race, these are the causes of the status which one acquires of a Brahmana. When one has these three attributes, then does he come to be called a regenerate person. If the Brahmana be gratified, the Pitris and the deities are also gratified. There is nothing superior to a Brahmana possessed of Vedic lore. Without the Brahmana, all would be darkness. Nothing would be known. The four orders would not exist. The distinction between righteousness and unrighteousness, truth and falsehood, would cease. On a well-tilled field, an abundant harvest can be reaped. Even so, one may reap great merit by making gifts unto a Brahmana possessed of great learning. If there were no Brahmanas endued with Vedic lore and good conduct for accepting gifts, the wealth possessed by wealthy people would be useless. The ignorant Brahmana, by eating the food that is offered to him, destroys what he eats, for it produces no merit to him who gives it. The food that is eaten also destroys the eater, for the eater incurs sin by eating what is offered to him. That ought to be properly termed an eatable which is given away to a deserving man. In all other cases, he that takes it makes the donor's gift thrown away, and the receiver is likewise ruined for his improperly accepting it. The Brahmana possessed of learning becomes the subjugator of the food that he eats. Having eaten it, he begets other food. The ignorant who eats the food offered to him loses his right to the children he begets, for the latter become his whose food has enabled the progenitor to beget them. Even this is the subtle fault that attaches to persons eating other people's food when they have not the puissance to win that food. The merit which the giver acquires by making the gift is equal to what the taker acquires by accepting the food. Both the giver and the acceptor depend equally upon each other. Even this is what the rishis have said. There where Brahmanas exist, possessed of Vedic lore and conduct, people are enabled to earn the sacred fruits of gifts and to enjoy them both here and hereafter. Those men who are of pure lineage, who are exceedingly devoted to penances, and who make gifts and study the Vedas, are regarded as worthy of the most reverent worship. It is those good men that have chalked out the path by treading on which one does not become stupefied. It is those men that are the leaders of others to heaven. They are the men who bear on their shoulders the burden of sacrifices and live for eternity. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 122. Bhishma said, thus addressed, the Holy One replied unto Mithriya, saying, by good luck, thou art endued with knowledge. By good luck, thy understanding is of this kind. They that are good highly applaud all righteous attributes. That personal beauty and youth and prosperity do not succeed in overwhelming thee is due to good luck. This favor done to thee is due to the kindness of the deities. Listen to me as I discourse to thee upon what is even superior in efficacy to gift. Whatever scriptures and religious treatises there are, whatever righteous inclinations are observable in the world, they have flowed in their due order, agreeably with the lead of the Vedas, according to their due order. Following them I applaud gift. Thou praisest penances and Vedic lore. Penances are sacred. Penances are the means by which one may acquire the Vedas and heaven also. With the aid of penances and of knowledge, one attains to the highest fruits, we have heard. It is by penances that one destroys one's sins and all else that is evil. It has been heard by us that with whatever purpose in view one undergoes penances, one attains the fruition thereof in consequence of those penances. The same may be said of knowledge. Whatever is difficult to accomplish, whatever is difficult to conquer, what is difficult to attain, and whatever is difficult to cross, can all be achieved with the aid of penances. Of all things, penances are possessed of very superior might. The man who drinks alcohol, or he that takes by force what belongs to others, or he that is guilty of foeticide, or he that violates the bed of his preceptor, succeeds in crossing with the aid of penances. Indeed, one becomes cleansed of all these sins through penances. One possessed of all knowledge and, therefore, having true vision, and an ascetic of whatever kind, are equal. One should always bow unto these two. All men who have the Vedas for their wealth should be worshipped. Similarly, all men endued with penances deserve to be worshipped. Those who make gifts obtain happiness hereafter and much prosperity here. Righteous men of this world, by making gifts of food, obtain both this world and that of Brahman himself, with many other regions of superior felicity. Those men who are adored by all, themselves adore him who makes gifts. Those men that are honored everywhere themselves honor him who make gifts. Wherever the giver goes, he bears himself praised. He who does acts and he who omits to do them gets each what is proportionate to his acts and omissions. Whether one dwells in the upper regions or in the nether, one always attains to those places to which one becomes entitled by one's acts. As regards thyself, thou wilt certainly obtain whatever food and drink thou mayst covet, tot thou art endued with intelligence, good birth, Vedic lore, and compassion. Thou art possessed of youth, O Maitreya. Thou art observant of vows. Be thou devoted to righteousness. Do thou take instructions from me regarding those duties which thou shouldst first follow, the duties, viz., of householders. In that house in which the husband is gratified with his wedded wife, and the wife gratified with her husband, all auspicious results ensue. As filth is washed away from the body with water, as darkness is dispelled by the splendor of fire, even so is sin washed off by gifts and penances. Bless thee, O Maitreya, let mansions be thine. I depart hence in peace. Do thou keep in mind what I have said. Thou shalt then be able to reap many advantages. Maitreya then walked round his illustrious guest and bowed his head unto him, and joining his hands in reverence said, Let blessing be to thee also, O Holy One. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 123. Yudhishthira said, O thou that art conversant with all duties, I desire to hear, in detail, what the excellent behavior is of good and chaste women. Do thou, O grandsire, discourse to me on this. Bhishma said, Once on a time, in the celestial regions, a lady named Sumana of Kakaya's race, addressing Sandili, possessed of great energy and conversant with the truth relating to everything and endued with omniscience, said, By what conduct, O auspicious lady, by what course of acts, hast thou succeeded in attaining to heaven, purged of every sin? Thou blazest forth with thy own energy like a flame of fire. Thou seemest to be a daughter of the Lord of Stars, come to heaven in thy own effulgence. Thou wearest vestments of pure white, and art quite cheerful and at thy ease. Seated on that celestial chariot, thou shinest, O auspicious dame, with energy multiplied 1,000-fold. Thou hast not, I ween, attained to this region of happiness by inconsiderable penances and gifts and vows. Do thou tell me the truth? Thus questioned sweetly by Sumana, Sandili of sweet smiles, addressing her fair interrogatrix, thus answered her out of the hearing of others, I did not wear yellow robes, nor barks of trees. I did not shave my head, nor did I keep matted locks on my head. It is not in consequence of these acts that I have attained to the status of a celestial. I never, in heedlessness, addressed any disagreeable or evil speech to my husband. I was always devoted to the worship of the deities, the Pitris, and the Brahmanas. Always heedful, I waited upon and served my mother-in-law and father-in-law. Even this was my resolution, that I should never behave with deceit. I never used to stay at the door of our house, nor did I speak long with anybody. I never did any evil act, I never laughed aloud, I never did any injury. I never disclosed any secret. Even thus did I bear myself always. When my husband, having left home upon any business, used to come back, I always served him by giving him a seat, and worshipped him with reverence. I never ate food of any kind which was unknown to my husband, and at which my husband was not pleased. Rising at early dawn, I did and caused to be done whatever was brought about and required to be accomplished for the sake of relatives and kinsmen. When my husband leaves home for going to a distant place on any business, I remain at home engaged in diverse kinds of auspicious acts for blessing his enterprise. Verily, during the absence of my husband, I never use collyrium or ornaments. I never wash myself properly, or use garlands and unguents, or deck my feet with lac dye, or person with ornaments. When my husband sleeps in peace, I never awake him, even if important business required his attention. I was happy to sit by him lying asleep. I never urged my husband to exert more energetically for earning wealth to support his family and relatives. I always kept secrets without disclosing them to others. I used to keep always our premises clean. That woman who with concentrated attention adheres to this path of duty becomes the recipient of considerable honors in heaven, like a second Arundhati. Bhishma continued, the illustrious and highly blessed Sandili, of righteous conduct, having said these words unto Sumana on the subject of woman's duties towards her husband, disappeared there and then. That man, O son of Pandu, who reads this narrative at every full moon and new moon, succeeds in attaining to heaven and enjoying great felicity in the woods of Nandana. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 124. Yudhishthira said, which is of superior efficacy, conciliation or gifts? Tell me, O chief of Bharata's race, which of these two is superior in point of efficacy? Bhishma said, some become gratified by conciliation, while others are gratified by gifts. Every man, according to his own nature, affects the one or the other. Listen to me, O king, as I explain to thee the merits of conciliation, O chief of Bharata's race, so that the most furious creatures may be appeased by it. In this connection is cited the ancient narrative of how a Brahmana, who had been seized in the forest by a Rakshasa, was freed with the aid of conciliation. A certain Brahmana, endued with eloquence and intelligence, fell into distress, for he was seized in a lone forest by a Rakshasa who wished to feed on him. The Brahmana, possessed of understanding and learning, was not at all agitated. Without suffering himself to be stupefied at the sight of that terrible cannibal, he resolved to apply conciliation and see its effect on the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa, respectfully saluting the Brahmana so far as words went, asked him this question, Thou shalt escape, but tell me for what reason I am pale of hue and so lean. Reflecting for a brief space of time, the Brahmana accepted the question of the Rakshasa and replied in the following well-spoken words. The Brahmana said, dwelling in a place that is distant from thy abode, moving in a sphere that is not thy own, and deprived of the companionship of thy friends and kinsmen, thou art enjoying vast affluence. It is for this that thou art so pale and lean. Verily, O Rakshasa, thy friends, though well treated by thee, are still not well disposed towards thee in consequence of their own vicious nature. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Thou art endued with merit and wisdom and a well-regulated soul. Yet it is thy lot to see others that are destitute of merit and wisdom honored in preference to thyself. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Persons possessed of wealth and affluence much greater than thine, but inferior to thee in point of accomplishments, are, verily, disregarding thee. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Though distressed through want of the means of support, thou art led by the highness of thy soul to disregard such means as are open to thee for drawing thy sustenance. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. In consequence of thy righteousness thou hadst stinted thyself for doing good to another. This other, O righteous Rakshasa, thinks thee deceived and subjugated by his superior intelligence. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. I think thou art grieving for those persons who with souls overwhelmed by the lust and wrath are suffering misery in this world. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Though graced with the possession of wisdom, thou art ridiculed by others who are entirely destitute of it. Verily, persons of wicked conduct are condemning thee. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, some enemy of thine, with a friendly tongue, coming to thee behaved at first like a righteous person, and then has left thee, beguiling thee like a knave. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Thou art well conversant with the course of world's affairs. Thou art well skilled in all mysteries. Thou art endued with capacity. Those who know thee to be such do not yet respect and praise thee. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Staying in the midst of bad men engaged together in some enterprise, thou hadst discoursed to them, dispelling their doubts. For all that they did not admit thy superior merits. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, though destitute of wealth and intelligence and Vedic lore, thou desirest yet, with the aid of thy energy alone, to accomplish something great. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. It seems that although thou art resolved to undergo severe austerities by retiring into the forest, yet thy kinsmen art not favorably inclined towards this project of thine. It is this for that thou art pale and lean. Some neighbor of thine, possessed of great wealth and endued with youth and handsome features, verily, covets thy dear spouse. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. The words spoken by thee, even when excellent, in the midst of wealthy men, are not regarded by them as wise or well-timed. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Some dear kinsman of thine, destitute of intelligence though repeatedly instructed in the Scriptures, has become angry. Thou hast not succeeded in pacifying him. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, somebody, having first set thee to the accomplishment of some object desirable to thee, is now seeking to snatch the fruit thereof from thy grasp. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, though possessed of excellent accomplishments and worshipped by all on that account, thou art yet regarded by thy kinsmen as worshipped for their sake and not for thy own. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, through shame thou art unable to give out some purpose in thy heart, moved also by the inevitable delay that will occur in its accomplishment. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, thou desirest, with the aid of thy intelligence, to bring under thy influence diverse persons with diverse kinds of understandings and inclinations. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Destitute of learning, without courage, and without much wealth, thou seekest such fame as is won by knowledge and prowess and gifts. Verily, it is for this that thou hast been pale and lean. Thou hast not been able to acquire something upon which thou hast set thy heart for a long time. Or, that which thou seekest to do is sought to be undone by somebody else. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, without being able to see any fault on thy part, thou hast been cursed by somebody. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Destitute of both wealth and accomplishments, thou seekest in vain to dispel the grief of thy friends and the sorrows of sorrowing men. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Beholding righteous persons the domestic mode of life, unrighteous persons living according to the forest mode, and emancipated persons attached to domesticity and fixed abodes, thou hast become pale and lean. Verily, thy acts connected with righteousness, with wealth, and with pleasure, as also the well-timed words spoken by thee, do not bear fruit. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Though endued with wisdom, yet desirous of living, thou livest with wealth obtained by thee in gift from somebody of evil conduct. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Beholding unrighteousness increasing on every side and righteousness languishing, thou art filled with grief. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Urged by time thou seekest to please all thy friends even when they are disputing and ranged on sides opposite to one another. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Beholding persons possessed of Vedic lore engaged in improper acts, and persons of learning unable to keep their senses under control, thou art filled with grief. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Thus praised, the Rakshasa worshipped that learned Brahmana in return, and making him his friend and bestowing sufficient wealth upon him in gift, let him off, without devouring him. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 125. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, how a poor man, desirous of achieving his own good, should bear himself after having acquired the status of humanity and come into this region of acts that is so difficult to attain. Tell me also what is the best of all gifts, and what should be given under what circumstances. Tell me, O son of Ganga, who art truly deserving of honor and worship. It behoveth thee to discourse to us on these mysteries. Vaisampayana continued, thus questioned by that famous monarch, viz., the son of Pandu, Bhishma explained, in these words, unto that king these high mysteries appertaining to duty. Bhishma said, Listen to me with concentrated attention, O king, as I explain to thee, O Bharata, these mysteries appertaining to duties, after the same manner in which the holy Vyasa had explained them to me in days of yore. This subject is a mystery to the very deities, O monarch. Yama of stainless deeds, with the aid of vows well observed and yoga meditation, had acquired the knowledge of these mysteries as the high fruits of his penances. What pleases what deity, what pleases the Pitris, the Rishis, the Pramthas, associates of Mahadeva, the goddess Sri, Chitragupta, the recording assistant of Yama, and the mighty elephants at the cardinal points of the compass, what constitutes the religion of the Rishis, the religion which has many mysteries and which is productive of high fruits, the merits of what are called great gifts, and the merits that attach to all the sacrifices, he who knows these, O sinless one, and knowing acts, according to his knowledge, becomes freed from stains if he has stains and acquires the merits indicated. Equal to 10 butchers is one oilman. Equal to 10 oilmen is one drinker of alcohol. Equal to 10 drinkers of alcohol is one courtesan. Equal to 10 courtesans is a single, territorial, chief. A great king is said to be equal to half of these all. Hence, one should not accept gifts from these. On the other hand, one should attend to the science that is sacred and that is righteousness for its indications of the aggregate of three, viz., religion, wealth, and pleasure. Amongst these, wealth and pleasure are naturally attractive. Hence, one should, with concentrated attention, listen to the sacred expositions of religion, in particular, for the fruits are very great of listening to the mysteries of religion. One should certainly hear every topic connected with religion as ordained by the deities themselves. In it is contained the ritual in respect of the Shraddha, in which have been declared the mysteries connected with the Pitris. The mysteries connected with all the deities have also been explained there. It comprehends the duties and practices, productive of great merit, of the rishis also, together with the mysteries attaching to them. It contains an exposition of the merits of great sacrifices and those that attach to all kinds of gifts. Those men who always read the scriptures bearing on these topics, those who bear them properly in their mind, and he who, having listened to them, follows them in practice, are all regarded to be as holy and sinless as the pure Saint Narayana himself. The merits that attach to the gift of kine, those that belong to the performance of ablutions in sacred waters, those that are won by the performance of sacrifices, all these are acquired by that man who treats guests with reverence. They who listen to these scriptures, they who are endued with faith, and they who have a pure heart, it is well known, conquer many regions of happiness. Those righteous men who are endued with faith become cleansed of all stains, and no sin can touch them. Such men always increase in righteousness and succeed in attaining to heaven. Once on a time, a celestial messenger, coming to the court of Indra of his own accord, but remaining invisible, addressed the chief of the deities in these words, at the command of those two deities who are the foremost of all physicians, and who are endued with every desirable attribute, I have come to this place where I behold human beings and Pitris and the deities assembled together. Why, indeed, is sexual congress interdicted for the man who performs a Shraddha and for him also who eats at a Shraddha for the particular day? Why are 3 rice balls offered separately at a Shraddha? Unto whom should the first of those balls be offered? Unto whom should the second one be offered? And whose has it been said is the third or remaining one? I desire to know all this. After the celestial messenger had said these words connected with righteousness and duty, the deities who were seated towards the east, the Pitris also, applauding that ranger of the sky, began as follows. The Pitris said, "Welcome art thou, and blessings upon thee. Do thou listen, O best of all rangers of the sky. The question thou hast asked is a high one and fraught with deep meaning. The Pitris of that man who indulges in sexual congress on the day he performs a Shraddha, or eats at a Shraddha, have to lie for the period of a whole month on his vital seed. As regards the classification of the rice balls offered at a Shraddha, we shall explain what should be done with them one after another. The first rice ball should be conceived as thrown into the waters. The second ball should be given to one of the wives to eat. The third ball should be cast into the blazing fire. Even this is the ordinance that has been declared in respect of the Shraddha. Even this is the ordinance that is followed in practice according to the rites of religion. The Pitris of that man who act according to this ordinance become gratified with him and remain always cheerful. The progeny of such a man increases, and inexhaustible wealth always remains at his command. The celestial messenger said, "Thou hast explained the division of the rice balls and their consignment one after another to the 3, viz., water, the spouse, and the blazing fire, together with the reasons thereof. Whom does that rice stall which is consigned to the waters reach? How does it, by being so consigned, gratify the deities, and how does it rescue the Pitris? The second ball is eaten by the spouse. That has been laid down in ordinance. How do the Pitris of that man, whose spouse eats the ball, become the eaters thereof. The last ball goes into the blazing fire. How does that ball succeed in finding its way to thee, or who is he unto whom it goes? I desire to bear this, that is, what are the ends attained by the rice balls offered at Shraddhas when thus disposed of by being cast into the water, given to the spouse, and thrown into the blazing fire? The Pitris said, Great is this question which thou hast asked. It involves a mystery and is fraught with wonder. We have been exceedingly gratified with thee, O Ranger of the Sky. The very deities and the Munis applaud acts done in honor of the Pitris. Even they do not know what the certain conclusions are of the ordinances in respect of the acts done in honor of the Pitris. Excepting the high-souled, immortal, and excellent Markandeya, that learned Brahmana of great fame, who is ever devoted to the Pitris, none amongst them is conversant with the mysteries of the ordinances in respect of the Pitris. Having heard from the holy Vyasa what the end is of the 3 rice balls offered at the Shraddha, as explained by the Pitris themselves in reply to the question of the celestial messenger, I shall explain the same to thee. Do thou hear, O monarch, what the conclusions are with respect to the ordinances about the Shraddha. Listen with rapt attention, O Bharata, to me as I explain what the end is of the 3 rice balls. That rice ball which goes into water is regarded as gratifying the deity of the moon. That deity, thus gratified, O thou of great intelligence, gratifies in return the other deities and the Pitris also with them. It has been laid down that the second rice ball should be eaten by the spouse of the man that performs the Shraddha. The Pitris, who are ever desirous of progeny, confer children on the woman of the house. Listen now to me as I tell thee what becomes of the rice ball that is cast into the blazing fire. With that ball the Pitris are gratified, and as the result thereof they grant the fruition of all wishes unto the person offering it. I have thus told thee everything about the end of the 3 rice balls offered at the Shraddha and consigned to the 3, viz., water, the spouse, and the fire. That Brahmana who becomes the Ritwik at a Shraddha constitutes himself, by that act, the Pitri of the person performing the Shraddha. Hence, he should abstain that day from sexual intercourse with even his own spouse. O best of all rangers of the sky, the man who eats at Shraddha should bear himself with purity for that day. By acting otherwise, one surely incurs the faults I have indicated. It cannot be otherwise. Hence, the Brahmana who is invited to a Shraddha for eating the offerings should eat them after purifying himself by a bath and bear himself piously for that day by abstaining from every kind of injury or evil. The progeny of such a person multiply, and he also who feeds him reaps the same reward. Bhishma continued, after the Pitri said so, a rishi of austere penances, named Vidyaprabha, whose form shone with splendor like that of the sun, spoke. Having heard those mysteries of religion as propounded by the Pitris, he addressed Sakra, saying, Stupefied by folly, men slay numerous creatures born in the intermediate orders, such as worms and ants and snakes and sheep and deer and birds. Heavy is the measure of sin they incur by these acts. What, however, is the remedy? When this question was asked, all the gods and rishis endued with wealth of penances and the highly blessed Pitris applauded that ascetic. Sakra said, thinking in one's mind of Kurukshetra and Gaya and Ganga and Prabhasa and the lakes of Pushkara, one should dip one's head in water. By so doing one becomes cleansed of all one's sins like Chandramadhavs freed from Rahu. One should bathe in this way for 3 days in succession and then fast for every day. Besides this, one should touch, after bathing, the back of a cow and bow one's head to her tail. Vidyaprabha, after this, once more addressing Vasva, said, I shall declare a rite that is more subtle. Listen to me, O thou of 100 sacrifices. rubbed with the astringent powder of the hanging roots of the banyan and anointed with the oil of priyangu, one should eat the shastika patty mixed with milk. By so doing one becomes cleansed of all one's sins. Listen now to another mystery unknown to many but which was discovered by the rishis with the aid of meditation. I heard it from Vrihaspati while he recited it in the presence of Mahadeva. O chief of the deities, do thou hear it with Rudra in thy company, O Lord of Sachi. If a person, ascending a mountain, stands there on one foot, with arms upraised and joined together, and abstaining from food looks at a blazing fire, he acquires the merits of severe penances and obtains the rewards that attach to fasts. Heated by the rays of the sun, he becomes cleansed of all his sins. One who acts in this way in both the summer and the winter seasons becomes freed from every sin. Cleansed of every sin, one acquires a splendor of complexion for all time. Such a man blazes with energy like the sun or shines in beauty like the moon. After this, the chief of the deities, viz., he of 100 sacrifices, seated in the midst of the gods, then sweetly addressed Vrihaspati, saying these excellent words, O Holy One, do thou duly discourse on what those mysteries of religion are that are fraught with happiness to human beings, and what the faults are which they commit, together with the mysteries that attach to them. Vrihaspati said, They who pass urine, facing the sun, they who do not show reverence for the wind, they who do not pour libations on the blazing fire, they who milk a cow whose calf is very young, moved by the desire of obtaining from her as much milk as possible, commit sins. I shall declare what those faults are, O Lord of Sachi. Do thou listen to me? The sun, wind, the bearer of sacrificial oblations, O Vasva, and Kain, who are the mothers of all creatures, were created by the Self-born himself, for rescuing all the worlds, O Sakra. These are the deities of human beings. Listen all of ye to the conclusions of religion. Those wicked men and wicked women who pass urine facing the sun live in great infamy for 86 years. That man, O Sakra, who cherishes no reverence for the wind, gets children that fall away prematurely from the womb of his spouse. Those men who do not pour libations on the blazing fire find that the fire, when they do ignite it for such rites as they wish to perform, refuses to eat their libations. Those men who drink the milk of kine whose calves are very young never get children for perpetuating their races. Such men see their children die and their races shrink. Even these are the consequences of the acts referred to, as observed by regenerate persons venerable for age in their respective races. Hence, one should always avoid that which has been interdicted, and do only that which has been directed to be done, if one is desirous of achieving prosperity. This that I say unto thee is very true. After the celestial preceptor had said this, the highly blessed deities, with the merits, and the highly blessed rishis questioned the Pitris, saying, Ye Pitris, at what acts of human beings, who are generally endued with little understanding, do ye become gratified? What gifts, made in course of such rites as are gone through for improving the position of deceased persons in the other world, become inexhaustible in respect of their efficacy? By performing what acts can men become freed from the debt they owe to the Pitris? We desire to hear this. Great is the curiosity we feel. The Pitris said, Ye highly blessed ones, the doubt existing in your minds has been properly propounded. Listen as we declare what those acts are of righteous men that gratify us. Bulls endued with blue complexion should be set free. Gifts should be made to us, on the day of the new moon, of sesame seeds and water. In the season of rains, lamps should be lighted. By these acts of men, they can free themselves from the debt they owe to the Pitris. Such gifts never become vain. On the other hand, they become inexhaustible and productive of high fruits. The gratification we derive from them is regarded to be inexhaustible. Those men who, endued with faith, beget offspring, rescue their deceased ancestors from miserable hell. Hearing these words of the Pitris, Vridagargya, possessed of wealth of penances and high energy, became filled with wonder so that the hair on his body stood erect. Addressing them, he said, "Ye that are all possessed of wealth of penances, tell us what the merits are that attach to the setting free of bulls endued with blue complexion. What merits, again, attach to the gift of lamps in the season of rains and the gift of water with sesame seeds?" The Pitris said, "If a bull of blue complexion, upon being set free, raises a small quantity of water with its tail, the Pitris of the person that has set that bull free become gratified with that water for full 60,000 years. The mud such a bull raises with its horns from the banks of a river or lake succeeds, without doubt, in sending the Pitris of the person that sets the animal free to the region of Soma. By giving lamps in the season of rains, one shines with effulgence like Soma himself. The man who gives lamps is never subject to the attribute of darkness. Those men who make gifts, on the day of the new moon, of sesame seeds and water, mixed with honey and using a vessel of copper, O thou that art possessed of wealth of penances, are regarded as duly performing a Shraddha with all its mysteries. These men get children of sound health and cheerful minds. The merit acquired by the giver of the Pinda, to the Pitris, takes the form of the growth of his race. Verily, he who performs these acts with faith becomes freed from the debt he owes to the Pitris. Even thus has been laid down the proper time for the performance of the Shraddha, the ordinance in respect of the rites to be observed, the proper person that should be fed at the Shraddha, and the merits that attach to it. I have declared everything to thee in due order. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 126. Bhishma said, "The chief of the deities, Indra, after the Pitri has ceased to speak, addressed the Puis and Hari, saying, O Lord, what are those acts by which thou becomest gratified? How, indeed, do men succeed in gratifying thee?" Vishnu said, "That which I greatly hate is the detraction of Brahmanas. Without doubt, if the Brahmanas are worshipped, I regard myself worshipped. All superior Brahmanas should always be saluted with reverence after feeding them with hospitality. One should reverence one's own feet also, in the evening. I am gratified with men who act in this way, as also with those who worship and make offerings to the world that is noticeable on cow dung, when it first drops from the cow. They who behold a Brahmana that is a dwarf in stature, or a boar that has just risen from water and that bears on his head a quantity of mud taken up from the bank, have never to meet with any evil. They become freed from every sin. That man who worships every day the Aswatha, Ficus religiosa, and the substance called Gorachna and the cow, is regarded as worshipping the whole universe with the deities and asuras and human beings. Verily, staying within these, I accept, in my own form, the worship that is offered to them. The worship that is offered to these is the worship offered to me. This has been so as long as the worlds have been created. Those men of little understanding that worship me in a different way worship me in vain, for the worship of that kind I never accept. Verily, the worship of other kinds is not at all gratifying to me." Indra said, "Why dost thou applaud the circular marks on cow dung, the feet, the boar, the Brahmana that is a dwarf in stature, and mud raised up from the soil? It is thou who createst, and it is thou who destroyest them. Thou art the eternal nature of all mortal or transitory things." Bhishma continued, hearing these words of Indra. Vishnu smiled a little and then said, "It was with my circular disk that the Daityas were slain. It was with my 2 feet that the world was covered. Assuming the form of a boar I slew Hiranyaksha. Assuming the form of a dwarf, I conquered the Azura, King Valley. Those high-souled men who worship these gratify me. Verily, they who worship me in these forms never meet with discomfiture. If one beholding a Brahmana leading the Brahmacharya mode of life arrived at one's house, offers unto him the first portion of one's food that belongs as of right to a Brahmana, and eats what remains thereafter, one is regarded as eating Amrita. If one, after adoring the morning twilight, stands with face directed towards the sun, one reaps the merit that attaches to the performance of ablutions and all tirthas and becomes cleansed of all sins. Ye rishis possessed of wealth of penances, I have told you in details what constitutes a great mystery. On what else shall I discourse unto you? Tell me your doubts. Baladeva said, Listen now to another great mystery that is fraught with happiness to men. Ignorant persons, unacquainted with it, meet with much distress at the hands of other creatures. That man who, rising at early dawn, touches a cow, ghee, and curds, as also mustard seeds and the larger variety thereof called priyangu, becomes cleansed of all sins. As regards rishis possessed of wealth of penances, they always avoid all creatures both before and behind, as also all that is impure while performing shraddhas. The deities said, if a person, taking a vessel of copper, filling it with water, and facing the east, resolves upon a fast or the observance of a particular vow, the deities become gratified with him and all his wishes become crowned with success. By observing fasts, or vows in any other way, men of little understandings gain nothing. In uttering the resolution about the observance of fasts and in making offerings to the deities, the use of a vessel of copper is preferable. In presenting the offerings to the deities, in giving and accepting alms, in presenting the ingredients of the aragya and in offering oblations of water mixed with sesame seeds to the pitris, a vessel of copper should be used. By doing these acts in any other way, one acquires little merit. Even these mysteries have been laid down relating to how the deities are gratified. Dharma said, the offerings made in all rites in honor of the deities and in those in honor of the pitris should never be given away to a brahmana that has accepted service under the king, or that rings the bell or attends to subsidiary duties and acts of worship or at shraddhas, or that keeps kine, or that is engaged in trade, or that follows some art as a profession, or that is an actor, or that quarrels with friends, or that is destitute of Vedic studies, or that marries a Sudra woman. The performer of the shraddha who gives away such offerings unto such a brahmana falls away from prosperity and multiplies not his race. He fails, again, to gratify his pitris by doing such an act. From the house of that person whence a guest returns unsatisfied, the pitris, the deities, and the sacred fires all return disappointed in consequence of such treatment of the guest. That man who does not discharge the duties of hospitality towards the guest arrived at his abode comes to be regarded as equally sinful with those that are slayers of women or of kine, that are ungrateful towards benefactors, that are slayers of brahmanas, or that are violators of the beds of their preceptors. Agni said, Listen ye with concentrated attention. I shall recite the demerits of that man of wicked understanding who lifts up his feet for striking there with a cow or a highly blessed brahmana or a blazing fire. The infamy of such a man spreads throughout the world and touches the confines of heaven itself. His pitris become filled with fear. The deities also become highly dissatisfied on his account. Endued with great energy, fire refuses to accept the libations poured by him. For 100 lives he has to rot in hell. He is never rescued at any time. One should, therefore, never touch a cow with one's feet, or a brahmana of high energy, or a blazing fire, if one is endued with faith and desires one's own good. These are the demerits declared by me of one who lifts up one's feet towards these three. Viswamitra said, "Listen to a high mystery that is unknown to the generality of men, and that is connected with religion. He who offers the Pitris rice boiled in sugared milk, sitting with face directed to the south at noontide in the shade caused by an elephant's body, in the month of Bhadrapada, under the constellation Magha, acquires great merits." Listen to what those merits are. The man who makes such an offering to the Pitris under such circumstances is regarded as performing a great shraddha each year for 13 years in succession. The kind said, "That man becomes cleansed of all his sins who adores a cow with these mantras, viz. O Vahula, O Samanga, O thou that art fearless everywhere, O thou that art forgiving and full of auspiciousness, O friend, O source of all plenty, in the region of Brahman, in days of yore, thou wert present with thy calf in the sacrifice of Indra, the wielder of the thunderbolt. Thou tookest thy station in the firmament and in the path of Agni. The deities with Narada among them adored thee on that occasion by calling thee Sarvamsa. Such man attains to the region of Purandara. He acquires, besides, the merits that attach to kine, and the splendor of Chandramadhavs also. Such a man becomes freed from every sin, every fear, every grief. At the end, he obtains residence in the happy region of the thousand-eyed Indra. Bhishma continued, "After this, the highly blessed and celebrated 7 rishis, with Vasishtha at their head, rose and circumambulating the lotus-born Brahman, stood around him with hands joined in reverence. Vasishtha, that foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma, became their spokesman and asked this question that is beneficial to every creature, but especially so to Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, by doing what acts may men of righteous conduct who are, however, destitute of the good of this world, succeed in acquiring merits attaching to sacrifices?" Hearing this question of theirs, the grandsire Brahman began to say what follows. Brahman said, "Excellent is this question, ye highly blessed ones. It is at once auspicious and high and fraught with a mystery. This question that ye have put is subtle and is fraught with high benefit to mankind. Ye rishis possessed of wealth of penances, I shall recite everything to you in detail. Do ye listen with attention to what I say as to how men acquire the merits attaching to sacrifices, even when they are unable to perform them through poverty. In the lighted fortnight of the month of Pausha, when the constellation Rohini is in conjunction, if one, purifying oneself by a bath, lies under the cope of heaven, clad in a single piece of raiment, with faith and concentrated attention, and drinks the rays of the moon, one acquires the merits that attach to the performance of great sacrifices. Ye foremost of regenerate persons, this is a high mystery that I declare unto you in reply to your questions, ye that are possessed of insight into the subtle truths of all topics of inquiry." Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 127. Vibhavasu, otherwise called Surya, said, "There are 2 offerings. One of those consists of a palmful of water, and the other, called Akshada, consists of rice grains with ghee. One should, on the day of the full moon, stand facing that bright orb and make unto him the 2 offerings mentioned, viz., a palmful of water and the rice grains with ghee called Akshada. The man who presents these offerings is said to adore his sacred fire. Verily, he is regarded as one that has poured libations on the 3 principal fires. That man of little understanding who cutteth down a large tree on the day of the new moon becomes stained with the sin of Brahmanicide. By killing even a single leaf one incurs that sin. That foolish man who chews a toothbrush on the day of the new moon is regarded as injuring the deity of the moon by such an act. The Pitris of such a person become annoyed with him. The deities do not accept the libations poured by such a man on days of the full moon and the new moon. His Pitris become enraged with him, and his race and the family become extinct." Shri said, "That sinful house, in which eating and drinking vessels and seats and beds lie scattered, and in which women are beaten, the deities and Pitris leave in disgust. Verily, without accepting the offerings made unto them by the owners of such houses, the deities and the Pitris fly away from such a sinful habitation. And Jairus said, The offspring of that man increase who stands every night for a full year under a karanjaka tree with a lamp for lighting it, and holds besides in his hand the roots of the suvarchala plant. Gargius said, One should always do the duties of hospitality to one's guests. One should give lamps in the hall or shed where sacrifices are performed. One should avoid sleep during the day, and abstain from all kinds of flesh or food. One should never injure kine and brahmanas. One should always recite names of the Pushkara lakes and the other sacred waters. Such a course of duty is the foremost. Even this constitutes a high religion with its mysteries. If observed in practice, it is sure to produce great consequences. If a person performs even 100 sacrifices, he is doomed to see the exhaustion of the merits attaching to the libations poured therein. The duties, however, which I have mentioned are such that when observed by a person endued with faith, their merit becomes inexhaustible. Listen now to another high mystery concealed from the view of many. The deities do not accept the libations poured upon the fire on the occasion of shraddhas and rites in their honor, or on the occasion of those rites that are performable on ordinary lunar days, or on the especially sacred days of the full moon and the new moon, if they behold a woman in her season of impurity, or one that is the daughter of a mother afflicted with leprosy. The Pitris of the man who allows such a woman to come near the place where the shraddha is being performed by him do not become gratified with him for 13 years. Robed in raiment of white, and becoming pure in body and mind, one should invite brahmanas and cause them to utter their benedictions when one performs the shraddha. On such occasions one should also recite the Bharata. It is by observing all these that the offerings made at shraddhas become inexhaustible. Dalmia said, Broken utensils, broken bedsteads, cocks and dogs, as also such trees as have grown within the dwelling houses, are all inauspicious objects. In a broken utensil is Kali himself, while in a broken bedstead is loss of wealth. When a cock or a dog is in sight, the deities do not eat the offerings made to them. Under the roots of a tree scorpions and snakes undoubtedly find shelter. Hence, one should never plant a tree within one's abode. Jamadagni said, That man whose heart is not pure is sure to go to hell even if he adores the deities in a horse sacrifice or in 100 Vajrapiya sacrifices, or if he undergoes the severest austerities with head downmost. Purity of heart is regarded as equal to sacrifices and truth. A very poor Brahmana, by giving only a prasta of powdered barley with a pure heart unto a Brahmana, attained to the region of Brahman himself. This is a sufficient proof of the importance of purity of heart. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 128. Vayu said, I shall recite some duties the observance of which is fraught with happiness to mankind. Do ye listen also with concentrated attention to certain transgressions with the secret causes upon which they depend. That man who offers for the 4 months of the rainy season sesame and water unto the Pitris, and food, according to the best of his power, unto a Brahmana well conversant with the duties, who duly pours libations on the sacred fire, and makes offerings of rice boiled in sugared milk, who gives lamps in honor of the Pitris, with sesame and water. Verily he who does all this with faith and concentrated attention acquires all the merits that attach to 100 sacrifices in which animals are offered to the deities. Listen to this other high mystery that is unknown to all. That man who thinks it all right when a Sudra ignites the fire upon which he is to pour libations, or who does not see any fault when women who are incompetent to assist at shraddhas and other rites are allowed to assist at them, really becomes stained with sin. The 3 sacrificial fires become enraged with such a person. In his next life he has to take birth as a Sudra. His pitris, together with the deities, are never gratified with him. I shall now recite what the expiations are which one must go through for cleansing oneself from such sins. Listen to me with attention. By performing those expiatory acts, one becomes happy and free from fever. Fasting all the while, one should, for 3 days, with concentrated attention, pour libation on the sacred fire of the urine of the cow mixed with cow dung and milk and ghee. The deities accept the offerings of such a man on the expiration of a full year. His pitris also, when the time comes for him for performing the shraddha, become gratified with him. I have thus recited what is righteous and what is unrighteous, with all their unknown details, in respect of human beings desirous of attaining to heaven. Verily, men who abstain from these transgressions, or who having committed them undergo the expiatory rites indicated, succeed in attaining to heaven when they leave this world. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 129. Lomesa said, the pitris of those men who, without having wedded wives of their own, betake themselves to the wives of other people, become filled with disappointment when the time for the shraddhas comes. He who betakes himself to the wives of other people, he who indulges in sexual union with a woman that is barren, and he who appropriates what belongs to a brahmana are equally sinful. Without doubt, the pitris of such people cut them off without desiring to have any intercourse with them. The offerings they make fail to gratify the deities and the pitris. Hence, one should always abstain from sexual congress with women that are the wedded wives of others, as also with women that are barren. The man who desires his own good should not appropriate what belongs to a brahmana. Listen now to another mystery, unknown to all with regard to religion. One should, endued with faith, always do the bidding of one's preceptor and other seniors. On the 12th lunar day, as also on the day of the full moon, every month, one should make gifts unto brahmanas of ghee and the offerings that constitute akshara. Listen to me as I say what the measure is of the merit that such a person acquires. By such an act one is said to increase Soma and the ocean. Vasva, the chief of the celestials, confers upon him a 4th part of the merits that attach to a horse sacrifice. By making such gifts, a person becomes endued with great energy and prowess. The divine Soma, well pleased with him, grants him the fruition of his wishes. Listen now to another duty, together with the foundation on which it rests, that is productive of great merit. In this age of Kali, that duty, if performed, brings about much happiness to men. That man who, rising at early dawn and purifying himself by a bath, attires himself in white robes, and with the concentrated attention makes gifts unto brahmanas of vessels full of sesame seeds, who makes offerings unto the pitris of water with sesame seeds and honey, and who gives lamps as also the food called krisera, acquires substantial merits. Listen to me as I say what those merits are. The divine chastiser of Paka has ascribed these merits to the gift of vessels of copper and brass filled with sesame seeds. He who makes gifts of kine, he who makes gifts of land that are productive of eternal merit, he who performs the Agnishtoma sacrifice with copious presents in the form of dakshina to the brahmanas, are all regarded by the deities as acquiring merits equal to those which one acquires by making gifts of vessels filled with sesame seeds. Gifts of water with sesame seeds are regarded by the pitris as productive of eternal gratification to them. The grandsires all become highly pleased with gifts of lamps and krisera. I have thus recited the ancient ordinance, laid down by the rishis, that is highly applauded by both the Pitris and the deities in their respective regions. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 130. Bhishma said, the rishis there assembled, together with the Pitris and the deities, then, with concentrated attention, questioned Arundhati, the spouse of Vasishtha, who was endued with great ascetic merit. Possessed of abundant wealth of penances, Arundhati was equal to her husband, the high-souled Vasishtha, in energy, for in both vows and conduct she was her husband's equal. Addressing her, they said, we desire to hear from thee the mysteries of duty and religion. It behoveth thee, O amiable lady, to tell us what thou regardest as a high mystery. Arundhati said, the great progress I have been able to achieve in penances is due to your consideration for me in thus remembering my poor self. With your gracious permission, I shall now discourse on duties that are eternal, on duties that are high mysteries. I shall discourse thereon with the causes on which they depend. Listen to me as I discourse to you elaborately. A knowledge of these should be imparted unto him only that is possessed of faith or that has a pure heart. These four, viz., he that is bereft of faith, he that is full of pride, he that is guilty of Brahmanicide, and he that violates the bed of his preceptor, should never be talked to. Religion and duty should never be communicated unto them. The merits acquired by a person who gives away a Kapila cow every day for a period of 2 and 10 years, or by a person who adores the deities every month in a sacrifice, or by him who gives away hundreds of thousands of kine in the great Pushkara, do not come up to those that are his with whom a guest is gratified. Listen now to another duty whose observance is fraught with happiness to mankind. It should be observed with its secret ritual by a person endued with faith. Its merits are certainly high. Listen to what they are. If a person, rising at early dawn and taking with him a quantity of water and a few blades of kusa grass, proceeds into a cow pen and arriving there washes a cow's horns by sprinkling thereon that water with those blades of kusa grass and then causes the water to drip down on his own head, he is regarded, in consequence of such a bath, as one that has performed his ablutions in all the sacred waters that the wise have heard to exist in the 3 worlds and that are honored and resorted to by Siddhas and Charanas. After Arundhati had said these words, all the deities and Pitris applauded her, saying, excellent, excellent. Indeed, all the beings there were highly gratified and all of them worshipped Arundhati. Brahman said, O highly blessed one, excellent is the duty that thou hast enunciated, together with its secret ritual. Praise be to thee. I grant thee this boon, viz., that thy penances will continually increase. Yam said, I have heard from thee an excellent and agreeable discourse. Listen now to what Chitragupta has said and what is agreeable to me. Those words relate to duty with its secret ritual, and are worthy of being heard by the great rishis, as also by men endued with faith and desirous of achieving their own good. Nothing is lost of either piety or sin that is committed by creatures. On days of the full moon and the new moon, those acts are conveyed to the sun where they rest. When a mortal goes into the region of the dead, the deity of the sun bears witness to all his acts. He that is righteous acquires the fruits of his righteousness there. I shall now tell you of some auspicious duties that are approved by Chitragupta. Water for drink and lamps for lighting darkness should always be given, as also sandals and umbrellas and kapila kine with due rites. In Pushkara especially should one make the gift of a kapila cow unto a brahmana conversant with the Vedas. One should also always maintain one's Agnihotra with great care. Here is another duty which was proclaimed by Chitragupta. It behoveth them that are the best of creatures to listen to what the merits are of that duty separately. In course of time, every creature is destined to undergo dissolution. They that are of little understanding meet with great distress in the regions of the dead, for they become afflicted by hunger and thirst. Indeed, they have to rot there, burning in pain. There is no escape for them from such calamity. They have to enter into a thick darkness. I shall now tell you of those duties by performing which one may succeed in crossing such calamity. The performance of those duties costs very little but is fraught with great merit. Indeed, such performance is productive of great happiness in the other world. The merits that attach to the gift of water for drink are excellent. In the next world in especial, those merits are very high. For them that make gifts of water for drink there is ordained in the other world a large river full of excellent water. Indeed, the water contained in that river is inexhaustible and cool and sweet as nectar. He who makes gifts of water in this world drinks from that stream in the world hereafter when he goes thither. Listen now to the abundant merits that attach to the giving of lamps. The man who gives lamps in this world has never to even behold the thick darkness of hell. Soma and Surya and the deity of fire always give him their light when he repairs to the other world. The deities ordain that on every side of such a person there should be blazing light. Verily, when the giver of lights repairs to the world of the dead, he himself blazes forth in pure effulgence like a second Surya. Hence, one should give lights while here and water for drink in especial. Listen now to what the merits are of the person who makes the gift of a Kapila cow to a Brahmana conversant with the Vedas, especially if the gift be made in Pushkara. Such a man is regarded as having made a gift of 100 kine with a bull, a gift that is productive of eternal merit. The gift of a single Kapila cow is capable of cleansing whatever sins the giver may be guilty of, even if those sins be as grave. Brahmanicide, for the gift of a single Kapila cow is regarded as equal in point of merit to that of 100 kine. Hence, one should give away a Kapila cow at that Pushkara which is regarded as the senior of the two tirthas known by that name on the day of the full moon in the month of Kartika. Men that succeed in making such a gift have never to encounter distress of any kind, or sorrow, or thorns giving pain. That man who gives away a pair of sandals unto a superior Brahmana that is deserving of the gift attains to similar merits. By giving away an umbrella, a person obtains comfortable shade in the next world. He will not have to be exposed to the sun. A gift made to a deserving person is never lost. It is certain to produce agreeable consequences to the giver. Hearing these opinions of Chitragupta, Surya's hairs stood on their ends. Endued with great splendor, he addressed all the deities and the Pitris, saying, "Ye have heard the mysteries relating to duty, as propounded by the high-souled Chitragupta. Those human beings who, endued with faith, make these gifts unto high-souled Brahmanas, become freed from fear of every kind. These 5 kinds of men, stained with vicious deeds, have no escape. Verily, of sinful behavior and regarded as the worst of men, they should never be talked to. Indeed, they should always be avoided. Those 5 are he who is the slayer of a Brahmana, he who is the slayer of a cow, he who is addicted to sexual congress with other people's wives, he who is bereft of faith in the Vedas, and he who derives his sustenance by selling the virtue of his wife. These men of sinful conduct, when they repair to the region of the dead, rot in hell like worms that live upon pus and blood. These 5 are avoided by the Pitris, the deities, the Snataka Brahmanas, and other regenerate persons that are devoted to the practice of penances." Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 131. Bhishma said, "Then all the highly blessed deities and the Pitris, and the highly blessed rishis also, addressing the Pramthas, said, 'Ye are all highly blessed beings. Ye are invisible wanderers of the night. Why do you afflict those men that are vile and impure and that are unclean? What acts are regarded as impediments to your power? What, indeed, are those acts in consequence of which ye become incompetent to afflict men? What are those acts that are destructive of Rakshasas and that prevent you from asserting your power over the habitations of men? Ye wanderers of the night, we desire to hear all this from you. The Prantha said, men are rendered unclean by acts of sexual congress. They who do not purify themselves after such acts, they who insult their superiors, they who from stupefaction eat different kinds of meat, the man also who sleeps at the foot of a tree, he who keeps any animal matter under his pillow while lying down for sleep, and he who lies down or sleeps placing the head where his feet should be placed or his feet where the head should be placed, these men are regarded by us as unclean. Verily, these men have many holes. Those also are numbered in the same class who throw their phlegm and other unclean secretions into the water. Without doubt these men deserve to be slain and eaten up by us. Verily, we afflict those human beings who are given to such conduct. Listen now to what those acts are which are regarded as antidotes and in consequence of which we fail to do any injury to men. Those men upon whose persons occur streaks of gorakshna, or who hold vatches in their hands, or who make gifts of ghee with those ingredients that go by the name of akshata, or who place ghee and akshata on their heads, or those who abstain from meat are incapable of being afflicted by us. That man in whose house the sacred fire burns day and night without being ever put out, or who keeps the skin or teeth of a wolf in his abode, or a hill tortoise, or from whose habitation the sacrificial smoke is seen to curl upwards, or who keeps a cat or a goat that is either tawny or black in hue, is free from our power. Verily, those householders who keep these things in their houses always find them free from the inroads of even the fiercest spirits that live on carrion. Those beings also, that like us range through different worlds in pursuit of pleasure, are unable to do any injury to such houses. Hence, ye deities, should men keep such articles in their houses, articles that are destructive of Rakshasas and other beings of the kind. We have thus told you everything about that respecting which ye had great doubts. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 132. Bhishma said, after this, the grandsire Brahman sprang from the primeval lotus and resembling the lotus, in agreeableness and fragrance, addressed the deities with Vasva, the lord of Sachi. At their head, yonder sits the mighty Naga, who is a resident of the nether regions. Endued with great strength and energy, and with great prowess also, his name is Renuka. He is certainly a great being. Those mighty elephants endued with great energy and power, who hold the entire earth with her hills, waters, and lakes should be interviewed by this Renuka at your request. Let Renuka go to them and ask them about the mysteries of religion or duty. Hearing these words of the grandsire, the deities, with well-pleased minds commissioned the elephant, Renuka, to where those upholders of the world are. Renuka, proceeding to where those elephants are, addressed them, saying, Ye mighty creatures, I have been commanded by the deities and the Pitris to question you about the mysteries of religion and duty. I desire to bear you discourse on that subject in detail. Ye highly blessed ones, do ye discourse on the subject as your wisdom may dictate. The 8 elephants standing in the 8 quarters said, on the auspicious 8th day of the dark fortnight in the month of Kartika, when the constellation Aslesha is in the ascendant, one should make gifts of treacle and rice. Casting aside wrath, and living on regulated diet, one should make these offerings at a Shraddha, uttering these mantras the while let Valadeva and other Nagas possessed of great strength, let other mighty snakes of huge bodies that are indestructible and eternal, and let all the other great snakes that have taken their birth in their race, make valley offerings to me for the enhancement of my strength and energy. Verily, let my strength be as great as that of the blessed Narayana when he raised the submerged earth. Uttering these mantras, one should make valley offerings upon an anthill. When the maker of day retires to his chambers in the west, upon the anthills selected should offerings be made of raw sugar and rice. The anthills should previously be scattered with Gajendra flowers. Offerings should also be made of blue cloths and fragrant unguents. If offerings are made in this way, those beings that live in the nether regions, bearing the weight of the upper regions upon their heads or shoulders, become well pleased and gratified. As regards ourselves, we also do not feel the labor of upholding the earth, and consequence of such offerings being made to us. Afflicted with the burden we bear, even this is what we think, beneficial for men, without the slightest regard for selfish concerns. Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas and Sudras, by observing this rule for a full year, fasting on each occasion, acquire great merits from such gifts. We think that the making of such valley offerings on the anthill is really fraught with very superior merits. By making such offerings, one is regarded as doing the duties of hospitality for 100 years to all the mighty elephants that exist in the three worlds. Hearing these words of the mighty elephants, the deities and the pitris and the highly blessed rishis all applauded Renuka. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 133. Mahesvara said, "Searching your memories, excellent are the duties ye all have recited. Listen all of you now to me as I declare some mysteries relating to religion and duty. Only those persons whose understanding has been set on religion and who are possessed of faith should be instructed in respect of those mysteries of duty and religion that are fraught with high merits. Hear what the merits are that become his who, with heart free from anxiety, gives food every day, for a month, to kine and contents himself with one meal a day throughout such period. The kine are highly blessed. They are regarded as the most sacred of all sacred things. Verily, it is they that are upholding the three worlds with the deities, the asuras, and human beings. Respectful services rendered to them are fraught with high merit and grave consequences. That man who every day gives food to kine advances every day in religious merit. Formerly, in the Krita age, I had expressed my approval of these creatures. Afterwards Brahman, born of the primeval lotus, solicited me to show kindness towards kine. It is for this reason that a bull to this day stands as the device on my standard overhead. I always sport with kine. Hence should kine be worshipped by all. Kine are possessed of great power. They are givers of boons. If worshipped, they would grant boons. That person who gives food to kine even for a single day receives from those beneficent creatures for that act a fourth part of the merits he may win by all his good acts in life. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 134. Skanda said, I shall now declare a duty that is approved of by me. Do ye listen to it with concentrated attention? That person who takes a little earth from the horns of a bull of blue complexion, smears his body therewith for 3 days, and then performs his ablutions, acquires great merits. Hear what those merits are. By such an act he would wash away every stain and evil, and attain to sovereign sway hereafter. As many times he takes his birth in this world, so many times does he become celebrated for his heroism. Listen now to another mystery unknown to all. Taking a vessel of copper and placing therein some cooked food after having mixed it with honey, one should offer it as valley unto the rising moon on the evening of the day when that luminary is at full. Do ye learn, with faith, what the merits are of the person that acts in this way? The Sathyas, the Rudras, the Adityas, the Viswadevas, the twin Ashwins, the Maruts, and the Vasus, all accept that offering. By such an offering Soma increases as also the ocean, that vast receptacle of waters. This duty that is declared by me, and that is unknown to all, if performed, is certainly fraught with great happiness. Vishnu said, that person who, endued with faith and freed from malice, listens every day with concentrated attention to the mysteries in respect of religion and duty that are preserved by the high-souled deities, and those mysteries also of the same kind that are preserved by the rishis, has never to succumb to any evil. Such a person becomes also freed from every fear. That man who, with his senses under thorough control, reads these sections which treat of these auspicious and meritorious duties, together with their mysteries, duties that have been declared by the previous speakers, acquires all the merits that attach to their actual performance. Sin can never overmaster him. Verily, such a man can never be stained with faults of any kind. Indeed, one wins abundant merits by reading these mysteries, as declared, or by reciting them to others, or by hearing them recited. The deities and the pitris eat forever the havya and the kavya offered by such a creature. Both these, in consequence of the virtues of the offerer, become inexhaustible. Even such is the merit that attaches to the person who, with concentrated attention, recites these mysteries to foremost of brahmanas on days of the full moon or the new moon. Such a person, in consequence of such an act, becomes steady in the observance of all duties. Beauty of form and prosperity also become his. He succeeds, besides this, in becoming the favorite, for all time, of the rishis and the deities and the pitris. If a person becomes guilty of all sins save those which are classed as grave or heinous, he becomes cleansed of them all by only listening to the recitation of these mysteries about religion and duty. Bhishma continued, "Even these, O King of men, are the mysteries in respect of religion and duty dwelling in the breasts of the deities. Held in high respect by all the gods and promulgated by Vyasa, they have now been declared by me for thy benefit. One who is conversant with religion and duty thinks that this excellent knowledge is superior, in value, to even the whole earth full of riches and wealth. This knowledge should not be imparted to one that is bereft of faith, or to one that is an atheist, or to one that has fallen away from the duties of his order, or to one that is destitute of compassion, or to one that is devoted to the science of empty disputations, or to one that is hostile to one's preceptors, or to one that thinks all creatures to be different from oneself." Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 135. Yudhishthira said, "Who are those persons, O Bharata, from whom a brahmana in this world may accept his food? From whom may a kshatriya, a vaishya, and a sudra take their food respectively?" Bhishma said, "A brahmana may take his food from another brahmana or from a kshatriya or a vaishya, but he must never accept food from a sudra. A kshatriya may take his food from a brahmana, a kshatriya, or a vaishya. He must, however, eschew food given by sudras who are addicted to evil ways and who partake of all manner of food without any scruple. Brahmanas and kshatriyas can partake of food given by such vaishyas as tend the sacred fire every day, as are faultless in character, and as perform the vow of chaturmasya. But the man who takes food from a sudra swallows the very abomination of the earth, and drinks the excretions of the human body, and partakes of the filth of all the world. He partakes of the very filth of the earth who takes his food thus from a sudra. Verily, those brahmanas that take their food from sudras take the dirt of the earth. If one engages in the service of a sudra, one is doomed to perdition, though one may duly perform all the rites of one's order. A brahmana, a kshatriya, or a vaishya, so engaging, is doomed, although devoted to the due performance of religious rites. It is said that a brahmana's duty consists in studying the Vedas and seeking the welfare of the human race, that a kshatriya's duty consists in protecting men, and that a vaishya's in promoting their material prosperity. A vaishya lives by distributing the fruits of his own acts and agriculture. The breeding of kine and trade are the legitimate work in which a vaishya may engage without fear of censure. The man who abandons his own proper occupation and betakes himself to that of a Sudra should be considered as a Sudra, and on no account should any food be accepted from him. Professors of the healing art, mercenary soldiers, the priest who acts as warder of the house, and persons who devote a whole year to study without any profit are all to be considered as Sudras. And those who impudently partake of food offered at ceremonials in a Sudra's house are afflicted with a terrible calamity. In consequence of partaking such forbidden food, they lose their family, strength, and energy, and attain to the status of animals, descending to the position of dogs, fallen in virtue and devoid of all religious observances. He who takes food from a physician takes that which is no better than excrement. The food of a harlot is like urine, that of a skilled mechanic is like blood. If a Brahmana approved by the good takes the food of one who lives by his learning, he is regarded as taking the food of a Sudra. All good men should forego such food. The food of a person who is censured by all is said to be like a draught from a pool of blood. The acceptance of food from a wicked person is considered as reprehensible as the slaying of a Brahmana. One should not accept food if one is slighted and not received with due honors by the giver. A Brahmana who does so is soon overtaken by disease, and his race soon becomes extinct. By accepting food from a warder of a city, one descends to the status of the lowest outcast. If a Brahmana accepts food from one who is guilty of killing either a cow or a Brahmana, or from one who has committed adultery with his preceptor's wife, or from a drunkard, he helps to promote the race of Rakshasas. By accepting food from a eunuch, or from an ungrateful person, or from one who has misappropriated wealth entrusted to his charge, one is born in the country of the Kauravas situated beyond the precincts of the middle country. I have thus duly recited to thee the persons from whom food may be accepted and from whom it may not. Now tell me, O son of Kunti, what else thou wishest to hear from me today. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 136. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast told me in full of those from whom food may be accepted and of those from whom it should not be taken. But I have grave doubts on one point. Do thou, O sire, enlighten me. Do thou tell me what expiation a Brahmana should make for the sin he incurs upon accepting the different kinds of food, those especially offered in honor of the gods and the oblations made to the manes. Bhishma said, I shall tell thee, O prince, how high-souled Brahmanas may be absolved from all sin incurred by accepting food from others. In accepting clarified butter, the expiation is made by pouring oblations on the fire, reciting the Savitriam. In accepting sesamum, O Yudhishthira, the same expiation has to be made. In accepting meat, or honey, or salt, a Brahmana becomes purified by standing till the rising of the sun. If a Brahmana accepts gold from anyone, he becomes cleansed of all sins by silently reciting the great Vedic prayer, Gayatri, and by holding a piece of iron in his hand in the presence of the public. In accepting money or clothes or women or gold, the purification is the same as before. In accepting food, or rice boiled in milk and sugar, or sugarcane juice, or sugarcane, or oil, or any sacred thing, one becomes purified by bathing thrice in the course of the day, viz., at morn, noon, and eve. If one accepts paddy, flowers, fruits, water, half-ripe barley, milk, or curdled milk, or anything made of meal or flour, the expiation is made by reciting the Gayatri prayer 100 times. In accepting shoes or clothes at obsequial ceremonies, the sin is destroyed by reciting devoutly the same hymn 100 times. The acceptance of the gift of land at the time of an eclipse or during the period of impurity is expiated by observing a fast during 3 successive nights. The Brahmana who partakes of oblations offered to deceased ancestors in course of the dark fortnight is purified by fasting for a whole day and night. Without performing his ablutions, a Brahmana should not say his evening prayers, nor betake himself to religious meditation, nor take his food a second time. By so doing he is purified. For this reason, the Shraddha of deceased ancestors has been ordained to be performed in the afternoon, and then the Brahmana who has been invited beforehand should be feasted. The Brahmana who partakes of food at the house of a dead person on the third day after the death is purified by bathing 3 times daily for 12 days. After the expiration of 12 days, and going through the purification ceremonies duly, the sin is destroyed by giving clarified butter to Brahmanas. If a man takes any food in the house of a dead person, within 10 days after the death, he should go through all the expiations before mentioned, and should recite the Savitri hymn and do the sin-destroying Ishti and Kushmanda penances. The Brahmana who takes his food in the house of a dead person for 3 nights becomes purified by performing his ablutions thrice daily for 7 days, and thus attains all the objects of his desire, and is never troubled by misfortunes. The Brahmana who takes his food in the company of Sudras is purged from all impurity by duly observing the ceremonies of purification. The Brahmana who takes his food in the company of Vaishyas is absolved from sin by living on alms for 3 successive nights. If a Brahmana takes his food with Kshatriyas, he should make expiation by bathing with his clothes on. By eating with a Sudra from off the same plate, the Sudra loses his family respectability. The Vaishya, by eating from off the same plate with a Vaishya, loses his cattle and friends. The Kshatriya loses his prosperity, and the Brahmana his splendor and energy. In such cases, expiation should be made, and propitiatory rites should be observed, and oblations offered to the gods. The Savitri hymn should be recited, and the Refti rites and Kushmanda penances should be observed with the view of destroying the sin. If any of the above 4 classes partake of food partly eaten by a person of any other class, the expiation is undoubtedly made by smearing the body with auspicious substances like rakhana, durva grass, and turmeric. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 137. Yudhishthira said, O Bharata, of the 2 things charity and devotion, do thou condescend to tell me, O sire, which is the better in this world? Do thou, by this, remove a great doubt from my mind. Bhishma said, Do thou, listen to me as I recite the names of the princes who, having been devoted to virtue, and having cleansed their hearts by penances and practiced gifts and other acts of piety, undoubtedly attained to the different celestial regions. The Rishi Atreya, revered by all, attained, O monarch, to the excellent celestial regions, by imparting the knowledge of the unconditional Supreme Being to his pupils. King Sivi, the son of Usanara, by offering the life of his dear son, for the benefit of a Brahmana, was translated from this world to heaven. And Pratidana, the king of Kasi, by giving his son to a Brahmana, secured to himself unique and undying fame in this as well as in the other world. Rantadeva, the son of Sankriti, attained to the highest heaven by duly making gifts to the high-souled Vasishtha. Devavrita too went to heaven by giving 100-ribbed and excellent golden umbrella to a Brahmana for a sacrifice. The worshipful Amvarisha too has attained to the region of the gods by making a gift of all his kingdom to a Brahmana of great power. King Janamejaya of the solar race went to the highest heaven by making a gift of earrings, fine vehicles, and cows to Brahmanas. The royal sage Vrishadarbi went to heaven by making gifts of various jewels and beautiful houses to Brahmanas. King Nimi of Vidarbha attained to heaven with his sons, friends, and cattle by giving his daughter and kingdom to the high-souled Agastya. The far-famed Rama, the son of Jamadagni, attained to the eternal regions, far beyond his expectation, by giving lands to Brahmanas. Vasishtha, the prince of Brahmanas, preserved all the creatures at a time of great drought when the god Prajanya did not bestow his grateful showers upon the earth, and for this act he has secured eternal bliss for himself. Rama, the son of Dasaratha, whose fame is very high in this world, attained to the eternal regions by making gifts of wealth at sacrifices. The far-famed royal sage Kakshasena went to heaven by duly making over to the high-souled Vasishtha the wealth which he had deposited with him. Maruta, the son of Parikshita and the grandson of Karandama, by giving his daughter in marriage to Angiras, immediately went to heaven. The highly devout king of Panchalal Brahmadatta attained the blessed way by giving away a precious conch shell. King Maitrasaya, by giving his favorite wife Madayanti to the high-souled Vasishtha, ascended to heaven. Satyamna, the son of Manu, by causing the proper punishment to be inflicted upon the high-souled Likit, attained to the most blessed regions. The celebrated royal sage Saharakita went to the blessed regions by sacrificing his dear life for the sake of a Brahmana. The king Satyamna went to heaven by giving to Madhgaya a golden mansion replete with all the objects of desire. In ancient times, King Sumanyu, by giving to Sandilya heaps of food looking like a hill, proceeded to heaven. The solo prince Dayudamad of great splendor attained to the highest regions by giving his kingdom to Richika. The royal sage Madaraswa, by giving his slender-waisted daughter to Hiranyahasta, went to the region of the gods. The lordly Lomapada attained all the vast objects of his desire by giving his daughter Santa in marriage to Rishyasringa. The royal sage Bhajaratha, by giving his famous daughter Hunsi in marriage to Kautsa, went to the eternal regions. King Bhajaratha, by giving hundreds and thousands of kine with their young ones to Kohala, attained to the most blessed regions. These and many other men, O Yudhishthira, have attained to heaven by the merit of their charities and penances, and they have also returned from thence again and again. Their fame will endure as long as the world will last. I have related to thee, O Yudhishthira, this story of those good householders who have attained to eternal regions by dint of their charities and penances. By their charities and by performing sacrifices and by procreating offspring, these people have attained to the heavenly regions. O foremost scion of Kuru's race, by always performing acts of charity, these men applied their virtuous intellects to the performance of sacrifices and charities. O mighty prince, as night has approached, I shall explain to thee in the morning whatever doubts may arise in thy mind. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 138. Yudhishthira said, I have heard from thee, O sire, the names of those kings that have ascended to heaven. O thou whose power is great in the observance of the vow of truth by following the religion of gift. How many kinds of gift are there that should be given? What are the fruits of the several kinds of gifts respectively? For what reasons, what kinds of gifts, made to what persons, are productive of merits? Indeed, unto what persons should what gifts be made? For what reasons are how many kinds of gifts to be made? I desire to hear all this in detail. Bhishma said, Listen, O son of Kunti, in detail to me, O sinless one, as I discourse on the subject of gifts. Indeed, I shall tell you, O Bharata, how gifts should be made unto all the orders of men. From desire of merit, from desire of profit, from fear, from free choice, and from pity, gifts are made, O Bharata. Gifts, therefore, should be known to be of 5 kinds. Listen now to the reasons for which gifts are thus distributed in 5 classes. With mind freed from malice, one should make gifts unto Brahmanas, for by making gifts unto the one acquires fame here and great felicity hereafter. Such gifts are regarded as made from desire of merit. He is in the habit of making gifts, or he has already made gifts to me. Hearing such words from solicitors, one gives away all kinds of wealth unto a particular solicitor. Such gifts are regarded as made from desire of profit. I am not his, nor is he mine. If disregarded, he may injure me. From such motives of fear, even a man of learning and wisdom may make gifts unto an ignorant wretch. Such gifts are regarded as made from fear. This one is dear to me, I am also dear to him. Influenced by considerations like these, a person of intelligence, freely and with alacrity, make gifts unto a friend. Such gifts are regarded as made from free choice. The person that solicits me is poor. He is, again, gratified with a little. From considerations such as these, one should always make gifts unto the poor, moved by pity. Gifts made from such considerations are regarded as made from pity. These are the 5 kinds of gift. They enhance the giver's merits and fame. The Lord of all creatures, Brahman himself, has said that one should always make gifts according to one's power. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 139. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, thou art possessed of great wisdom. Indeed, thou art fully conversant with every branch of learning. In our great race thou art the only individual that swellest with all the sciences. I desire to hear from thee discourses that are interwoven with religion and profit, that lead to felicity hereafter, and that are fraught with wonder unto all creatures. The time that has come is fraught with great distress. The like of it does not generally come to kinsmen and friends. Indeed, save thee, O foremost of men, we have now none else that can take the place of an instructor. If, O sinless one, I with my brothers deserve the favor, it behoveth thee to answer the question I desire to ask thee. This one is Narayana, who is endued with every prosperity and is honored by all the kings. Even he waits upon thee, showing thee every indulgence and honoring thee greatly. It behoveth thee to discourse unto me, through affection, for my benefit as also for that of my brothers, in the presence of Vasudeva himself and of all these kings. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of King Yudhishthira, Bhishma, the son of the river called after Bhajaratha, filled with joy in consequence of his affection for the monarch and his brothers, said what follows. Bhishma said, I shall certainly recite to thee discourses that are delightful on the subject, O king, of the puissance of this Vishnu as displayed in days of yore and as I have heard from my preceptors. Listen to me also as I describe the puissance of that great God who has a bull for his device. Listen to me as I narrate also the doubt that filled the mind of the spouse of Rudra and that of Rudra himself. Once on a time the righteous-souled Krishna observed a vow extending for 10 and 2 years. For beholding him who had gone through the rite of initiation for the observance of his great vow, there came to that place Narada and Parvata, and the island-born Krishna, and Daumya, that foremost of silent reciters, and Devala, and Kasyapa, and Hastakasyapa. Other rishis also, endued with diksha and self-restraint, followed by their disciples and accompanied by many siddhas and many ascetics of great merit, came there. The son of Devki offered them such honors of hospitality as are deserving of the highest praise and as are offered unto the gods alone. Those great rishis sat themselves down upon seats, some of which were green and some endued with the color of gold, and some that were fraught with the plumes of the peacock, and some that were perfectly new and fresh. Thus seated, they began to converse sweetly with one another on subjects connected with religion and duty, as also with many royal sages and deities. At that time the energy, in the form of fire, Narayana, rising from the fuel that consisted of the rigid observance of his vow, issued out of the mouth of Krishna of wonderful feats. That fire began to consume those mountains with their trees and creepers and little plants, as also with their birds and deer and beasts of prey and reptiles. Soon the summit of that mountain presented a distressing and pitiful appearance, inhabited by animals of diverse kinds, which began to utter cries of woe and pain. The summit soon became bereft of every living creature. That fire of mighty flames, having consumed everything without leaving a remnant, at last came back to Vishnu and touched his feet like a docile disciple. That crusher of foes, viz., Krishna, beholding that mountain burnt, cast a benignant look upon it and thereby brought it back to its former condition. That mountain thereupon once more became adorned with flowering trees and creepers, and once more echoed with the notes and cries of birds and deer and animals of prey and reptiles. Seeing that wonderful and inconceivable sight, all the ascetics became amazed. Their hair stood on end and their vision was blurred with tears. That foremost of speakers, Narayana, beholding those rishis thus filled with wonder, addressed them in these sweet and refreshing words. Why, indeed, has wonder filled the hearts of this assemblage of rishis, these ascetics that are always free from attachment of every kind, that are divested of the idea of miyam, and that are fully conversant with every sacred science? It behoveth these rishis possessed of wealth of penances and freed from every stain to explain to me truly this doubt that has arisen in my mind. The rishis said, It is thou that createst all the worlds, and it is thou that destroyest them again. It is thou that art winter, it is thou that art summer, and it is thou that art the season of rains. Of all the creatures, mobile and immobile, that are found on the earth, thou art the father, thou art the mother, thou art the master, and thou art the origin. Even this, O slayer of Madhu, is a matter of wonder and doubt with us. O source of all auspiciousness, it behoveth thee to resolve to us that doubt, viz., the issue of fire from thy mouth. Our fears being dispelled, we shall then, O Hari, recite to thee what we have heard and seen. Vasudeva said, The fire that issued from my mouth and that resembles the all-consuming yuga fire in splendor, and by which this mountain has been crushed and scorched, is nothing else than the energy of Vishnu. Ye rishis, ye are persons that have subjugated wrath, that have brought your senses under complete control, that are endued with wealth of penances, and that are very gods in puissance. Yet ye have suffered yourselves to be agitated and distressed. I am now engaged wholly with the observances relating to rigid vow. Verily, in consequence of my observing the vows of an ascetic, a fire issued from my mouth. It behoves you not to suffer yourselves to be agitated. It is for observing a rigid vow that I came to this delightful and auspicious mountain. The object that has brought me here is to acquire by the aid of penances a son that would be my equal in energy. In consequence of my penances, the soul existing in my body became transformed into fire and issued out of my mouth. That fire had repaired to behold the boon-giving grandsire of all the universe. The grandsire, ye foremost of ascetics, told my soul that half the energy of the great god having the bull for his device would take birth as my son. That fire, returning from its mission, has come back to me and approached my feet like a disciple desirous of serving me dutifully. Indeed, casting off its fury, it has come back to me to its own proper nature. I have thus told you, in brief, a mystery appertaining to him who has the lotus for his origin and who is endued with great intelligence. Ye rishis possessed of wealth of penances, ye should not give way to fear. Ye are endued with far-reaching vision. Ye can proceed to every place without any impediment. Blazing with vows observed by ascetics, ye are adorned with knowledge and science. I now ask you to tell me something that is highly wonderful which you have heard of or seen on earth or in heaven. I feel an eager desire to taste the honey of that speech which will drop from your lips, the honey that will, I am sure, be as sweet as a jet of nectar itself. If I behold anything on earth or in heaven, which is highly delightful and of wonderful aspect, but which is unknown to all of you, ye rishis that look like so many gods, I say that that is in consequence of my own supreme nature, which is incapable of being obstructed by anything. Anything wonderful whose knowledge dwelleth in me, or is acquired by my own inspiration, ceases to appear wonderful to me. Anything, however, that is recited by pious persons, and that is heard from those that are good, deserves to be accepted with respect and faith. Such discourses exist on earth for a long time and are as durable as characters engraved on rocks. I desire, therefore, to hear, at this meeting, something dropping from the lips of persons that are good and that cannot fail to be productive of good to men. Hearing these words of Krishna, all those ascetics became filled with surprise. They began to gaze at Janardana with those eyes of theirs that were as beautiful and large as the petals of the lotus. Some of them began to glorify him, and some began to worship him with reverence. Indeed, all of them then hymned the praises of the slayer of Madhu with words whose meanings were adorned with the eternal riks. All those ascetics then appointed Narada, that foremost of all persons conversant with speech, to gratify the request of Vasudeva. The ascetics said, It behoveth thee, O Narada, to describe, in full, from the beginning, unto Rishikesa, that wonderful and inconceivable incident which occurred, O puissant one, on the mountains of Himavat, and which, O ascetic, was witnessed by those of us that had proceeded thither in course of our pilgrimage to the sacred waters. Verily, for the benefit of all the rishis here assembled, it behoveth thee to recite that incident. Thus addressed by those ascetics, the celestial rishi, viz., the divine Narada, then recited the following story, whose incidents had occurred some time before. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 140. Bhishma said, Then Narada, that holy rishi, that friend of Narayana, recited the following narrative of the discourse between Sankara and his spouse Uma. Narada said, Once on a time the righteous-souled lord of all the deities, viz., Mahadeva with the bull for his device, practiced severe penances on the sacred mountains of Himavat that are the resort of Siddhas and Charanas. Those delightful mountains are overgrown with diverse kinds of herbs and adorned with various species of flowers. At that time they were peopled by the different tribes of apsaras and crowds of ghostly beings. There the great god sat, filled with joy, and surrounded by hundreds of ghostly beings who presented diverse aspects to the eye of the beholder. Some of them were ugly and awkward, some were of very handsome features, and some presented the most wonderful appearances. Some had faces like the lions, some like the tigers, and some like the elephants. In fact, the faces of those ghostly creatures presented every variety of animal faces. Some had faces resembling that of the jackal, some whose faces resembled the pards, some like the apes, some like the bulls. Some of them had faces like the owls, some like the hawks, some had faces like those of deer of diverse varieties. The great god was also surrounded by Kinnaras and Yakshas and Gandharvas and Rakshasas and diverse other created beings. The retreat to which Mahadeva had Badakin himself also abounded with celestial flowers and blazed with celestial rays of light. It was perfumed with celestial sandal, and celestial incense was burnt on every side. And it echoed with the sounds of celestial instruments. Indeed, it resounded with the beat of mridangas and panavas, the blare of conchs, and the sound of drums. It teemed with ghostly beings of diverse tribes that danced in joy, and with peacocks also that danced with plumes outspread. Forming as it did the resort of the celestial rishis, the apsaras danced there in joy. The place was exceedingly agreeable to the sight. It was exceedingly beautiful, resembling heaven itself. Its entire aspect was wonderful and, indeed, it is indescribable in respect of its beauty and sweetness. Verily, with the penances of that great deity who sleeps on mountain breasts, that prince of mountains shone with great beauty. It resounded with the chant of the Vedas uttered by learned Brahmanas devoted to Vedic recitation. Echoing with the hum of bees, O Madhava, the mountain became incomparable in beauty. The ascetics, beholding the great deity who is endued with a fierce form and who looks like a great festival, became filled, O Janardana, with great joy. All the highly blessed ascetics, the siddhas who have drawn in their vital seed, the Maruts, the Vasus, the Sathyas, the Viswadevas, Vasva himself, the Yakshas, the Nagas, the Pisachas, the regents of the world, the several sacred fires, the winds, and all the great creatures dwelt on that mountain with minds concentrated in yoga. All the seasons were present there and scattered those regions with all kinds of wonderful flowers. Diverse kinds of blazing herbs illuminated the woods and forests on that mountain. Various species of birds, filled with joy, hopped about and sang merrily on the delightful beast of that mountain. Those birds were exceedingly lovable in consequence of the notes they uttered. The high-souled Mahadeva sat, displayed in beauty, on one of the peaks that was adorned with excellent minerals, as if it served the purposes of a fine bedstead. Round his loins was a tiger skin, and a lion skin formed his upper garments. His sacred thread consisted of a snake. His arms were decked with a pair of red angathas, his beard was green. He had matted locks on his head. Of terrible features, he it is that inspires with fear the hearts of all the enemies of the gods. It is he, again, that assures all creatures by dispelling their fears. He is adored by his worshippers as the deity having the bovine bull for his device. The great rishis, beholding Mahadeva, bowed to him by touching the ground with their heads. Endued with forgiving souls, they all became, in consequence of the sight they had obtained of the great deity, freed from every sin and thoroughly cleansed. The retreat of that Lord of all creatures with many terrible forms shone with a peculiar beauty. Abounding with many large snakes, it became unapproachable and unbearable by ordinary beings. Within the twinkling of the eye, O slayer of Madhu, everything there became exceedingly wonderful. Indeed, the abode of that great deity having the bovine bull for his device began to blaze with a terrible beauty. Unto Mahadeva seated there came his spouse, the daughter of Himavat, surrounded by the wives of the ghostly beings who are the companions of the great deity. Her attire was like that of her lord, and the vows she observed were like those of his. She held a jar on her loins that was filled with the waters of every tirtha, and was accompanied by the presiding deities, of her own sex, of all the mountain streams. Those auspicious ladies walked in her train. The goddess approached raining flowers on every side and diverse kinds of sweet perfumes. She who loved to reside on the breast of Himavat advanced in this guise towards her great lord. The beautiful Uma, with smiling lips and desirous of playing a jest, covered from behind, with her two beautiful hands, the eyes of Mahadeva. As soon as Mahadeva's eyes were thus covered, all the regions became dark and life seemed to be extinct everywhere in the universe. The Homa rite ceased. The universe became suddenly deprived of the sacred Vashat also. All living creatures became cheerless and filled with fear. Indeed, when the eyes of the Lord of all creatures were thus closed, the universe seemed to become sunless. Soon, however, that overspreading darkness disappeared. A mighty and blazing flame of fire emanated from Mahadeva's forehead. A third eye, resembling another sun, appeared on it. That eye began to blaze forth like the Yuga fire and began to consume that mountain. The large-eyed daughter of Himavat, beholding what occurred, bowed her head unto Mahadeva endued with that third eye which resembled a blazing fire. She stood there with gaze fixed on her lord. When the mountain forests burned on every side, with there was and other trees of straight trunks, and their delightful sandals, and diverse excellent medicinal herbs, herds of deer and other animals, filled with fright, came with great speed to the place where Hara sat and sought his protection. With those creatures almost filling it, the retreat of the great deity blazed forth with a kind of peculiar beauty. Meanwhile, that fire, swelling wildly, soared up to the very heavens and endued with the splendor and unsteadiness of lightning, and looking like a dozen suns in might and effulgence, covered every side like the all-destroying Yuga fire. In a moment, the Himavat mountains were consumed, with their minerals and summits and blazing herbs. Beholding Himavat crushed and consumed, the daughter of that prince of mountains sought the protection of the great deity and stood before him, her hands joined in reverence. Then Sarva, seeing Uma overcome by an accession of womanly mildness and finding that she was unwilling to behold her father Himavat reduced to that pitiable plight, cast benignant looks upon the mountain. In a moment the whole of Himavat was restored to his former condition and became as beautiful to look at as ever. Indeed, the mountain put forth a cheerful aspect. All its trees became adorned with flowers. Beholding Himavat to his natural condition, the goddess Uma, divested of every fault, addressed her lord, that master of all creatures, the divine Mahesvara, in these words. Uma said, O Holy One, O Lord of all creatures, O deity that art armed with the trident, O thou of high vows, a great doubt has filled my mind. It behoveth thee to resolve that doubt for me. For what reason has this third eye appeared in thy forehead? Why also was the mountain consumed with the woods and all that belonged to it? Why also, O illustrious deity, hast thou restored the mountain to its former condition? Indeed, having burnt it once, why hast thou again caused it to be covered with trees? Mahesvara said, O goddess without any fault, in consequence of thy having covered my eyes through an act of indiscretion, the universe became in a moment devoid of light. When the universe became sunless and, therefore, all became dark, O daughter of the Prince of Mountains, I created the third eye desirous of protecting all creatures. The high energy of that eye crushed and consumed this mountain. For pleasing thee, however, O goddess, I once more made Himavat what he was by repairing the injury. Uma said, O Holy One, why are those faces of thine which are on the east, the north, and the west, so handsome and so agreeable to look at like the very moon? And why is that face of thine which is on the south so terrible? Why are thy matted locks tawny in hue and so erect? Why is thy throat blue after the manner of the peacock's plumes? Why, O illustrious deity, is the Pinaka always in thy hand? Why art thou always a Brahmacharan with matted locks? O Lord, it behoves thee to explain all these to me. I am thy spouse who seeks to follow the same duties with thee. Further, I am thy devoted worshipper, O deity, having the bull for thy mark. Narada continued, thus addressed by the daughter of the Prince of Mountains, the illustrious wielder of Pinaka, the puissant Mahadeva, became highly gratified with her. The great god then addressed her, saying, O blessed lady, listen to me as I explain, with the reasons thereof, why my forms are so. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 141. The Blessed and Holy One said, in days of yore, a blessed woman was created by Brahman, called Tilottama, by culling grains of beauty from every beautiful object in the universe. One day, that lady of beautiful face, unrivaled in the universe for beauty of form, came to me, O goddess, for circumambulating me, but really impelled by the desire of tempting me. In whatever direction that lady of beautiful teeth turned, a new face of mine instantly appeared, so eager did I become to see her. All those faces of mine became agreeable to look at. Thus, in consequence of the desire of beholding her, I became four-faced, through yoga puissance. Thus, I showed my high yoga power in becoming four-faced. With that face of mine which is turned towards the east, I exercise the sovereignty of the universe. With that face of mine which is turned towards the north, I sport with thee, O thou of faultless features. That face of mine which is turned towards the west is agreeable and auspicious. With it I ordain the happiness of all creatures. That face of mine which is turned towards the south is terrible. With it I destroy all creatures. I live as a Brahmacharan with matted locks on my head, impelled by the desire of doing good to all creatures. The bow Pinaka is always in my hand for accomplishing the purposes of the deities. In days of yore, Indra, desirous of acquiring my prosperity, had hurled his thunderbolt at me. With that weapon my throat was scorched. For this reason I have become blue-throated. Uma said, when, O foremost of all creatures, there are so many excellent vehicles endued with great beauty, why is it that thou hast selected a bovine bull for thy vehicle? Mahesvara said, in the days of yore, the grandsire Brahma created the celestial cow Surabhi yielding abundant milk. After her creation there sprang from her a large number of kine, all of which yielded copious quantities of milk sweet as nectar. Once on a time a quantity of froth fell from the mouth of one of her calves on my body. I was enraged at this, and my wrath scorched all the kine, which thereupon became diversified in hue. I was then pacified by the master of all the worlds, viz., Brahma, conversant with all topics. It was he who gave me this bull both as a vehicle for bearing me and as a device on my banner. Uma said, thou hast many abodes in heaven, of diverse forms and possessed of every comfort and luxury. Why, O Holy One, dost thou reside in the crematorium, abandoning all those delightful mansions? The crematorium is full of the hair and bones of the dead, abounds with vulture and jackals, and is strewn with hundreds of funeral pyres. Full of carrion and muddy with fat and blood, with entrails and bones strewn all over it, and always echoing with the howls of jackals, it is certainly an unclean place. Mahesvara said, I always wander over the whole earth in search of a sacred spot. I do not, however, see any spot that is more sacred than the crematorium. Hence, of all abodes, the crematorium pleases my heart most, shaded that it generally is by branches of the banyan and adorned with torn garlands of flowers. O thou of sweet smiles, the multitudes of ghostly beings that are my companions love to reside in such spots. I do not like, O goddess, to reside anywhere without those ghostly creatures being by my side. Hence, the crematorium is a sacred abode to me. Indeed, O auspicious lady, it seems to me to be the very heaven. Highly sacred and possessed of great merit, the crematorium is much applauded by persons desirous of having holy abodes. Uma said, O Holy One, O Lord of all creatures, O foremost of all observers of duties and religious rites, I have a great doubt, O wielder of Pinaka, O giver of boons. These ascetics, O puissant Lord, have undergone diverse kinds of austerities. In the world are seen ascetics wandering everywhere under diverse forms and clad in diverse kinds of attire. For benefiting this large assemblage of rishis, as also myself, do thou kindly resolve, O chastiser of all foes, this doubt of mine. What indications has religion or duty been said to possess? How, indeed, do men become unacquainted with the details of religion or duty to succeed in observing them? O puissant Lord, O thou that art conversant with religion, do thou tell me this. Narada continued, when the daughter of Himavat put this question, conclave of rishis there present worshipped the goddess and adored her with words adorned with riks and with hymns fraught with deep import. Mahesvara said, abstention from injury, truthfulness of speech, compassion towards all beings, tranquility of soul, and the making of gifts to the best of one's power are the foremost duties of the householder. abstention from sexual congress with the spouses of other men, protection of the wealth and the woman committed to one's charge, unwillingness to appropriate what is not given to one, and avoidance of honey and meat. These are the 5 chief duties. Indeed, religion or duty has many branches, all of which are fraught with happiness. Even these are the duties which these embodied creatures who regard duty as superior should observe and practice. Even these are the sources of merit. Uma said, O Holy One, I wish to ask thee another question about which I have great doubts. It behoveth thee to answer it and dispel my doubts. What are the meritorious duties of the 4 several orders? What duties appertain to the Brahmana? What to the Kshatriya? What are the indications of those duties that appertain to the Vaishya? And what kind of duties appertain to the Sudra? The Holy One said, O highly blessed lady, the question thou hast asked is a very proper one. Those persons that belong to the regenerate order are regarded as highly blessed, and are, indeed, gods on earth. Without doubt, the observance of fasts, i.e., subjugation of the senses, is always the duty of the Brahmana. When the Brahmana succeeds in properly observing all his duties, he attains to identity with Brahma. The proper observance of the duties of Brahmacharya, O goddess, are his ritual. The observance of vows and the investiture with the sacred thread are his other duties. It is by these that he becomes truly regenerate. He becomes a Brahmana for worshipping his preceptors and other seniors as also the deities. Verily, that religion which has for its soul the study of the Vedas is the source of all piety. Even that is the religion which those embodied creatures who are devoted to piety and duty should observe and practice. Uma said, O Holy One, my doubts have not been dispelled. It behoveth thee to explain in detail what the duties are of the 4 respective orders of men. Mahesvara said, listening to the mysteries of religion and duty, observance of the vows indicated in the Vedas, attention to the sacred fire, and accomplishment of the business of the preceptor, leading a mendicant life, always bearing the sacred thread, constant recitation of the Vedas, and rigid observance of the duties of Brahmacharya, are the duties of the Brahmana. After the period of study is over, the Brahmana, receiving the command of his preceptor, should leave his preceptor's abode for returning to his father's house. Upon his return he should duly wed a wife that is fit for him. Another duty of the Brahmana consists in avoiding the food prepared by the Sudra. Walking along the path of righteousness, always observing fasts and the practices of Brahmacharya, are his other duties. The householder should keep up his domestic fire for daily worship. He should study the Vedas. He should pour libations in honor of the Pitris and the deities. He should keep his senses under proper control. He should eat what remains after serving gods and guests and all his dependents. He should be abstemious in food, truthful in speech, and pure both externally and internally. Attending to guests is another duty of the householder, as also the keeping up of the 3 sacrificial fires. The householder should also attend to the ordinary sacrifices that go by the name of Ishti, and should also dedicate animals to the deities according to the ordinances. Indeed, the performance of sacrifices is his highest duty, as also a complete abstention from injury to all creatures. Never to eat before serving the deities and guests and dependents is another duty of the householder. The food that remains after serving gods and guests and dependents is called Vyasa. The householder should eat Vyasa. Indeed, to eat after the members of one's family, including servants and other dependents, is regarded as one of the special duties of the regenerate householder, who should be conversant with the Vedas. The conduct of husband and wife, in the case of householder, should be equal. He should every day make offerings of flowers and other articles unto those deities that preside over domesticity. The householder should take care that his house is every day properly rubbed with cow dung and water. He should also observe fasts every day. Well cleaned and well rubbed, his house should also be every day fumigated with the smoke of clarified butter poured on his sacred fire in honor of the deities and the Pitris. Even these are the duties appertaining to the householder's mode of life as observable by a regenerate person. Those duties really uphold the world. Verily, those duties always and eternally flow from those righteous persons among the Brahmanas that lead a life of domesticity. Do thou listen to me with concentrated attention, O goddess, for I shall now tell thee what the duties are which appertain to the Kshatriya and about which thou hast asked me. From the beginning it has been said that the duty of the Kshatriya is to protect all creatures. The king is the acquirer of a fixed share of the merits earned by his subjects. By that means the king becomes endued with righteousness. That ruler of men who rules and protects his subjects righteously acquires, by virtue of the protection he offers to others, many regions of felicity in the world to come. The other duties of a person of the kingly order consist of self-restraint and Vedic study, the pouring of libations on the sacred fire, the making of gifts, study, the bearing of the sacred thread, sacrifices, the performance of religious rites, the support of servants and dependents, and perseverance in acts that have been begun. Another duty of his is to award punishments according to the offenses committed. It is also his duty to perform sacrifices and other religious rites according to the ordinances laid down in the Vedas. Adherence to the practice of properly judging the disputes of litigants before him, and a devotion to truthfulness of speech and interference for aiding the distressed, are the other duties by discharging which the king acquires great glory both here and hereafter. He should also lay down his life on the field of battle, having displayed great prowess on behalf of kine and brahmanas. Such a king acquires in heaven such regions of felicity as are capable of being won by the performance of horse sacrifices. The duties of the Vaishya always consist of the keeping of cattle and agriculture, the pouring of libations on the sacred fire, the making of gifts, and study. Trade, walking in the path of righteousness, hospitality, peacefulness, self-restraint, welcoming of brahmanas, and renouncing things in favor of brahmanas are the other eternal duties of the Vaishya. The Vaishya, engaged in trade and walking in the path of righteousness, should never sell sesame and perfumery and juices or liquid substances. He should discharge the duties of hospitality towards all. He is at liberty to pursue religion and wealth and pleasure according to his means and as much as is judicious for him. The service of the three regenerate classes constitutes the high duty of the Sudra. That Sudra who is truthful in speech and who has subdued his senses is regarded as having acquired meritorious penances. Verily, the Sudra, who having got a guest, discharges the duties of hospitality towards him, is regarded as acquiring the merit of high penances. That intelligent Sudra whose conduct is righteous and who worships the deities and brahmanas becomes endued with the desirable rewards of righteousness. O beautiful lady, I have thus recited to thee what the duties are of the four orders. Indeed, O blessed lady, I have told thee what their respective duties are. What else dost thou wish to hear? Uma said, Thou hast recited to me what the respective duties are of the four orders, auspicious and beneficial for them. Do thou now tell me, O Holy One, what the common duties are of all the orders. Mahesvara said, The foremost of all beings in the universe, viz., the Creator Brahma, ever desirous of righteous accomplishments, created the Brahmanas for rescuing all the worlds. Among all created beings, they are, verily, gods on earth. I shall at the outset tell thee what the religious acts are which they should do and what the rewards are which they win through them. That religion which has been ordained for the Brahmanas is the foremost of all religions. For the sake of the righteousness of the world, 3 religions were created by the self-born One. Whenever the world is created or recreated, those religions are created by the grandsire. Do thou listen? These are the 3 eternal religions. The religion that is propounded in the Vedas is the highest, that which is propounded in the Smritis is the next in the order of importance, the third in importance is that which is based upon the practices of those who are regarded as righteous. The Brahmins possessed of learning should have the 3 Vedas. He should never make the study of the Vedas, or recitation of the scriptures, the means of his living. He should devote himself to the 3 well-known acts of making gifts, studying the Vedas, and performing sacrifices. He should transcend the 3, viz., lust, wrath, and covetousness. He should be the friend of all creatures. A person that possesses these attributes is called a Brahmin. The Lord of the universe declared these 6 acts for the observance of Brahmanas. Listen to those eternal duties. The performance of sacrifices, officiating at the sacrifices of others, the making of gifts, the acceptance of gifts, teaching, and study, are the 6 acts by accomplishing which a Brahmin wins religious merit. Verily, the daily study of the Vedas is a duty. Sacrifice is another eternal duty. The making of gifts according to the measure of his power and agreeable to the ordinance is, in his case, much applauded. Tranquility of mind is a high duty that has always been current among them that are righteous. Householders of pure mind are capable of earning very great merit. Indeed, he who cleanses his soul by the performance of the 5 sacrifices, who is truthful in speech, who is free from malice, who makes gifts, who treats with hospitality and honor all regenerate guests, who lives in well-cleaned abodes, who is free from pride, who is always sincere in his dealings, who uses sweet and assuring words towards others, who takes pleasure in serving guests and others arrived at his abode, and who eats the food that remains after the requirements have been gratified of all the members of his family and dependents, wins great merit. That man who offers water to his guests for washing their feet and hands, who presents the aragya for honoring the recipient, who duly gives seats, and beds, and lamps for lighting the darkness, and shelter to those that come to his abode, is regarded as highly righteous. That householder who rises at dawn and washes his mouth and face and serves food to his guests, and having honored them duly dismisses them from his abode and follows them, as a mark of honor, for a little distance, acquires eternal merit. Hospitality towards all, and the pursuit of the aggregate of 3, are the duties of the householder. The duties of the Sudra consist in the pursuit of the aggregate of 3. The religion ordained for the householder is said to have pravriti for its chief indication. Auspicious and beneficial to all creatures, I shall expound it to thee. The householder should always make gifts according to the measure of his power. He should also perform sacrifices frequently after the same manner. Indeed, he who wishes to achieve his own good should always achieve meritorious acts. The householder should acquire wealth by righteous means. The wealth thus acquired should be carefully divided into 3 portions, keeping the requirements of righteousness in view. With one of those portions he should accomplish all acts of righteousness. With another he should seek to gratify his cravings for pleasure. The 3rd portion he should lay out for increasing. The religion of Nvritti is different. It exists for emancipation, from rebirth by absorption into Brahman. I shall tell thee the conduct that constitutes it. Listen to me in detail, O goddess. One of the duties inculcated by that religion is compassion towards all creatures. The man that follows it should not reside in one place for more than 1 day. Desirous of achieving emancipation, the followers of this religion free themselves from the bonds of hope or desire. They have no attachment to habitation, to the kamandala they bear for keeping water, to the robes that cover their loins, or the seat whereupon they rest, or the triple stick they bear in their hands, or the bed they sleep on, or the fire they want, or the chamber that houses them. A follower of this religion sets his heart upon the workings of his soul. His mind is devoted to Supreme Brahman. He is filled with the idea of attaining to Brahman. He is always devoted to yoga and the Sankhya philosophy. He desires no other shelter than the foot of a tree. He houses himself in empty abodes of men. He sleeps on the banks of rivers. He takes pleasure in staying by such banks. He is freed from every attachment and from every tie of affection. He merges the existence of his own soul into the Supreme Soul. Standing like a stake of wood and abstaining from all food, he does only such acts as point to emancipation. Or, he may wander about, devoted to yoga. Even these are the eternal duties of a follower of the religion of Nvritti. He lives aloof from his species. He is freed from all attachments. He never resides in the same place for more than a day. Freed from all bonds, he roves over the world. Emancipated from all ties, he never sleeps on even the same riverbank for more than a day. Even this is the religion of persons conversant with emancipation as declared in the Vedas. Even this is the righteous path that is trodden by the righteous. He who follows in this track leaves no vestige behind. Bhikshus, or followers of the religion of emancipation, are of four kinds. They are Kudachakas, Vahudakas, Hansas, and Paramahansas. The second is superior to the first, the third to the second, and the fourth to the third. There is nothing superior to the Paramahansa, nor is there anything inferior to it, or beside it, or before it. It is a condition that is divested of sorrow and happiness, that is auspicious and freed from decrepitude and death, and that knows no change. Guma said, "Thou halt recited the religion of the householders, that of emancipation, and that which is based upon the observances of the righteous. These paths are high and exceedingly beneficial to the world of living creatures. O thou that art conversant with every religion, I desire now to hear what is the high religion of the rishis. I always have a liking for those that dwell in ascetic retreats. The perfume that emanates from the smoke of the libations of clarified butter poured on the sacred fire seems to pervade the entire retreats and make them delightful. Marking this, O great God, my heart becomes always filled with delight. O puissant deity, I have doubts regarding the religion of the ascetics. Thou art conversant with the details of all religions. Do thou enlighten me, O God of gods, in detail, respecting this topic truly about which I have asked thee, O great deity." The Blessed and Holy One said, "Yes, I shall recite to thee the high and excellent religion of the ascetics. By following the dictates of that religion, O auspicious lady, the ascetics attain to success through the severe penances they practice. O highly blessed one, do thou hear, from the beginning, what the duties are of those righteous rishis that are conversant with every duty and that are known by the name of Phanapas. The grandsire Brahma, during the days he devoted to the observance of penances, drank some nectar in the form of water. That water had flowed in heaven from a great sacrifice. The froth of that water is highly auspicious, and, in consequence of Brahma's having drunk it, it partook of his own nature. Those rishis that subsist upon the measure of froth that thus issued from the water indicated are called Phanapas, froth-eaters. Even this is the conduct of those pure-souled rishis, O lady, possessed of wealth of penances. Listen now to me as I explain to thee who the Valkylias are. The Valkylias are ascetics that have won success by their penances. They reside in the solar disk. adopting the means of subsistence that is followed by the birds. Those rishis, conversant with every duty of righteousness, live according to the uncha mode. Their attire consists of deerskins or barks of trees. Freed from every pair of opposites, the Valkylias, possessed of wealth of penances, walk in this track of righteousness. They are as big as a digit of the thumb. Distributed into classes, each class lives in the practice of the duties assigned to it. They desire only to practice penance. The merits they win by their righteous conduct are very high. They are regarded as having attained to an equality with the gods and exist for the accomplishment of the purposes of the gods. Having burnt off all their sins by severe penances, they blaze forth in effulgence, illuminating all the points of the compass. Others, called chakrakaras, are endued with cleansed souls and devoted to the practice of compassion. Righteous in their conduct and possessed of great sanctity, they live in the region of Soma. Thus residing near enough to the region of the Pitris, they duly subsist by drinking the rays of Soma. There are others called Samprakshalas and Asmkutas and Dantolukulas. These live near the Soma drinking deities and others that drink flames of fire. With their wedded spouses, and with passions under complete control, they too subsist upon the rays of Soma. They pour libations of clarified butter on the sacred fire, and adore the Pitris under proper forms. They also perform the well-known sacrifices. Even this is said to constitute their religion. The religion of the rishis, O goddess, is always observed by those who are houseless and who are free to rove through every region, including that of the gods. There are, again, other classes about whom I shall speak presently. Do thou listen? It is necessary that they who observe the different religions of the rishis should subjugate their passions and know the soul. Indeed, in my opinion, lust and wrath should be completely conquered. With corn, wealth, acquired by the uncha mode, they should discharge the following duties, viz. The pouring of libations on the sacred fire, occupying a fixed seat, employing oneself the while in the sacrifice called dharmaratri, performance of shisoma sacrifice, acquisition of a special knowledge, the giving of sacrificial presents which forms the fifth, the daily performance of sacrifices, devotion to the worship of the Pitris and the deities, hospitality towards all. Abstention from all luxurious viands prepared from cow's milk, taking a pleasure in tranquility of heart, lying on bare rocks or the earth, devotion to yoga, eating potherbs and leaves of trees, and subsisting upon fruits and roots and wind and water and moss, are some of the practices of the rishis by which they attain to the end that belongs to persons unsubjugated by the world. When the smoke has ceased to curl upwards from a house, when the husking machine has ceased to ply, when the hearth fire has been extinguished, when all the inmates have taken their food, when dishes are no longer carried from room to room, when mendicants have ceased to walk the streets, it is then that the man who is devoted to the religion of truth and tranquility of soul, desiring to have a guest, but finding his desire ungratified, should eat what remnant of food may still occur in the house. By acting in this way, one becomes a practicer of the religion of the munis. One should not be arrogant, nor proud, nor cheerless and discontented, nor should one wonder at anything. Indeed, one should behave equally towards friends and foes. Verily, one who is the foremost of all persons conversant with duties should also be friendly towards all creatures. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 142. Uma said, forest recluses reside in delightful regions, among the springs and fountains of rivers, and bowers by the sides of streams and rills, on hills and mountains, in woods and forests, and in sacred spots full of fruits and roots. With concentrated attention and observant of vows and rules, they dwell in such places. I desire, O Sankara, to hear the sacred ordinances which they follow. These recluses, O God of all gods, are persons that depend, for the protection of their bodies, upon themselves alone. Mahesvara said, "Do thou hear with concentrated attention what the duties are of forest recluses. Having listened to them with one mind, O goddess, do thou set thy heart upon righteousness. Listen then to what the acts are that should be practiced by righteous recluses crowned with success, observant of rigid vows and rules, and residing in woods and forests, performing ablutions thrice a day, worshipping the Pitris and the deities, pouring libations on the sacred fire, performing those sacrifices and rites that go by the name of Ishtihoma, picking up the grains of Navarapati, eating fruit and roots, and using oil that is pressed out from Inguta and castor seeds are their duties. Having gone through the practices of yoga and become crowned with ascetic success and freed from lust and wrath, they should seat themselves in the attitude called virasana. Indeed, they should reside in those places which are inaccessible to cowards. Observant of the excellent ordinances relating to yoga, sitting in summer in the midst of 4 fires on 4 sides with the sun overhead, duly practicing what is called Manduka Yoga, and always seated in the attitude called Virasana, and lying on bare rocks or the earth, these men, with hearts set upon righteousness, must expose themselves to cold and water and fire. They subsist upon water or air or moss. They use 2 pieces of stones only for husking their corn. Some of them use their teeth only for such a purpose. They do not keep utensils of any kind, for storing anything for the day to come. Some of them clothe themselves with rags and barks of trees or deerskins. Even thus do they pass their lives for the measure of time allotted to them, according to the ordinances set forth in the Scriptures. Remaining in woods and forests, they wander within woods and forests, live within them, and are always to be found within them. Indeed, these forest recluses entering into woods and forests live within them as disciples, obtaining a preceptor, live with him. The performance of the rites of Homa is their duty, as also the observance of the 5 sacrifices. A due observance of the rules about distribution, in respect of time, of the 5-fold sacrifices as laid down in the Vedas, devotion to other sacrifices, forming the 8th, observance of the Chaturmasya, performance of the Purnamasiya, and other sacrifices, and performance of the daily sacrifices, are the duties of these men dissociated from wives, freed from every attachment, and cleansed from every sin. Indeed, they should live even thus in the forest. The sacrificial ladle and the water vessel are their chief wealth. They are always devoted to the 3 fires. Righteous in their conduct and adhering to the path of virtue, they attain to the highest end. These munis, crowned with ascetic success and ever devoted to the religion of truth, attain to the highly sacred region of Brahman or the eternal region of Soma. O auspicious goddess, I have thus recited to thee, in brief, the outlines of the religion that is followed by forest recluses, and that has many practices in detail. Uma said, O Holy One, O Lord of all creatures, O thou that art worshipped by all beings, I desire to hear what the religion is of those munis that are followers of the Scriptures treating of ascetic success. Do thou recite it to me. Residing in woods and forests and well accomplished in the Scriptures of success, some amongst them live and act as they like, without being restrained by particular practices. Others have wives. How, indeed, have their practices been laid down? Mahadeva said, O goddess, the shaving of the head and the wearing of the brown robes are the indications of those recluses that rove about in freedom, while the indications of those that sport with wedded wives consist in passing their nights at home. Performing ablutions their times a day is the duty of the classes, while the homa, with water and fruits from the wilderness, belongs to the wedded recluses as performed by the rishis in general. absorption, yoga meditation, and adherence to those duties that constitute piety and that have been laid down as such in the scriptures and the Vedas are some of the other duties prescribed for them. All those duties also of which I have spoken to thee before as appertaining to recluses residing in forests are the duties of these also. Indeed, if those duties are observed, they that observe them attain to the rewards that attach to severe penances. Those forest recluses that lead wedded lives should confine the gratification of their senses to these wedded wives of theirs. By indulging in sexual converse with their wives at only those times when their seasons come, they conform to the duties that have been laid down for them. The religion which these virtuous men are to follow is the religion that has been laid down and followed by the rishis. With their eyes set upon the acquisition of righteousness, they should never pursue any other object of desire from a sense of unrestrained caprice. That man who makes the gift unto all creatures of an assurance of perfect harmlessness or innocence, freed as his soul becomes from the stain of malice or harmfulness, becomes endued with righteousness. Verily, that person who shows compassion to all creatures, who adopts as a vow a behavior of perfect sincerity towards all creatures, and who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures, becomes endued with righteousness. A bath in all the Vedas, and a behavior of sincerity towards all creatures are looked upon as equal in point of merit, or, perhaps, the latter is a little distinguished above the other in point of merit. Sincerity, it has been said, is righteousness, while insincerity or crookedness is the reverse. That man who conducts himself with sincerity becomes endued with righteousness. The man who is always devoted to sincerity of behavior succeeds in attaining to a residence among the deities. Hence, he who wishes to achieve the merit of righteousness should become endued with sincerity. Possessed of a forgiving disposition and of self-restraint, and with wrath under complete subjection, one should transform oneself into an embodiment of righteousness and become freed from malice. Such a man, who becomes devoted, besides, to the discharge of all the duties religion, becomes endued with the merit of righteousness. Freed from drowsiness and procrastination, the pious person, who adheres to the path of righteousness to the best of his power, and becomes possessed of pure conduct, and who is venerable in years, comes to be regarded as equal to Brahma himself. Uma said, "By what course of duties, O God, do those ascetics who are attached to their respective retreats and possessed of wealth of penances succeed in becoming endued with great splendor? By what acts again do kings and princes who are possessed of great wealth, and others who are destitute of wealth, succeed in obtaining high rewards? By what acts, O God, do denizens of the forest succeed in attaining to that place which is eternal and in adorning their persons with celestial sandal paste? O illustrious God of three eyes, O destroyer of the triple city, do thou dispel this doubt of mine connected with the auspicious subject of the observance of penances by telling everything in detail." The illustrious deity said, "Those who observe the vows relating to fasts and restrain their senses, who abstain from injury of any kind to any creature, and who practice truthfulness of speech, attain to success and ascending to heaven sport in felicity with the Gandharvas as their companions, freed from every kind of evil." The righteous-souled man who lies down in the attitude which appertains to Mandukya Yoga, and who properly and according to the ordinance performs meritorious acts after having taken the Diksha, sports in felicity in the next world in the company of the Nagas. That man who lives in the company of deer and subsists upon such grass and vegetables as fall off from their mouths, and who has undergone the Diksha and attends to the duties attached to it, succeeds in attaining to Amravati, the mansions of Indra. That man who subsists upon the moss he gathers and the fallen leaves of trees that he picks up, and endures all the severities of cold, attains to very high place. That man who subsists upon either air or water, or fruits and roots, attains an afterlife to the affluence that belongs to the yakshas and sports and felicity in the company of diverse tribes of apsaras. Having practiced for 2 and 10 years, according to the rites laid down in the ordinances, the vow relating to the endurance of the 5 fires in the summer season, one becomes in one's next life a king. That man who, having observed vows with respect to food, practices penances for 2 and 12 years, carefully abstaining from all interdicted food, taken at forbidden hours, during the periods becomes in his next life a ruler of earth. That man who sits and lies on the bare ground with the cope of the firmament alone for his shelter, observes the course of duties that attach to diksha, and then casts off his body by abstaining from all food, attains to great felicity in heaven. The rewards of one who sits and lies down upon the bare ground, with the welkin alone for his shelter, are said to be excellent vehicles and beds, and costly mansions possessed of the resplendence of the moon, O lady. That man who, having subsisted upon abstemious diet and observed diverse excellent vows, lives depending upon his own self and then casts off his body by abstaining from all food, succeeds in ascending to heaven and enjoying all its felicity. That man who, having lived in entire dependence upon his own self, observes for 2 and 10 years the duties that appertain to diksha, and at last casts off his body on the great ocean, succeeds in attaining to the regions of Varuna after death. That man who, living in entire dependence upon his own self, observes the duties that attach to diksha for 2 and 10 years, and pierces his own feet with a sharp stone, attains to the felicity of the region that belongs to the Guhyakas. He who cultivates self with the aid of self, who frees himself from the influence of all pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, joy and sorrow, etc., who is freed from every kind of attachment, and who mentally observes for 2 and 10 years such a course of conduct after diksha, attains to heaven and enjoys every happiness with the deities as his companions. He who lives in entire dependence upon his own self and observes for 2 and 10 years the duties that attach to diksha and finally casts off his body on the fire as an oblation to the deities, attains to the regions of Brahman and is held in high respect there. That regenerate man, O goddess, who having properly gone through the diksha keeps his senses under subjugation, and placing his self on self frees himself from the sense of miyam, desirous of achieving righteousness, and sets out, without a covering for his body, after the due observance of the duties of diksha for 2 and 10 years, and after having placed his sacred fire on a tree, and walks along the path that belongs to heroes and lies down, when need for lying down comes, in the attitude of heroes, and conducts himself always after the manner of heroes, certainly attains to the end that is reserved for heroes. Such a man repairs to the eternal region of Sakra, where he becomes crowned with the fruition of all his wishes, and where he sports in joy, his person decked with garlands of celestial flowers and celestial perfumes. Indeed, that righteous-souled person lives happily in heaven, with the deities as his companions. The hero, observant of the practices of heroes and devoted to that yoga which belongs to heroes, living in the practice of goodness, having renounced everything, having undergone the diksha and subjugated his senses, and observing purity of both body and mind, is sure to attain to that path which is reserved for heroes. Eternal regions of happiness are his. Riding on a car that moves at the will of the rider, he roves through all those happy regions as he likes. Indeed, dwelling in the region of Sakra, that blessed person always sports in joy, freed from every calamity. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 143. Uma said, O Holy One, O thou that didst tear off the eyes of Bhaga and the teeth of Pushan, O destroyer of the sacrifice of Deksha, O three-eyed deity, I have a great doubt. In days of yore, the self-born one created the 4 orders. Through the evil consequence of what acts cloth a Vaishya become a Sudra. Through what acts doth a kshatriya become a vaishya, and a regenerate person, brahmana, becomes a kshatriya? By what means may such degradation of castes be prevented? Through what acts does a brahmana take birth in his next life, in the Sudra order? Through what acts, O puissant deity, does a kshatriya also descend to the status of Sudra? O sinless one, O Lord of all created beings, do thou, O illustrious one, dispel this doubt of mine. How, again, can the three other orders naturally succeed in attaining to the status of Brahmanhood? The illustrious one said, the status of a Brahmana, O goddess, is exceedingly difficult to attain. O auspicious lady, one becomes a Brahmana through original creation or birth. After the same manner the Kshatriya, the Vaishya, and the Sudra all become so through original creation. Even this is my opinion. He, however, that is born a Brahmana falls away from his status through his own evil acts. Hence, the Brahmana, after having attained to the status of the first order, should always protect it by his acts. If one, who is a Kshatriya or Vaishya, lives in the practice of those duties that are assigned to the Brahmana, after the manner of a Brahmana he becomes, in his next life, a Brahmana. That Brahmana who casts off the duties of his order for following those assigned for the Kshatriya is regarded as one that has fallen away from the status of a Brahmana and that has become a Kshatriya. That Brahmana of little understanding, who, impelled by cupidity and folly, follows the practices assigned to Vaishyas forgetful of his status as a Brahmana that is exceedingly difficult to attain, comes to be regarded as one that has become a Vaishya. Similarly, one that is a Vaishya by birth may, by following the practices of a Sudra, become a Sudra. Indeed, a Brahmana, falling away from the duties of his own order, may descend to the status of even a Sudra. Such a Brahmana, falling away from the order of his birth and turned out of it, without attaining to the region of Brahmana, which is his goal if he duly observes his own duties, sinks into hell and in his next birth becomes born as a Sudra. A highly blessed Kshatriya or a Vaishya that abandons those practices of his that are consistent with the duties laid down for his order and follows the practices laid down for the Sudra falls away from his own order and becomes a person of mixed caste. It is in this way that a Brahmana or a Kshatriya or a Vaishya sinks into the status of a Sudra. That man who has attained to clearness of vision through practice of the duties of his own order, who is endued with knowledge and science, who is pure in body and mind, who is conversant with every duty and devoted to the practice of all his duties, is sure to enjoy the rewards of righteousness. I shall now recite to thee, O goddess, a saying uttered by Brahma, the self-born, on this subject. Those that are righteous and desirous of acquiring merit always pursue with firmness the culture of the soul. The food that comes from cruel and fierce persons is censurable. So also is the food that has been cooked for serving a large number of persons. The same is said of the food that is cooked in view of the first shraddha of a deceased person. So also is the food that is stained in consequence of the usual faults and the food that is supplied by a Sudra. These should never be taken by a Brahmana at any time. The food of a Sudra, O goddess, is always disapproved of by the high-souled deities. Even this, I think, is the authority enunciated by the grandsire with his own mouth. If a Brahmana, who has set up the sacred fire and who performs sacrifices, were to die with any portion of a Sudra's food remaining undigested in his stomach, he is sure to take birth in his next life as a Sudra. In consequence of those remains of a Sudra's food in his stomach, he falls away from the status of a Brahmana. Such a Brahmana becomes invested with the status of a Sudra. There is no doubt in this. This Brahmana in his next life becomes invested with the status of that order upon whose food he subsists through life, or with the undigested portion of whose food in his stomach he breathes his last. That man who, having attained to the auspicious status of a brahmana, which is so difficult to acquire, disregards it and eats interdicted food, falls away from his high status. That brahmana who drinks alcohol, who becomes guilty of brahmanicide or mean in his behavior, or a thief, or who breaks his vows, or becomes impure, or unmindful of his Vedic studies, or sinful, or characterized by cupidity, or guilty of cunning or cheating, or who does not observe vows, or who weds a Sudra woman, or who derives his subsistence by pandering to the lusts of other people, or who sells the soma plant, or who serves a person of an order below his, falls away from his status of brahmanahood. That brahmana who violates the bed of his preceptor, or who cherishes malice towards him, or who takes pleasure in speaking ill of him, falls away from the status of brahmanahood even if he be conversant with Brahman. By these good acts, again, O goddess, when performed, a Sudra becomes a brahmana, and a Vaishya becomes a Kshatriya. The Sudra should perform all the duties laid down for him, properly and according to the ordinance. He should always wait, with obedience and humility, upon person of the three other orders, and serve them with care. Always adhering to the path of righteousness, the Sudra should cheerfully do all this. He should honor the deities and persons of the regenerate orders. He should observe the vow of hospitality to all persons. With senses kept under subjection and becoming abstemious in food, he should never approach his wife except in her season. He should ever search after persons that are holy and pure. As regards food, he should eat that which remains after the needs of all persons have been satisfied. If, indeed, the Sudra desires to be a Vaishya in his next life, he should also abstain from meat of animals not slain in sacrifices. If a Vaishya wishes to be a Brahmana in his next life, he should observe even these duties. He should be truthful in speech and free from pride or arrogance. He should rise superior to all pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, joy and sorrow, etc. He should be observant of the duties of peace and tranquility. He should adore the deities and sacrifices, attend with devotion to the study and recitation of the Vedas, and become pure in body and mind. He should keep his senses under subjection, honor the Brahmanas, and seek the welfare of all the orders. Leading the domestic mode of life and eating only twice a day at the prescribed hours, he should gratify his hunger with only such food as remains after the needs have been satisfied of all the members of his family with dependents and guests. He should be abstemious in food and act without being impelled by the desire of reward. He should be free from egotism. He should adore the deities in the Agnihotra and pour libations according to the ordinance. Observing the duties of hospitality towards all persons, he should, as already said, eat the food that remains after serving all others for whom it has been cooked. He should, according to the ordinance laid down, worship the three fires. Such a Vaishya of pure conduct takes birth in his next life in a high Kshatriya family. If a Vaishya, after having taken birth as a Kshatriya, goes through the usual purificatory rites, becomes invested with the sacred thread, and betakes himself to the observance of vows, he becomes, in his next life, an honored Brahmana. Indeed, after his birth as a Kshatriya, he should make presents, adore the deities in great sacrifices with plentiful dakshinas, study the Vedas, and desirous of attaining to heaven should worship the three fires. He should interfere for dispelling the sorrows of the distressed, and should always righteously cherish and protect those subjects that own his sway. He should be truthful, and do all acts that have truth in them, and seek happiness in conduct like this. He should award punishments that are righteous, without laying aside the rod of chastisement for good. He should induce men to do righteous deeds. Guided by considerations of policy, in the matter of swaying his people, he should take 1/6 of the produce of the fields. He should never indulge in sexual pleasure, but live cheerfully and in independence, well conversant with the science of wealth or profit. Of righteous soul, he should seek his wedded spouse only in her season. He should always observe fasts, keep his soul under control, devote himself to the study of the Vedas, and be pure in body and mind. He should sleep on blades of kusa grass spread out in his fire chamber. He should pursue the aggregate of three, viz., righteousness, wealth, and pleasure, and be always cheerful. Unto Sudras desirous of food, he should always answer that it is ready. He should never desire anything from motives of gain or pleasure. He should worship the Pitris and gods and guests. In his own house he should live the life of a mendicant. He should duly adore the deities in his Agnihotra, morning, noon, and evening every day, by pouring libations agreeably to the ordinance. With his face turned towards the foe, he should cast off his life-breath in battle fought for the benefit of kind and brahmanas. Or he may enter the triple fires sanctified with mantras and cast off his body. By pursuing this line of conduct, he takes birth in his next life as a brahmana. Endued with knowledge and science, purified from all dross, and fully conversant with the Vedas, a pious kshatriya, by his own acts, becomes a brahmana. It is with the aid of these acts, O goddess, that a person who has sprung from a degraded order, viz., a Sudra, may become a brahmana refined of all stains and possessed of Vedic lore, one that is a brahmana when he becomes wicked in conduct and observes no distinction in respect of food, falls away from the status of brahmanahood and becomes a Sudra. Even a Sudra, O goddess, that has purified his soul by pure deeds and that has subjugated all his senses, deserves to be waited upon and served with reverence as a brahmana. This has been said by the self-born brahmana himself. When a pious nature and pious deeds are noticeable in even a Sudra, he should, according to my opinion, be held superior to a person of the three regenerate classes. Neither birth, nor the purificatory rites, nor learning, nor offspring, can be regarded as grounds for conferring upon one the regenerate status. Verily, conduct is the only ground. All brahmanas in this world are brahmanas in consequence of conduct. A Sudra, if he is established on good conduct, is regarded as possessed of the status of a brahmana. The status of Brahma, O auspicious lady, is equal wherever it exists. Even this is my opinion. He, indeed, is a brahmana in whom the status of Brahma exists, that condition which is bereft of attributes and which has no stain attached to it. The boon-giving Brahma, while he created all creatures, himself said that the distribution of human beings into the four orders dependent on birth is only for purposes of classification. The Brahmana is a great field in this world, a field equipped with feet, for it moves from place to place. He who plants seeds in that field, O beautiful lady, reaps the crop in the next world. That Brahmana who wishes to achieve his own good should always live upon the remains of the food that may be there in his house after gratifying the needs of all others. He should always adhere to the path of righteousness. Indeed, he should tread along the path that belongs to Brahma. He should live engaged in the study of the Samhitas, and remaining at home he should discharge all the duties of a householder. He should always be devoted to the study of the Vedas, but he should never derive the means of subsistence from such study. That Brahmana who always conducts himself thus, adhering to the path of righteousness, worshipping his sacred fire, and engaged in the study of the Vedas, comes to be regarded as Brahma. The status of a Brahmana once gained, it should always be protected with care, O thou of sweet smiles, by avoiding the stain of contact with persons born in inferior orders, and by abstaining from the acceptance of gifts. I have thus told thee a mystery, viz., the manner in which a Sudra may become a Brahmana, or that by which a Brahmana falls away from his own pure status and becomes a Sudra. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 144. Gluma said, O Holy One, O Lord of all beings, O Thou that art worshipped by the deities and Asuras equally, tell me what are the duties and derelictions of men. Indeed, O Puissant One, resolve my doubts. It is by these three, viz., thought, word, and deed, that men become bound with bonds. It is by these same three that they become freed from those bonds. By pursuing what conduct, O God, indeed, by what kind of acts, by what behavior and attributes and words, do men succeed in ascending to heaven? The God of God said, O Goddess, thou art well conversant with the true import of duties. Thou art ever devoted to righteousness and self-restraint. The question thou hast asked me is fraught with the benefit of all creatures. It enhances the intelligence of all persons. Do thou, therefore, listen to the answer. Those persons that are devoted to the religion of truth, that are righteous and destitute of the indications of the several modes of life, and that enjoy the wealth earned by righteous means, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that are freed from all doubts, that are possessed of omniscience, and that have eyes to behold all things, are never enchained by either virtue or sin. Those men that are freed from all attachments can never be bound by the chains of action. They who never injure others in thought, word, or deed, and who never attach themselves to anything, can never be bound by acts. They who abstain from taking the lives of any creature, who are pious in conduct, who have compassion, who regard friends and foes in an equal light, and who are self-restrained, can never be bound by acts. Those men that are endued with compassion towards all beings, that succeed in inspiring the confidence of all living creatures, and that have cast off malice in their behavior, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that have no desire to appropriate what belongs to others, that keep themselves aloof from the wedded wives of others, and that enjoy only such wealth as has been earned by righteous means, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who behave towards the wives of other people as towards their own mothers and sisters and daughters, succeed in attaining to heaven. Those men that abstain from appropriating what belongs to others, that are perfectly contented with what they possess, and that live depending upon their own destiny, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that, in their conduct, always shut their eyes against association with other people's spouses, that are masters of their senses, and that are devoted to righteous conduct, succeed in ascending to heaven. Even this is the path, created by the gods, that the righteous should follow. This is the path, freed from passion and aversion, laid down for the righteous to follow. Those men who are devoted to their own spouses, and who seek them only in their seasons, and who turn themselves away from indulgence in sexual pleasure, succeed in ascending to heaven. Conduct marked by charity and penances, and characterized by righteousness of deeds and purity of both body and heart, should be followed by those that are wise for the sake of adding to their merit or for earning their means of subsistence. Those who wish to ascend to heaven should follow in this track and not in any other. Gluma said, Tell me, O illustrious deity, O sinless Lord of all creatures, what are those words by which one becomes enchained, and what are those words by uttering which one may be freed from one's bonds? Mahesvara said, Those men who never tell lies for either themselves or for others, or in jest or for exciting laughter, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who never tell lies for earning their subsistence or for earning merit or through mere caprice, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who utter words that are smooth and sweet and faultless, and who welcome all whom they meet with sincerity, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who never utter words that are harsh and bitter and cruel, and who are free from deceitfulness and evil of every kind, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who never utter words that are fraught with deceit or that cause breach of understanding between friends, and who always speak what is true and what promotes good feelings, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who avoid harsh speeches and abstain from quarrels with others, who are impartial in their behavior to all creatures, and who have subjugated their souls, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who abstain from evil speech or sinful conversation, who avoid such speeches as are disagreeable, and who utter only such words as are auspicious and agreeable, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who never utter, under anger, such words as tear the hearts of other people, and who, even when under the influence of wrath, speak words that are peaceful and agreeable, succeed in ascending to heaven. The religion, O goddess, appertaining to speech, should always be followed by men. It is auspicious and characterized by truth. They that are possessed of wisdom should always avoid untruth. Guma said, "Do thou tell me, O God of gods, O wielder of Pinaka, O thou that art highly blessed, what those mental acts or thoughts are by which a person may be enchained." Mahesvara said, "Endued with merit that arises from mental acts, O goddess, one ascends to heaven. Listen to me, O auspicious one, as I recite to thee what those acts are. Listen to me, O thou of sweet face, how also a mind of ill-regulated features becomes enchained by ill-regulated or evil thoughts. Those men who do not seek even mentally to take what belongs to others even when they see it lying in a lone forest, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who care not to appropriate what belongs to others even when they see it lying in a house or a village that has been deserted, ascend to heaven. Those men that do not seek, even mentally, to associate with the wedded spouses of others even when they behold them in deserted places and under the influence of desire, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who, meeting with friends or foes, behave in the same friendly way towards all, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that are possessed of learning and compassion, that are pure in body and mind, that are firm in their adherence to truth, and that are contented with what belongs to them, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that do not bear ill will to any creature, that do not stand in need of labor for their subsistence, that bear friendly hearts towards all beings, and that entertain compassion towards all, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that are endued with faith, that have compassion, that are holy, that seek the company of holy men, and that are conversant with the distinctions between right and wrong, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men, O goddess, that are conversant with what the consequences are of good and bad deeds, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that are just in all their dealings, that are endued with all desirable accomplishments, that are devoted to the deities and the brahmanas, and that are endued with perseverance in the doing of good acts, succeed in ascending to heaven. All these men, O goddess, succeed in ascending to heaven through the meritorious consequences of their deeds. What else dost thou wish to hear? Guma said, I have a great doubt, O Mahesvara, on a subject connected with human beings. It behoveth thee to explain it to me carefully. By what acts does a man succeed, O puissant deity, in acquiring a long life? By what penances also does one acquire a long life? By what acts does one become short-lived on earth? O thou that art perfectly stainless, it behoveth thee to tell me what the consequences are of acts, in the matter of bestowing a long or a short life on the doer. Some are seen to be possessed of great good fortune, and some weighted with misfortune. Some are of noble birth, while others of ignoble birth. Some are of such repulsive features as if they are made of wood, while others are of very agreeable features at even the first sight. Some appear to be destitute of wisdom, while others are possessed of it. Some, again, are seen endued with high intelligence and wisdom, enlightened by knowledge and science. Some have to endure little pain, while others there are that are weighted with heavy calamities. Even such diverse sights are seen with respect to men. It behoveth thee, O illustrious one, to tell me the reason of all this. The God of God said, Verily, O goddess, I shall discourse to thee on the manifestation of the fruits of acts. It is by the rules of that manifestation that all human beings in this world enjoy or endure the consequences of their acts. That man who assumes a fierce aspect for the purpose of taking the lives of other creatures, who arms himself with stout sticks for injuring other creatures, who is seen with uplifted weapons, who slays living creatures, who is destitute of compassion, who always causes agitation to living beings, who refuses to grant protection to even worms and ants, who is endued with cruelty, one who is such, O goddess, sinks in hell. One who is endued with an opposite disposition and who is righteous in acts is born as a handsome man. The man who is endued with cruelty goes to hell, while he that is endued with compassion ascends to heaven. The man who goes to hell has to endure excruciating misery. One who, having sunk in hell, rises therefrom, take birth as a man endued with short life. That man who is addicted to slaughter and injury, O goddess, becomes, through his sinful deeds, liable to destruction. Such a person becomes disagreeable to all creatures and endued with a short life. That man who belongs to what is called the white class, who abstains from the slaughter of living creatures, who has thrown away all weapons, who never inflicts any chastisement on anybody, who never injures any creatures, who never causes anybody to slay creatures for him, who never slays or strikes even when struck or attempted to be slain, who never sanctions or approves an act of slaughter, who is endued with compassion towards all creatures, who behaves towards others as towards his own self, such a superior man, O goddess, succeeds in attaining to the status of a deity. Filled with joy, such a man enjoys diverse kinds of luxurious articles. If such a person ever takes birth in the world of men, he becomes endued with longevity and enjoys great happiness. Even this is the way of those that are of righteous conduct and righteous deeds, and that are blessed with longevity, the way that was indicated by the self-born Brahman himself, and that is characterized by abstention from the slaughter of living creatures. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 145. Uma said, By what disposition, what conduct, what acts, and what gifts does a man succeed in attaining to heaven? Mahesvara said, He who is endued with a liberal disposition, who honors brahmanas and treats them with hospitality, who makes gifts of food and drink and robes and other articles of enjoyment unto the destitute, the blind, and the distressed, who makes gifts of houses, erects halls for use of the public, digs wells, constructs shelters whence pure and cool water is distributed during the hot months unto thirsty travelers, excavates tanks, makes arrangements for the free distribution of gifts every day, gives to all seekers what each solicits, who makes gifts of seats and beds and conveyances, wealth, jewels and gems, houses, all kinds of corn, kine, fields, and women. Verily, he who always makes these gifts with a cheerful heart becomes a denizen, O goddess, of heaven. He resides there for a long period, enjoying diverse kinds of superior articles. Passing his time happily in the company of the Apsaras, he sports in the woods of Nandana and other delightful regions. After the exhaustion of his merits, he falls down from heaven and takes birth in the order of humanity, in a family, O goddess, that is possessed of wealth in abundance and that has a large command of every article of enjoyments. In that life he becomes endued with all articles for gratifying his wishes and appetites. Indeed, blessed with the possession of such articles, he becomes endued with affluence and a well-filled treasury. The self-born Brahman himself declared it in days of old that it is even such persons, O goddess, that become highly blessed and possessed of liberal dispositions and agreeable features. There are others, O goddess, that are incapable of making gifts. Endued with small understandings, they cannot make gifts even when solicited by brahmanas and possessed of abundant wealth. Beholding the destitute, the blind, the distressed, and mendicants, and even guests arrived at their abodes, those persons, always filled with the desire of gratifying the organ of taste, turn away, even when expressly solicited by them. They never make gifts of wealth or robes, or viands, or gold, or kine, or any kind of food. Those men who are disinclined to relieve the distress of others, who are full of cupidity, who have no faith in the Scriptures, and who never make gifts, verily, these men of little understanding, O goddess, have to sink in hell. In course of time, when their sufferings in hell come to an end, they take birth in the order of humanity, in families that are entirely destitute of wealth. Always suffering from hunger and thirst, excluded from all decent society, hopeless of ever enjoying good things, they lead lives of great wretchedness. Born in families that are destitute of all articles of enjoyment, these men never succeed in enjoying the good things of the world. Indeed, O goddess, it is through their acts that persons become wretched and poor. There are others who are full of arrogance and pride caused by the possession of riches. Those senseless wretches never offer seats to those that deserve such an offer. Endued with little understandings, they do not give way to them that deserve such an honor. Nor do they give water for washing the feet to persons unto whom it should be given. Indeed, they do not honor, agreeably to the ordinance, with gifts of the aragya, such persons as deserve to be honored therewith. They do not offer water for washing the mouth unto such as deserve to have that honor. They do not treat their very preceptors, when the latter arrive at their houses, in the manner in which preceptors should be treated. Living in cupidity and arrogance, they refuse to treat their seniors and aged men with love and affection, even insulting those that deserve to be honored and asserting their superiority over them without showing reverence and humility. Such men, O goddess, sink in hell. When their sufferings come to an end after a long course of years, they rise from hell and take birth in the order of humanity, in low and wretched families. Indeed, they who humiliate their preceptors and seniors have to take their birth in such castes as those of Swapakas and Pakasas, who are exceedingly vile and bereft of intelligence. He who is not arrogant or filled with pride, who is a worshipper of the deities and brahmanas, who enjoys the respect of the world, who bows to every one that deserves his reverence, who utters smooth and sweet words, who benefits persons of all orders, who is always devoted to the good of all beings, who does not feel aversion for anybody, who is sweet-tongued, who is an utterer of agreeable and cooling words, who gives way to one that deserves to have way, who adores his preceptors in the manner in which preceptors deserve to be adored, who welcomes all creatures with proper courtesy, who does not hear ill will towards any creature, who lives, worshipping seniors and guests with such honors as they deserve, who is ever bent upon securing as many guests as possible, and who worships all who honor his house with their presence, succeeds, O goddess, in ascending to heaven. Upon the exhaustion of his merit, he takes birth in the order of humanity in a high and respectable family. In that life he becomes possessed of all articles of enjoyment in abundance, and jewels and gems, and every kind of wealth in profusion. He gives unto deserving persons what they deserve. He becomes devoted to the observance of every duty and every act of righteousness. Honored by all creatures and receiving their reverence, he obtains the fruits of his own acts. Even such a person acquires a high lineage and birth in this world. This that I have recited to thee was said by the ordainer, Brahman, himself in days of old. That man who is fierce in conduct, who inspires terror in all creatures, who injures other beings with hands or feet or cords or sticks, or brickbats or clods of hard clay, or other means of wounding and paining, O beautiful lady, who practices diverse kinds of deceit for slaying living creatures or vexing them, who pursues animals in the chase and causes them to tremble in fear, verily, that man, who conducts himself in this way, is certain to sink in hell. If in course of time he takes birth in the order of humanity, he is obliged to be born in a low and wretched race or family that is afflicted with impediments of every kind on every side. He becomes an object of aversion to all the world. Wretched among men, he becomes so through the consequence of his own acts. Another, who is possessed of compassion, casts his eye on all creatures. Endued with a friendly vision, behaving towards all creatures as if he were their father, divested of every hostile feeling, with all his passions under complete control, he never vexes any creature and never inspires them with fear by means of his hands or feet, which are always under his control. He inspires the confidence of all beings. He never afflicts any creature with either cords or clubs or brickbats or clods of hard earth or weapons of any kind. His deeds are never fierce or cruel, and he is full of kindness. One who is endued with such practices and conducts certainly ascend to heaven. There he lives like a god in a celestial mansion abounding with every comfort. If, upon the exhaustion of his merit, he has to take birth in the order of humanity, he becomes born as a man that has not to fight with difficulties of any kind or to encounter any fear. Indeed, he enjoys great happiness. Possessed of felicity, without the obligation of undergoing distressing labor for his subsistence, he lives freed from every kind of anxiety. Even this, O goddess, is the path of the righteous. In it there are no impediments or afflictions. Gluma said, in the world some men are seen well versed in inferences and the premises leading to them. Indeed, they are possessed of science and knowledge, have large progeny, and are endued with learning and wisdom. Others, O God, are destitute of wisdom, science, and knowledge, and are characterized by folly. By what particular acts does a person become possessed of wisdom? By what acts, again, does one become possessed of little wisdom and distorted vision? Do thou dispel this doubt of mine, O thou that art the foremost of all beings conversant with duties. Others there are, O God, that are blind from the moment of their birth. Others there are that are diseased and afflicted and impotent. Do thou, O God, tell me the reason of this. Mahesvara said, those men that always inquire about what is for their benefit and what is to their detriment, Brahmanas learned in the Vedas, crowned with success, and conversant with all duties, that avoid all kinds of evil deeds and achieve only such deeds as are good, succeed in ascending to heaven after departing from this world and enjoy great happiness as long as they live here. Indeed, upon the exhaustion of their merit, when they take birth in the order of humanity, they become born as men possessed of great intelligence. Every kind of felicity and auspiciousness becomes theirs in consequence of that intelligence with which they are born. Those men of foolish understandings who cast wicked eyes upon the wedded spouses of other men become cursed with congenital blindness in consequence of that sinfulness of theirs. Those men who, impelled by desire in their hearts, cast their eyes on naked women, those men of wicked deeds take birth in this world to pass their whole lives in one continuous disease. Those men of foolish and wicked deeds who indulge in sexual congress with women of orders different from their own, those men of little wisdom, have to take birth in their next lives as persons destitute of virility. Those men who cause animals to be slain, and those who violate the beds of their preceptors, and those who indulge promiscuously in sexual congress, have to take birth in their next lives as persons destitute of the virile power. Gluma said, what acts, O foremost of the deities, are faulty, and what acts are faultless? What, indeed, are those acts by doing which a man succeeds in attaining to what is for your highest good? Mahesvara said, that man who is desirous of ascertaining what is righteousness, and who wishes to acquire prominent virtues and accomplishments, and who always puts questions to the Brahmanas with a view to find out the path that leads to his highest good, succeed in ascending to heaven. If, after exhaustion of his merit, he takes birth in the order of humanity, he becomes endued with intelligence and memory and great wisdom. This, O goddess, is the line of conduct that the righteous are to follow, and that is fraught with great benefit. I have told thee of it for the good of human beings. Uma said, there are men who hate righteousness and who are possessed of little understanding. They never wish to approach Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas. There are others who are observant of vows and who are devoted to the duty of performing shraddhas. Others, again, are destitute of all vows. They are unmindful of observance and are like Rakshasas in conduct. Some there are who are devoted to the performance of sacrifices, and some who are unmindful of the homa. Through the consequences of what acts do men become possessed of these different natures? Mahesvara said, through the Vedas, the limits have been assigned of all the acts of human beings. Those men that conduct themselves according to the authority of the Vedas are seen, in their next lives, to become devoted to the observance of vows. Those men, however, who having become subject to the sway of folly accept unrighteousness for its reverse, become destitute of vows, transgress all restraints, and come to be regarded as Brahmarakshasas. Indeed, it is these men that become unmindful of the homa, that never utter the Vashit and other sacred mantras, and that come to be regarded as the lowest and vilest of men. Thus, O goddess, have I explained to thee the entire ocean of duties in respect of human beings for the sake of removing thy doubts, not omitting the sins of which they become guilty. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 146. Narada said, having said these words, the puissant Mahadeva himself became desirous of hearing, instead of talking, and with that view he questioned his dear spouse who was seated by his side, and she was fully inclined to act up to his desire. Mahadeva said, thou, O goddess, art conversant with what is supreme and what is not. Thou art acquainted with all duties, O thou that lovest to reside in the retreats of ascetics. Thou art endued with every virtue, possessed of beautiful eyebrows and hair ending in the fairest curls, O daughter of Himavat, the king of mountains. Thou art skilled in every work. Thou art endued with self-restraint, and thou lookest impartially upon all creatures. Divested of the sense of miyam, thou art devoted to the practice of all the duties. O thou of beautiful features, I desire to ask thee about something. I wish that, asked by me, thou wilt discourse to me on that topic. Savitri is the chaste wife of Brahma. The chaste Sachi is the wife of Indra. Dharmorna is the spouse of Markandeya, and Radhi of King Vaisravana. Varuna has Gauri for his spouse, and Surya has Suvarchala. Rohini is the chaste wife of Sasan, and Svaha of Vibhavasu. Kasyapa has Aditi. All these regard their husbands as their gods. Thou hast, O goddess, conversed and associated with all of them every day. It is for this reason, O thou that art conversant with every duty, that I desire to question thee about the duties of women, O thou whose words are always consistent with righteousness. I desire to hear thee discourse on that subject from the beginning. Thou practicest all the duties of righteousness with me. Thy conduct is exactly like mine, and the vows thou observest are the same that are observed by me. Thy puissance and energy are equal to mine, and thou hast undergone the austerest penances. The subject, when discoursed upon by thee, will become endued with great merit. Indeed, that discourse will then become authoritative in the world. Women, in especial, are the highest refuge of women. O thou of beautiful hips, among human beings that course of conduct which thou wilt lay down will be followed from generation to generation. Half of my body is made up of half thy body. Thou art always engaged in doing the work of the deities, and it is thou that art the cause of the peopling of the earth, O auspicious lady. All the eternal duties of women are well known to thee. Do thou, therefore, tell me in detail what are the duties of thy sex. Gluma said, O Holy One, O Lord of all created things, O Source of all that is past, present, and future, it is through thy grace that the words I am uttering are taking their rise in my mind. All these rivers, that are of my sex, O God of gods, endued with the waters of all the tirthas, are approaching thy presence for enabling thee to perform thy ablutions in them. After consulting them, I shall discourse on the topic named, in due order. That person who, though competent, is still free from egotism, is rightly called a purusha. As regards woman, O Lord of all beings, she follows persons of her sex. By consulting these foremost of rivers, they will be honored by me. The sacred Sarasvati is the foremost river of all rivers. She courses towards the ocean and is truly the first of all streams. Vipasa also here, and Vitasta, and Chandrabhaga, and Iravathi, and Satadru, and the river Devika, and Kausaki, and Gomathi. And this celestial river who has in her all the sacred tirthas, viz. the goddess Ganga, who having her rise in heaven hath descended on the earth, and is regarded as the foremost of all streams. Having said this, the spouse of that God of gods, that foremost of all righteous persons, smilingly addressed all those rivers of her sex. Indeed, the spouse of the great God, devoted to the performance of all duties, questioned those individuals of her sex about the duties of women. Verily, those foremost of rivers having Ganga for their first are all conversant with the duties of women. Gluma said, the illustrious God has asked a question relating to the duties of women. I desire to answer Sankara after having consulted with you. I do not see any branch of knowledge on earth or heaven that is capable of being mastered by any unaided individual. Ye rivers that run towards the ocean, it is for this that I seek your opinions. It was in this way that those foremost of rivers, all of whom were auspicious and highly sacred, were questioned by Shiva's spouse. Then the celestial river Ganga, who worshipped the daughter of the Prince of Mountains in return, was selected for answering the question. Verily, she of sweet smiles is held as swelling with diverse kinds of understanding and well conversant with the duties of women. The sacred goddess, capable of dispelling all fear of sin, possessed of humility in consequence of her intelligence, well acquainted with all duties, and enriched with an intelligence exceedingly comprehensive, sweetly smiling, uttered these words, O goddess, thou art always devoted to the due performance of all duties. Thou hast favored me highly by thus questioning me. O sinless one, thou art honored by the entire universe, yet thou askest me that am but a river. That person who, though himself competent to discourse on a topic, yet asks another, or who pays a graceful tribute to another, certainly deserves, I think, to be regarded as righteous-souled. Verily, such a person deserves to be called learned and wise. That person never falls into disgrace who asks such speakers as are endued with knowledge and science, and as are well conversant with premises and inferences. A proud man, even when enriched with intelligence, by speaking in the midst of an assembly otherwise, that is, by relying upon his own powers alone and without reference to or consultation with others, finds himself uttering only words of weak import. Thou art possessed of spiritual insight, thou art the foremost of all denizens in heaven. Thou hast taken thy rise accompanied by diverse kinds of excellent merit. Thou, O goddess, art fully competent to discourse on the duties of women. In this way, the goddess Uma was worshipped by Ganga and honored with the ascription of many high merits. The beautiful goddess, thus praised, then began to discourse upon all the duties of women in full. Uma said, I shall, according to the ordinance, discourse on the subject of women's duties as far as they are known to me. Do ye all listen with concentrated attention? The duties of women arise as created at the outset by kinsmen in the rites of wedding. Indeed, a woman becomes, in the presence of the nuptial fire, the associate of her lord in the performance of all righteous deeds. Possessed of a good disposition, endued with sweet speech, sweet conduct, and sweet features, and always looking at the face of her husband and deriving as much joy from it as she does from looking at the face of her child, that chaste woman who regulates her acts by observing the prescribed restraints, comes to be regarded as truly righteous in her conduct. Listening, with reverence, to the duties of wedded life, as expounded in the Scriptures, and accomplishing all those auspicious duties, that woman who regards righteousness as the foremost of all objects of pursuit, who observes the same vows as those that are observed by her husband, who adorned with chastity, looks upon her spouse as a god, who waits upon and serves him as if he is a god, who surrenders her own will completely to that of her lord, who is cheerful, who observes excellent vows, who is endued with good features, and whose heart is completely devoted to her husband so much that she never thinks even of any other man, is regarded as truly righteous in conduct. That wife who, even when addressed harshly and looked upon with angry eyes by her lord, presents a cheerful aspect to him, is said to be truly devoted to her husband. She who does not cast her eyes upon the moon or the sun or a tree that has a masculine name, who is adored by her husband and who is possessed of beautiful features, is regarded as truly righteous. That woman who treats her husband with the affection which she shows towards her child, even when he, the husband, happens to be poor or diseased or weak or worn out with the toil of traveling, is regarded as truly righteous in her conduct. That woman who is endued with self-control, who has given birth to children, who serves her husband with devotion, and whose whole heart is devoted to him, is regarded as truly righteous in her conduct. That woman who waits upon and serves her lord with a cheerful heart, who is always cheerful of heart, and who is possessed of humility, is regarded as truly righteous in her conduct. That woman who always supports her kinsmen and relatives by giving them food, and whose relish in gratifying her desires, or for articles of enjoyment, or for the affluence of which she is possessed, or for the happiness with which she is surrounded, falls short of her relish for her husband, is regarded as truly righteous in her conduct. That woman who always takes a pleasure in rising at early dawn, who is devoted to the discharge of all household duties, who always keeps her house clean, who rubs her house daily with cow dung, who always attends to the domestic fire, for pouring libations upon it, who never neglects to make offerings of flowers and other articles to the deities, who with her husband gratifies the deities and guests and all servants and dependents of the family with that share of food which is theirs by the ordinances, and who always takes, according to the ordinance, for herself what food remains in the house after the needs have been met of gods and guests and servants, and who gratifies all people who come in contact with her family and feed them to their fill, succeeds in acquiring great merit. That woman who is endued with accomplishments, who gratifies the feet of her father-in-law and mother-in-law, and who is always devoted to her father and mother, is regarded as possessed of ascetic wealth. That woman who supports with food brahmanas that are weak and helpless, that are distressed or blind or destitute, comes to be regarded as entitled to share the merit of her husband. That woman who always observes, with a light heart, vows that are difficult of observance, whose heart is devoted to her lord, and who always seeks good of her lord, is regarded as entitled to share the merits of her husband. Devotion to her lord is woman's merit, it is her penance, it is her eternal heaven. Merit, penances, and heaven become hers who looks upon her husband as her all in all, and who, endued with chastity, seeks to devote herself to her Lord in all things. The husband is the God which women have. The husband is their friend, the husband is their high refuge. Women have no refuge that can compare with their husbands, and no God that can compare with him. The husband's grace and heaven are equal in the estimation of a woman, or, if unequal, the inequality is very trivial. O Mahesvara, I do not desire heaven itself if thou art not satisfied with me. If the husband that is poor, or diseased, or distressed, or fallen among foes, or afflicted by a Brahmana's curse, were to command the wife to accomplish anything that is improper or unrighteous, or that may lead to destruction of life itself, the wife should, without any hesitation, accomplish it, guided by the code whose propriety is sanctioned by the law of distress. I have thus, O God, expounded, at thy command, what the duties of women are. Verily, that woman who conducts herself in this way becomes entitled to a share of the merits won by her husband. Narada continued, thus addressed, the great God applauded the daughter of the Prince of Mountains, and then dismissed all persons that had assembled there, together with all his own attendants. The diverse tribes of ghostly beings, as also all the embodied rivers, and the Gandharvas and Apsaras, all bowed their heads unto Mahadeva and departed for returning to the places whence they had come. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 147. The rishis said, O wielder of Pinaka, O tearer of the eyes of Bhaga, O thou that art worshipped by all the universe, we desire to hear the glory of Vasudeva. Mahesvara said, Hari is superior to the grandsire himself. He is the eternal Purusha. Otherwise called Krishna, he is endued with the splendor of gold, and shines with effulgence like a second sun. Possessed of 10 arms, he is endued with great energy, and is the slayer of the foes of the gods. Having a whorl on his breast, he has curly locks of hair on his head. He is worshipped by all the deities. Brahman has risen from his abdomen. I have sprung from his head, all the luminaries in the firmament have sprung from his hair. From the bristles on his body have sprung all the gods and asuras. From his body have sprung the rishis, as also all the eternal worlds. He is the veritable abode of the grandsire and the abode of all the gods besides. He is the creator of this whole earth, and he is the Lord of the 3 worlds. He is also the destroyer of all creatures mobile and immobile. He is verily the foremost of all the deities. He is their master. He is the chastiser of all foes. He is possessed of omniscience. He exists in everything. He is capable of going everywhere. He is of universal extent, pervading as he does everything. He is the supreme soul. He is the urger of all the senses. He covers the universe. He is the supreme Lord. There is nothing in the 3 worlds that is superior to him. He is eternal. He is the slayer of Madhu, and is otherwise called Govinda. The giver of honors, he will cause all the kings of earth to be slain in battle, for achieving the purposes of the deities, taking birth in a human form. The deities, abandoned by him, are unable to accomplish their purposes on earth. Without obtaining him as their leader, they cannot do anything. He is the leader of all creatures, and is adored by all the gods. Within the abdomen of this master of the gods, who is ever devoted to the accomplishment of their purposes, of this one who is identical with Brahma, and who is always the refuge of the regenerate rishis, resides Brahma, the grandsire. Indeed, the latter dwells happily in Hari's body, which is the abode. I myself, that am called Sarva, also reside happily in that happy abode of mine. All the deities too reside in happiness in his body. Endued with great effulgence, he has eyes that resemble the petals of the lotus. Shri dwells within him, and he dwells always associated with her. The bow called saranga and the discus, called sudarsana, are his weapons, together with a sword. He has the enemy of the snakes, viz., Garuda, sitting on his standard. He is distinguished by excellent conduct, by purity, of both body and mind, by self-restraint, by prowess, by energy, by the handsomest form, by tallness and well-proportioned limbs, by patience, by sincerity, by affluence, by compassion, by excellence of form, and by might. He shines, endued with all celestial weapons of wonderful form and make. He has yoga for his illusion. He is possessed of 1,000 eyes. He is free from every stain or fault. He is high-minded. He is endued with heroism. He is an object of pride with all his friends. He is dear to all his kinsmen and relatives, and they are dear to him. He is endued with forgiveness. He is free from pride or egotism. He is devoted to the Brahmanas and is their leader. He dispels the fears of all persons afflicted with fear. He enhances the joys of all his friends. He is the refuge of all creatures. He is ever engaged in protecting and cherishing the distressed. Possessed of a thorough acquaintance with all the scriptures and every kind of affluence, he is worshipped by all beings. Conversant with all duties, he is a great benefactor of even enemies when they seek his protection. Conversant with policy and endued with policy, he is an utterer of Brahma and has all his senses under perfect control. For doing good to the deities, Govinda will take birth in the race of the high-souled Manu. Verily, endued with high intelligence, he will take birth in the auspicious and righteous race of that Prajapati. Manu will have a son of the name of Amga. After Amga will come Antardaman. From Antardaman will spring Havardhaman, that lord of all creatures, free from every stain. Havardhaman will have an illustrious son of the name of Rakanavari. He will have 10 sons having Prachetas for their first. Prachetas will have a son named Diksha who will be regarded as a Prajapati. Diksha will beget a daughter who will be named Dakshini. From Dakshini will spring Aditya, and from Aditya will spring Manu. From Manu will spring a daughter named Ila and a son to be named Satyamna. Ila will have Vuda for her husband, and from Vuda will spring Kauravas. From Kauravas will spring Ayu. From Ayu will spring Nahusha, and Nahusha will beget a son named Yayati. From Yayati will spring a mighty son of the name of Yadu. Yadu will beget Krashtri. Krashtri will beget a mighty son to be named Vrajinavat. From Vrajinavat will spring Ushadgu the unvanquished. Ushadgu will beget a son of the name of Katraratha. Katraratha will have a younger son of the name of Sura. Indeed, in the race of these mighty men, of energy celebrated over all the world, possessed of excellent conduct and diverse accomplishments, devoted to the performance of sacrifices and pure in behavior, in the pure race honored by the Brahmanas, Sura will take his birth. He will be a foremost Kshatriya, endued with great energy, and possessed of great fame. Sura, that giver of honors, will beget a son, the spreader of his race, of the name of Vasudeva, otherwise called Anakadanduvi. Vasudeva will have a son of the name of Vasudeva. He will have 4 hands. He will be exceedingly liberal, and will honor the Brahmanas greatly. Identical with Brahma, he will like and love the Brahmanas, and the Brahmanas will like and love him. That scion of Yadu's race will liberate many kings immured in the prison of the ruler of the Magadhas, after vanquishing that ruler named Jarasandha in his capital buried among mountains. Endued with great energy, he will be rich with the jewels and gems of all the rulers of the earth. Indeed, in energy he will be unrivaled on earth. Possessed of great prowess, he will be the king of all kings of the earth. foremost among all the Surasenas, the puissant one, residing at Dvarka, will rule and protect the whole earth after vanquishing all her lords, conversant as he will be with the science of polity. Assembling together, do ye all adore him, as ye adore the eternal Brahman, with speech, floral wreaths, and excellent incense and perfumes. He who wishes to see me or the grandsire Brahma should first see the illustrious Vasudeva of great puissance. If he is seen, I am seen, as also the grandsire Brahman, that foremost of all the gods. In this I do not deem there is any difference. Know this, ye rishis of ascetic wealth. That person with whom the lotus-eyed Vasudeva becomes gratified, all the deities with Brahma amongst them will also become gratified with. That man who will seek the protection of Kesva will succeed in earning great achievements and victory and heaven. He will be an instructor in religion and duties, and will earn great religious merit. All persons conversant with religion and duties should, with great alacrity, bow down unto that Lord of all the gods. By adoring that puissant one, one will acquire great merit. Endued with great energy, that God, with the desire of benefiting all creatures, created millions of rishis for the sake of righteousness. Those millions of rishis, thus created by that great ordainer, are now residing on the mountains of Gandhamadana, headed by Sanat Kumara and engaged in the observance of penances. Hence, ye foremost of regenerate ones, that foremost of all eloquent persons, the righteous Vasudeva should be adored by all. The illustrious Hari, the puissant Narayana, is verily the foremost of all beings in heaven. Adored, he adores, and honored he honors. Unto them that make offerings to him, he makes offerings in return. Worshipped, he worships in return. If seen always, he sees the seers always. If one seeks his refuge and protection, he seeks the seeker as his refuge in return. Ye foremost of all righteous ones, if adored and worshipped, he adores and worships in return. Even this is the high practice of the faultless Vishnu. Even this is the vow that is practiced by all righteous people, of that first of all deities, that puissant Lord of all creatures. He is always worshipped in the world. Verily, that eternal being is worshipped by even the deities. Those persons that are devoted to him with the steadiness of a vow become liberated from calamity and fear in proportion to his devotion. The regenerate ones should always worship him in thought, word, and deed. The son of Devki should be seen by them with reverence, and in order to see him with reverence they should address themselves to the performance of penances. Ye foremost of ascetics, even this is the path that I show unto you. By beholding him, ye will have behold all the foremost of deities. I too bow my head in reverence unto that Lord of the universe, that grandsire of all the worlds, that mighty and vast bore. By beholding him one beholds the Trinity. Ourselves, i.e., all the deities, reside in him. He will have an elder brother who will become known over all the world as Vala. Having a plow for his weapon, in form he will look like a white hill. In fact, he will be endued with might capable of uplifting the whole earth. Upon the car of that divine person a tall palmyra, three-headed and made of gold, will form his proud standard. The head of that mighty armed hero, that Lord of all the worlds, will be shaded by many high-souled snakes of vast bodies. All weapons of attack and defense will also come to him as soon as he will think of them. He is called Ananta, infinite. Verily, that illustrious one is identical with the immutable Hari. Once on a time the mighty Garuda, the son of Kasyapa, was addressed by the deities in these words, Do thou, O puissant one, see if this one has any end. Though possessed of great energy and might, Garuda, however, failed to find out the end of this illustrious one who is identical with the Supreme Soul. Supporting the whole earth on his head, he resides in the nether regions. He roves through the universe as Sesha, filled with great joy. He is Vishnu, he is the illustrious Ananta. He is the supporter of the earth. He that is Rama is Hrishikesa. He that is Achyuta is Ananta, the bearer of the earth. Both of those foremost of all creatures are celestial and endued with celestial prowess. One of them is armed with the discus and the other with the plow. They deserve every honor and should be seen. I have, through my kindness for you, have thus declared to you the nature of Vasudeva. Even this, ye ascetics possessed of wealth of penances, is righteousness. I have declared all this to you so that ye may, with reverence and care, worship Krishna, that foremost one of Yadu's race. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 148. Narada said, at the conclusion of Mahadeva's speech, loud roars were heard in the firmament. Thunders bellowed, with flashes of lightning. The welkin was enveloped with blue and thick clouds. The deity of the clouds then poured pure water like to what he does in the season of rains. A thick darkness set in. The points of the compass could no longer be distinguished. Then on that delightful, sacred, and eternal breast of that celestial mountain, the assembled rishis no longer saw the multitude of ghostly beings that associate with Mahadeva. Soon, however, the welkin cleared. Some of the rishis set out for the sacred waters. Others returned whence they came. Verily, beholding that wonderful and inconceivable sight, they became filled with amazement. The discourse too between Sankara and Uma had been heard by them with the feelings. That foremost of all beings, of whom the high-souled Sankara spoke to us on that mountain, art thou. Verily, thou art identical with eternal Brahma. Sometime also Mahadeva burnt Himavad with his energy. Thou too hast shown us a similar sight of wonder. Indeed, we have been put in remembrance of that fact by what we have witnessed today. O mighty armed Janardana, I have thus, O puissant one, recited to thee the glory of that God of gods, viz., him that is called Kapardhan or Jarisa. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by those denizens of ascetic retreats, Krishna, the delighter of Devki, paid due honors unto all those rishis. Filled with delight, those rishis once more addressed Krishna, saying, O slayer of Madhu, do thou repeatedly show thyself to us at all times. O puissant one, heaven itself cannot rejoice us so much as a right of thyself. Everything that was said by the illustrious Bhava regarding thyself is true. O crusher of foes, we have told thee all about that mystery. Thou art thyself conversant with the truth of every topic. Since, however, asked by us, it pleased thee to ask us in return, we have, for that reason, recited everything about the discourse of Bhava with Uma to thee for only pleasing thee. There is nothing in the three worlds that is unknown to thee. Thou art fully conversant with the birth and origin of all things, indeed, with everything that operates as a cause for the production of other objects. In consequence of the lightness of our character, we are unable to bear within ourselves the knowledge of any mystery without disclosing it. Indeed, in thy presence, O puissant one, we indulge in incoherences from the lightness of our hearts. There is no wonderful thing that is unknown to thee. Whatever is on earth, and whatever is in heaven, all is known to thee. We take our leave of thee, O Krishna, for returning to our respective abodes mayst thou increase in intelligence and prosperity. O sire, thou wilt soon get a son like unto thee, or even more distinguished than thyself. He will be endued with great energy and splendor. He will achieve great feats, and become possessed of puissance as great as thine. Bhishma continued, after this, the great rishis bowed unto that God of gods, that scion of Yadu's race, that foremost of all beings. They then circumambulated him, and taking his leave, departed. As regards Narayana, who was endued with prosperity and blazing effulgence, he returned to Dvarka after having duly observed that vow of his. His spouse Rukmini conceived, and on the expiration of the 10th month a son was born of her, possessed of heroism and honored by all for his highly wonderful accomplishments. He is identical with that kama, desire, which exists in every creature and which pervades every existent condition. Indeed, he moves within the hearts of both gods and asuras. This Krishna is that foremost of all persons. Even he, endued with the hue of the clouds, is that four-handed Vasudeva. Through affection he has attached himself to the Pandavas, and you also, ye sons of Pandu, have attached yourselves to him. Achievements, prosperity, intelligence, and the path that leads to heaven are all there where this one, viz., the illustrious Vishnu of 3 steps, is. He is the 33 gods with Indra at their head. There is no doubt in this. He is the one ancient God. He is the foremost of all gods. He is the refuge of all creatures. He is without beginning and without destruction. He is unmanifest. He is the high-souled slayer of Madhu. Endued with mighty energy, he has taken birth among men for accomplishing the purpose of the gods. Verily, this Madhava is the expounder of the most difficult truths relating to profit or wealth, and he is also their achiever. O son of Pritha, the victory thou hast obtained over thy enemies, thy unrivaled achievements, the dominion thou hast acquired over the whole earth, are all due to thy side having been taken up by Narayana. The fact of thy having got the inconceivable Narayana for thy protector and refuge enabled thee to become an adheryu, chief sacrificer, for pouring multitudes of kings as libations on the blazing fire of battle. This Krishna was thy great sacrificial ladle resembling the all-destroying fire that appears at the end of the yuga. Duryodhana, with his sons, brothers, and kinsmen, was much to be pitied inasmuch as, moved by wrath, he made war with Hari and the wielder of Gandiva. Many sons of Dithi, many foremost of Danavas, of huge bodies and vast strength, have perished in the fire of Krishna's discus like insects in a forest conflagration. How incapable then must human beings be of battling against that Krishna, human beings who, O tiger among men, are destitute of strength and might. As regards Jaya, he is a mighty yogin resembling the all-destroying yuga fire in energy. Capable of drawing the bow equally with both hands, he is always in the van of fight. With his energy, O king, he has slain all the troops of Suryodhana. Listen to me as I tell thee what Mahadeva, having the bovine bull for the device on his standard, had recited unto the ascetics on the breast of the Himavat. His utterances constitute a Purana. The advancement of greatness, energy, strength, prowess, puissance, humility, and lineage that are in Arjuna can come up to only a third part of the measure in which those attributes reside in Krishna. Who is there that can transcend Krishna in these attributes? Whether that is possible or not, listen and judge. There where the illustrious Krishna is, there is unrivaled excellence. As regards ourselves, we are persons of little understanding. Dependent upon the will of others, we are exceedingly unfortunate. Knowingly we betook ourselves to the eternal path of death. Thou, however, art devoted to sincerity of conduct. Having formerly pledged thyself against taking thy kingdom, thou didst not take it, desirous of maintaining thy pledge. O king, thou makest too much of the slaughter of thy kinsmen and friends in battle, brought about, as thou believest, by thyself. Thou shouldst remember, however, O chastiser of foes, that it is not right to violate a pledge. All those who have fallen on the field of battle have really been slain by time. Verily, all of us have been slain by time. Time is, indeed, all-powerful. Thou art fully conversant with the puissance of time. Afflicted by time, it does not behove thee to grieve. Know that Krishna himself, otherwise called Hari, is that time with blood-red eyes and with club in hand. For these reasons, O son of Kunti, it does not behove thee to grieve for thy slain kinsfolk. Be thou always free, O delighter of the Kurus, from grief. Thou hast heard of the glory and greatness of Madhava as recited by me. That is sufficient for enabling a good man to understand him. Having heard the words of Vyasa as also of Narada endued with great intelligence, I have discoursed to thee on the adorableness of Krishna. I have myself added, from my own knowledge, something to that discourse. Verily, I have discoursed also on the surpassing puissance of Krishna as recited by Mahadeva unto that conclave of rishis on the breast of the Himavat. The discourse too between Mahesvara and the daughter of Himavat, O Bharata, has been recited by me to thee. He who will bear in mind that discourse when emanating from a foremost person, he who will listen to it, and he who will recite it for other people's hearing, is sure to win what is highly beneficial. That man will find all his wishes fulfilled. Departing from this world, he will ascend to heaven. There is no doubt in this. That man who, desirous of obtaining what is beneficial for himself, should devote himself to Janardana. O King of the Kurus, it behoves thee also to always bear in mind those incidents of duty and righteousness which were declared by Mahesvara. If thou conduct thyself according to those precepts, if thou bear the rod of chastisement rightly, if thou protect thy subjects properly, thou mayst be sure of attaining to heaven. It behoves thee, O King, to protect thy subjects always according to the dictates of righteousness. The stout rod of chastisement which the king bears has been said to be the embodiment of his righteousness or merit. Hearing this discourse, fraught with righteousness, between Sankara and Uma, that I have recited in the presence of this righteous conclave, one should worship with reverence that God having the bovine bull for the device on his banner. One that becomes even desirous of listening to that discourse should worship Mahadeva with reverence. Verily, the person that wishes to obtain what is beneficial for him should adore Mahadeva with a pure heart. Even this is the command of the faultless and high-souled Narada. Even he has commanded such worship of the great God, O son of Pandu, do thou obey that command of Narada. O puissant king, even these are the wonderful incidents that occurred on the sacred breast of the Himavat respecting Vasudeva and Stanu, O son of Kunti. Those occurrences flowed from the very nature of those high-souled deities. Vasudeva, accompanied by the wielder of Gandiva, practiced eternal penances in the retreat of Vadari for 10,000 years. Verily, Vasudeva and Dhananjaya, both of eyes like lotus petals, underwent severe austerities for the duration of 3 whole yugas. I have learnt this from Narada and Vyasa, O king. The lotus-eyed and mighty-armed Vasudeva, while yet a child, in human form, achieved the great feat of slaying Kansa for the relief of his kinsmen. I do not venture, O son of Kunti, to enumerate the feats of this ancient and eternal being, O Yudhishthira. Without doubt, O son, high and great benefits will be reaped by thee who ownest that foremost of all persons, viz., Vasudeva, for thy friend. I grieve for the wicked Duryodhana in respect of even the next world to which he has gone. It was for him that the whole earth has been depopulated with her seeds and elephants. Indeed, through the fault of Duryodhana, of Karna, of Sakuni, and of Dusasana numbering the 4th, that the Kurus have perished. Vaisampayana continued, while that foremost of men, viz. the son of Ganga, addressed him in this strain, the Kuru king, Yudhishthira, remained entirely silent in the midst of those high-souled persons who had assembled together for listening to the discourses of Bhishma. All the kings with Dhritarashtra amongst them became filled with wonder upon hearing the words of the Kuru grandsire. In their minds they worshipped Krishna and then turned towards him with hands joined in reverence. The rishis also, with Narada at their head, accepted and applauded the words of Bhishma and approved of them joyfully. These were the wonderful discourses recited by Bhishma which Pandu's son, Yudhishthira, with all his brothers heard with joy. Some time after, when King Yudhishthira saw that Ganga's son, who had given away abundant wealth as presents unto the Brahmanas and the sacrifices performed by him, had rested and become refreshed, the intelligent king once more asked him as follows. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 149, Part 1. Vyasa said, having heard all the duties in their entirety and all those sacred acts and objects that cleanse human beings of their sins, Yudhishthira once more addressed the son of Santanu in the following words. Yudhishthira said, who may be said to be the one God in the world? Who may be said to be the one object which is our sole refuge? Who is he by worshipping whom or hymning whose praises human being would get what is beneficial? What religion is that which, according to thy judgment, is the foremost of all religions? What are those mantras by reciting which a living creature becomes freed from the bonds of birth and life? Bhishma said, one should always, with alacrity and throwing away all languor, hymn the praises of that Lord of the universe, that God of gods, viz., Vasudeva, who is infinite and the foremost of all beings, by uttering his 1,000 names. By always worshipping with reverence and devotion that immutable being, by meditating on him, by hymning his praises and bowing the head unto him, and by performing sacrifices unto him, indeed by always praising Vishnu, who is without beginning and without end or destruction, who is the supreme Lord of all the worlds, and who is the master and controller of the universe, one can succeed in transcending all sorrow. Verily, he is devoted to the Brahmanas, conversant with all duties and practices, the enhancer of the fame and achievement of all persons, the master of all the worlds, exceedingly wonderful, and the prime cause of the origin of all creatures. Even this, in my judgment, is the foremost religion of all religions, viz., one should always worship and hymn the praises of the lotus-eyed Vasudeva with devotion. He is the highest energy. He is the highest penance. He is the highest Brahma. He is the highest refuge. He is the most holy of all holies, the most auspicious of all auspicious objects. He is the God of all the gods, and he is the immutable Father of all creatures. On the advent of the primal yuga, all creatures spring from him. On the expiration, again of a yuga, all things disappear in him. Hear, O King, the 1,000 names, possessed of great efficacy in destroying sins, of that foremost one in all the worlds, that master of the universe, viz., Vishnu. All those names derived from his attributes, secret and well known, of the high-souled Vasudeva which were sung by rishis, I shall recite to thee for the good of all. They are, O.M. He that enters all things, besides himself, he that covers all things, he unto whom sacrificial libations are poured, the Lord of the past, the present, and the future, the Creator, or destroyer, of all existent things, the upholder of all existent things, the existent, the soul of all, the originator of all things, I9, of cleansed soul, the supreme soul, the highest refuge of all emancipated persons, the immutable, he that lies enclosed in a case, the witness, he that knows the material case in which he resides, the indestructible, XXVI, he upon whom the mind rests during yoga abstraction, the guide or leader of all persons conversant with yoga, the lord of both pradhana, or prakriti, and purusha. He that assumed a human form with a leonine head, he of handsome features and equipments, he of beautiful hair, the foremost of purushas, 18xxiv, the embodiment of all things, the destroyer of all things, he that transcends the three attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas, the motionless, the beginning of all things, the receptacle into which all things sink at the universal dissolution, the immutable, he who takes birth at his own will, he who causes the acts of all living creatures to fructify, in the form of weal or woe, the upholder of all things, the source from which the primal elements have sprung, the puissant one, he in whom is the unbounded lordship over all things, xxvxvi, the self-born, he that gives happiness to his worshippers, the presiding genius, of golden form, in the midst of the solar disk, the lotus-eyed, loud-voiced, he that is without beginning and without end. He that upholds the universe, in the form of Ananta and others, he that ordains all acts and their fruits, he that is superior to the grandsire Brahma, 38th XLVI, the immeasurable, the lord of the senses, or he that has curled locks, he from whose navel the primeval lotus sprang, the lord of all the deities. The artificer of the universe, the mantra, he that weakens or emaciates all things, he that is vast, the ancient one, he that is enduring, XLVI. He that is incapable of being seized, by either the senses or the mind, the eternal one, Krishna, the red-eyed, he that kills all creatures at the time of the universal dissolution, he that is vast for knowledge and puissance and other attributes of the kind, he that resides in three parts, above, middle, and below, of every creature. That which cleanses is auspicious and high, LVILXIV. He that urges all creatures in respect of all their acts. He that causes the life breaths to act. He that causes all living creatures to live, the eldest, the foremost of all those that are regarded as the lords of all creatures, he that is gold in his abdomen, he that has the earth for his abdomen, the lord of Sri or Lakshmi, the slayer of Madhu, LXV Lexii, the omnipotent, he that is endued with great prowess, he that is armed with the bow, he that is possessed of a mind capable of bearing the contents of all treatises, he that roves through the universe, riding on Garuda. He that is well suited to the offerings made unto him, and that has the power to enjoy them properly, the unrivaled, he that is incapable of being discomfited, he that knows all acts that are done, he that is identical with all acts, he that rests on his own true self, Lexiv, the Lord of all the deities, he that is the refuge of all, the embodiment of the highest felicity, he whose seed is the universe, he that is the source of all things, the day, in consequence of his awakening jiva, who is steeped in the sleep of nescience, the year, the snake, owing to his being incapable of being seized, the embodiment of conviction, he that sees all things, LXXXVXCIV. The unborn, the Lord of all creatures, he that has achieved success, he that is success itself, he that is the beginning of all things, and consequence of his being the cause of all things, he that is above deterioration, he that is righteousness in the form of the bovine bull and the great boar that raised the submerged earth, he that is of immeasurable soul, he that stands aloof from all kinds of union, XCVCII. He that is Pawaka among the deities called Vasus, or he that dwells in his worshippers. He that is liberal soul, being freed from wrath and hatred and pride and other evil passions. Truth, whose soul is equable in consequence of his thorough impartiality, he that has been measured by his worshippers, he that is always equal, being above all change or modification, he that never refuses to grant the wishes of his worshippers, he whose eyes are like the petals of the lotus, he whose acts are always characterized by righteousness, or he who is always engaged in granting the wishes of those that are devoted to him, he that is of the form of righteousness, CIVXCI, he that destroys all creatures, or their pains. The many-headed, he that upholds the universe, he that is the source of the universe, he who is of pure or spotless fame, the immortal one, he that is eternal and fixed, he that is possessed of beautiful limbs, or he the ascension unto whom is the best of all acts, he who has such knowledge having penance for its indication that he is able to agitable Prakriti for evolving the universe out of her. Cxivixi. He that goes everywhere, in the sense of pervading all things as their cause, the omniscient one, he that blazes forth in unmodified effulgence, he whose troops are everywhere, in the form of devoted associates, or he at whose very sight the Danava troops are scattered in all directions. He that is coveted, or sought, by all, or he that grinds all his foes, he that is the Veda, he that is conversant with the Veda, he that is conversant with all the limbs, or branches, of the Veda, he that represents the limbs, or branches, of the Veda, i.e., all the subsidiary sciences, he that settles the interpretations of the Vedas, he that has no superior in wisdom, Xixi. He that is the master of all the worlds, he that is the master of the deities, he that is the supervisor of both righteousness and unrighteousness, for giving the fruits thereof to those that seek the one or the other, he that is both effect and cause, or he whose life has not been determined by acts achieved on any previous occasion in consequence of his transcending Prakriti. He that is foresouled, in consequence of his four forms of Anirudh, Pradyumna, Sankarshana, and Vasudeva. He that is known by four forms, as above, he that has four horns, which appeared on him when he had assumed a human form with a lion's head for slaying the Asura chief Hiranyakasipu, he that has four arms, for holding the conch, discus, mace, and lotus, Xixi. He that blazes forth in effulgence, he that is the giver of food and cherishes those that are good, he that does not bear or put up with those that are wicked, or he that puts up with the occasional transgressions of his devotees, he that existed before the universe started into life. He that is stainless, he that is ever victorious, he that vanquishes the very deities, he that is the material cause of the universe, he that repeatedly resides in material causes, Xlicl, he that is the younger brother of Indra, or he that transcends Indra in accomplishments and attributes. He that took birth as a dwarf from a deity by her husband Kasyapa in order to beguile the Asura king valley of the sovereignty of the three worlds, and bestow the same upon Indra who had been dispossessed of it, he that is tall, an allusion to the vast universal form of his which he assumed at the sacrifice of valley for covering heaven, earth, and the nether regions with 3 steps of his. He whose acts are never futile, he that cleanses, those that worship him, those that hear of him and those that think of him, he that is endued with preeminent energy and strength, he that transcends Indra in all attributes. He that accepts all his worshippers, he that is the creation itself in consequence of his being the causes thereof, he that upholds his self in the same form without being ever subject to birth, growth, or death, he that sustains all creatures in their respective functions in the universe, he that controls the hearts of all creatures, Clxi, he that deserves to be known by those who wish to achieve what is for their highest good, he who is the celestial physician in the form of Dhamwantari, or he who cures that foremost of all diseases, viz. the bonds that bind one to the world, he that is always engaged in yoga, he that slays great Asuras for establishing righteousness, he that is the lord of that Lakshmi who sprang from the ocean when it was churned by the deities and the Asuras, or he that cherishes both the goddesses of prosperity and learning, he that is honey, in consequence of the pleasure he gives to those that succeed in having a taste of him, he that transcends the senses, or is invisible to those that turn away from him, he that is possessed of great powers of illusion, manifested in his beguiling Mahadeva and the deities on many occasions. He that puts forth great energy in achieving mighty feats, he that transcends all in might, Klexi, he that transcends all in intelligence, he that transcends all in puissance, he that transcends all in ability, he that discovers the universe by the effulgence emanating from his body. he whose body is incapable of being ascertained by the eye, or any other sense organ of knowledge, he that is possessed of every beauty, he whose soul is incapable of being comprehended by either deities or men. He that held on his back, in the form of the vast tortoise, the huge mountain, Mandara, which was made the churning staff by the deities and the Asuras when they set themselves to churn the great ocean for obtaining therefrom all the valuables hid in its bosom. Or, he who held up the mountains of Govardhana in the woods of Brinda for protecting the denizens of that delightful place, who were especial objects of his kindness, from the wrath of Indra, who poured incessant showers for days together with a view to drowning everything, Kluxiiclxxx. He that can shoot his shafts to a great distance, piercing through obstruction of every kind, he that raised the submerged earth, having assumed the form of the mighty boar, he on whose bosom dwells the goddess of prosperity, or he that is identical with Kama, the lord of Vrithi, he that is the refuge of those that are righteous. He that is incapable of being won without thorough devotion, or he that is incapable of being immured or restrained by any one putting forth his powers, he that is the delight of the deities, or he that is the embodiment of fullness of joy. He that rescued the submerged earth, or he that understands the hymns addressed to him by his devotees, he that is the master of eloquent persons, or he that dispels the calamities of all those who know him, CLXXXLCLXVITHI. He that is full of blazing effulgence, he that suppressed the afflictions of his adorers, or he that assumes the form of Yama, the universal destroyer, for chastising all persons that fall away from their duties, he that assumed the form of a swan for communicating the Vedas to the grandsire Brahman, or he that enters into the bodies of all persons, he that has Garuda, the prince of the feathery denizens of the welkin, for his vehicle. He that is the foremost of snakes in consequence of his identity with Sesha or Ananta, who upholds on his head the vast earth, or he that has the hood of the prince of snakes for his bed while he lies down to sleep on the vast expansion of water after the dissolution of the universe. He whose navel is as beautiful as gold, he that underwent the severest austerities in the form of Narayana at Vadari on the breast of Himavat, he whose navel resembles a lotus, or he from whose navel sprang the primeval lotus in which the grandsire Brahma was born, he that is the lord of all creatures, Klexixkvai, he that transcends death, or he that wards off death from those that are devoted to him. He that always casts a kind eye on his worshippers, or he that sees all things in the universe, he that destroys all things, or he that drenches with nectar all those that worship him with single-minded devotion, he that is the ordainer of all ordainers, or he that unites all persons with the consequences of their acts. He that himself enjoys and endures the fruits of all acts, or he that assumed the form of Rama, the son of Dasaratha, and going into exile at the command of his sire made a treaty with Sugriva, the chief of the apes, for aiding him in the recovery of his kingdom from the grasp of his elder brother Vali in return for the assistance which Sugriva promised him for recovering from Ravana his wife Sita, who had been ravished by that Rakshasa and borne away to his island home in Lanka, he that is always of the same form, or he that is exceedingly affectionate unto his worshippers. He that is always moving, or he that is of the form of Kama, who springs up in the heart of every creature, he that is incapable of being endured by Danavas and Asuras, or he that rescued his wife Sita after slaying Ravana, or he that shows compassion towards even Chandalas and members of other low castes when they approach him with devotion, an allusion to his friendship in the form of Rama. For Guhaka, the chief of the Chandalas, inhabiting the country known by the name of Sringavarapura. He that chastises the wicked, or he that regulates the conduct of all persons by the dictates of the Shrutis and the Smritis, he whose soul has true knowledge for its indication, or he that destroyed Ravana, the foe of the gods, having assumed the form of Rama that was full of compassion and other amiable virtues. He that destroys the foes of the deities, or he that slays those who obstruct or forbid the giving of presents unto deserving persons, Xvai, he that is the instructor in all sciences and the father of all, he that is the instructor of even the grandsire Brahma, he that is the abode or resting place of all creatures. He that is the benefactor of those that are good and is free from the stain of falsehood, he whose prowess is incapable of being baffled, he that never casts his eye on such acts as are not sanctioned or approved by the Scriptures, he that casts his eye on such acts as are sanctioned or approved by the Scriptures. Or, he whose eye never winks or sleeps, he that wears the unfading garland of victory called by the name of Vajyanti, he that is the Lord of speech and that is possessed of great liberality insomuch that he rescued the lowest of the low and the vilest of the vile by granting them his grace, CCLXVI, he that leads persons desirous of emancipation to the foremost of all conditions, viz., emancipation itself, or he that assumes the form of a mighty fish and scudding through the vast expanse of waters that cover the earth when the universal dissolution comes, and dragging the boat tied to his horns, leads Manu and others to safety. He that is the leader of all creatures, or he that sports in the vast expanse of waters which overwhelm all things at the universal dissolution, he whose words are the Veda and who rescued the Vedas when they were submerged in the waters at the universal dissolution, he that is the accomplisher of all functions in the universe, he that assumes the form of the wind for making all living creatures act or exert themselves. Or he whose motions are always beautiful, or who wishes his creatures to glorify him, he that is endued with 1,000 heads, he that is the soul of the universe and as such pervades all things. He that has 1,000 eyes and 1,000 legs, Xixgexvi, he that causes the wheel of the universe to revolve at his will, he whose soul is freed from desire and who transcends those conditions that invest Jiva and to which Jiva is liable, he that is concealed from the view of all persons that are attached to the world, or he that has covered the eyes of all persons with the bandage of nescience. He that grinds those that turn away from him, he that sets the days a-going in consequence of his being identical with the sun, he that is the destroyer of all destroying time itself. He that conveys the libations poured on the sacred fire unto those for whom they are intended, or he that bears the universe, placing it on only a minute fraction of his body, he that has no beginning. Or he that has no fixed habitation, he that upholds the earth in space, in the form of Sesha, or rescues her in the form of the mighty boar, or supports her as a subtle pervader, KXVICCXXXV. He that is exceedingly inclined to grace, insomuch that he grants happiness to even foes like Sisupala, he that has been freed from the attributes of Rajas, passion, and tamas, darkness, so that he is pure or stainless sattva by itself, or he that has obtained the fruition of all his wishes, he that supports the universe. He that feeds, or enjoys the universe, he that is displayed in infinite puissance, he that honors the deities, the Pitris, and his own worshippers, he that is honored or adored by those that are themselves honored or adored by others, or he whose acts are all beautiful and enduring. He that accomplishes the purposes of others, or he that is the benefactor of others, he that withdraws all things unto himself at the universal dissolution, or he that destroys the foes of the deities or of his worshippers, he that has the waters for his home, or he that is the sole refuge of all creatures, or he that destroys the ignorance of all creatures, Kexvixlvi. He that is distinguished above all, he that cherishes the righteous, he that cleanses all the worlds, he that crowns with fruition the desires of all creatures, he whose wishes are always crowned with fruition, he that gives success to all, he that bestows success upon those that solicit him for it, Kexlvi, he that presides over all sacred days. Or he that overwhelms Indra himself with his own excellent attributes, he that showers all objects of desire upon his worshippers, he that walks over all the universe, he that offers the excellent flight of steps constituted by righteousness unto those that desire to ascend to the highest place. He that has righteousness in his abdomen, or he that protects Indra even as a mother protects the child in her womb, he that aggrandizes his worshippers, he that spreads himself out for becoming the vast universe, he that is aloof from all things, though pervading them. He that is the receptacle of the ocean of Shrutis, clavicle cleve, he that is possessed of excellent arms, i.e., arms capable of upholding the universe, he that is incapable of being borne by any creature, he from whom flowed the sounds called Brahman or Veda. He that is the Lord of all lords of the universe, he that is the giver of wealth, he that dwells in his own puissance, he that is multiform, he that is of vast form, he that resides in the form of sacrifice in all animals, he that causes all things to be displayed, cclxvclxiv, he that is endued with great might, energy, and splendor, he that displays himself in visible forms to his worshippers, he that scorches the unrighteous with his burning energy, he that is enriched with the sixfold attributes of affluence, etc., he that imparted the Veda to the grandsire Brahma, he that is of the form of the Samans, Riks, and Yajuzas of the Veda, he that soothes his worshippers burning with the afflictions of the world like the rays of the moon cooling all living creatures of the world, he that is endued with blazing effulgence like the sun, cclxxvclxi. He from whose mind has sprung the moon, he that blazes forth in his own effulgence, he that nourishes all creatures even like the luminary marked by the hair, he that is the master of the deities, he that is the great medicine for the disease of worldly attachment, he that is the great causeway of the universe, he that is endued with knowledge and other attributes that are never futile and with prowess that is incapable of being baffled, klkexiaklkexix, he that is solicited by all creatures at all times, viz. the past, the present, and the future, he that rescues his worshippers by casting kind glances upon them, he that sanctifies even them that are sacred, he that merges the life-breath in the soul, or he that assumes diverse forms for protecting both the emancipated and the unemancipated, he that kills the desires of those that are emancipated, or he that prevents evil desires from arising in the minds of his worshippers, he that is the sire of Kama, the principle of desire or lust, he that is most agreeable, he that is desired by all creatures, he that grants the fruition of all desires, he that has the ability to accomplishing all acts, ccxxxix, he that sets the 4 yugas to begin their course. He that causes the yugas to continually revolve as on a wheel, he that is endued with the diverse kinds of illusion, and, therefore, the cause from which spring the different kinds of acts that distinguish the different yugas. He that is the greatest of eaters, in consequence of his swallowing all things at the end of every kalpa, he that is incapable of being seized by those that are not his worshippers. He that is manifest, being exceedingly vast, he that subjugates thousands of foes of the deities, he that subjugates innumerable foes, ccsikvai, he that is desired by even the grandsire and Rudra, or he that is adored in sacrifices. He that is distinguished above all, he that is desired by those that are endued with wisdom and righteousness, he that has an ornament of peacocks, feathers on his headgear, he that stupefies all creatures with his illusion, he that showers his grace on all his worshippers, he that kills the wrath of the righteous, he that fills the unrighteous with wrath, he that is the accomplisher of all acts, he who holds the universe on his arms, he that upholds the earth, xixxvai. He that transcends the 6 well-known modifications of inception, birth or appearance growth, maturity, decline, and dissolution, he that is endued with great celebrity, in consequence of his feats, he that causes all living creatures to live, in consequence of his being the all-pervading soul, he that gives life, the younger brother of Vasva, in the form of Upindra or the dwarf. He that is the receptacle of all the waters in the universe, he that covers all creatures, and consequence of his being the material cause of everything, he that is never heedless, being always above error. He that is established on his own glory, xvi, he that flows in the form of nectar, or he that dries up all things. He upholds the path of righteousness, he that bears the burden of the universe, he that gives desirable boons unto those that solicit them, he that causes the winds to blow, he that is the son of Vasudeva, or he that covers the universe with his illusions and sports in the midst of it. He that is endued with extraordinary luster, he that is the originating cause of the deities, he that pierces all hostile towns, xvi, he that transcends all sorrow and grief, he that leads us safely across the ocean of life or the world, he that dispels from the hearts of all his worshippers the fear of rebirth. He that is possessed of infinite courage and prowess, he that is an offspring of Sura's race, he that is the master of all living creatures, he that is inclined to show his grace unto all, he that has come on earth for 100 times, for rescuing the good, destroying the wicked, and establishing righteousness. He that holds a lotus in one of his hands, he whose eyes resemble the petals of the lotus, xvi, he from whose navel sprang the primeval lotus, or he that is seated upon a lotus, he that is endued with eyes resembling the petals of the lotus, he that is adored by even worshippers as one seated within the lotus of his hearts, he that assumed the form of embodied jiva through his own illusion. He that is endued with puissance of every kind, he that grows in the form of the 5 primal elements, the ancient soul, he that is endued with vast eyes, he that has Garuda sitting on the standard of his car, xvicclv, he that is incomparable, the Sarabha, the lion-killing animal. He that strikes the wicked with terror, he that knows everything that has occurred in time, he that accepts, in the forms of the deities, the butter poured on the sacrificial fire, he that is known by all kinds of evidence or proof, he upon whose breast sits prosperity always, he that is victorious in every battle, he that is above destruction, he that assumes a red form, or becomes wrathful unto the enemies of his worshippers, he that is an object of search with the righteous, he that is at the root of all things, he that has the mark of the string around his abdomen, for Yasoda had bound him with a cord while he was Krishna, he that bears or forgives all injuries. He that upholds the earth in the form of her mountains, he that is the foremost of all objects of worship, he that is endued with great speed, he that swallows vast quantities of food, he that caused the creation to start into life, he that always agitates both Prakriti and Purusha, he that shines with resplendence, or sports in joy, he that has puissance in his stomach, he that is the supreme master of all. He that is the material out of which the universe has been made, he that is the cause or agent who has made the universe, he that is independent of all things, he that ordains variety in the universe. He that is incapable of being comprehended, he that renders himself invisible by the screen of illusion, CCCLXXVCCCLXXXV, he that is chit divested of all attributes, he on whom all things rest. He in whom all things reside when the universal dissolution comes, he that assigns the foremost place to those that worship him, he that is durable, he that is endued with the highest puissance, he that has been glorified in the Vedanta. He that is contented, he that is always full, he whose glance is auspicious, XVCCCXCV, he that fills all yogins with delight, he that is the end of all creatures, for it is in him that all things merge at the universal dissolution, he that is the faultless path. He that in the form of Jiva leads to emancipation, he that leads Jiva to emancipation, he that has none to lead him, he that is endued with great might, he that is the foremost of all beings possessed of might. He that upholds, he that is the foremost of all beings conversant with duty and religion, XYCDIV, he that joins, at the time of creation, the disunited elements for forming all objects, he that resides in all bodies, he that causes all creatures to act in the form of kshetrajna, he that creates all creatures after destroying them at the universal dissolution, he unto whom every one bows with reverence. He that is extended over the entire universe, he that owns the primeval golden egg as his abdomen, whence, as from the female uterus, everything proceeds, he that destroys the foes of the deities, he that overspreads all things, being the material cause whence they spring, he that spreads sweet perfumes, he that disregards the pleasures of the senses, CDVCDXV, he that is identifiable with the seasons. He at whose sight alone all worshippers succeed in obtaining the great object of their wish, he that weakens all creatures, he that dwells in the firmament of the heart, depending upon his own glory and puissance, he that is capable of being known everywhere, in consequence of his omnipresence. He that inspires everyone with dread, he in whom all creatures dwell, he that is clever in accomplishing all acts, he that constitutes the rest of all creatures, being, as he is, the embodiment of emancipation, he that is endued with competence greater than that of other beings, XVCDXXV, he in whom the whole universe is spread out. He that is himself immobile and in whom all things rest forever, he that is an object of proof, he that is the indestructible and unchanging seed, he that is sought by all, in consequence of his being happiness. He that has no desire, in consequence of all his desires having been gratified, he that is the great cause, which covers the universe, he that has all sorts of things to enjoy, he that has great wealth wherewith to secure all objects of desire, Texvicdexiv, he that is above despair. He that exists in the form of renunciation, he that is without birth, he that is the stake unto which righteousness is tethered, he that is the great embodiment of sacrifice, he who is the nave of the starry wheel that revolves in the firmament, he that is the moon among the constellations, he that is competent to achieve every feat, he that stays in his own soul when all things disappear, he that cherishes the desire for creation, CDXXXVXLiv, he that is the embodiment of all sacrifices. He that is adored in all sacrifices and religious rites, he that is the most adorable of the deities present in the sacrifices that men perform, he that is the embodiment of all such sacrifices in which animals are offered up according to the ordinance, he that is adored by persons before they take any food. He that is the refuge of those that seek emancipation, he that beholds the acts and omissions of all creatures, he whose soul transcends all attributes, he that is possessed of omniscience, he that is identical with knowledge that is unacquired, unlimited, and capable of accomplishing everything, CDXLVXLiv. He that is observant of excellent vows, chief amongst which is the granting of favor unto one that solicits it with a pure heart, he that has a face always full of delight, he that is exceedingly subtle, he that utters the most agreeable sounds, in the form of the Veda or as Krishna playing on the lute, he that gives happiness to all his worshippers, he that does good to others without expecting any return, he that fills all creatures with delight, he that has subdued wrath, he that has mighty arms, so mighty that he has slain as if in sport the mightiest of Asuras, he that tears those that are unrighteous, CDLVXLiv. He that causes those persons who are destitute of knowledge of the soul to be steeped in the deep sleep of his illusion, he that relies on himself, being entirely independent of all persons and things. He that overspreads the entire universe, he that exists in infinite forms, he that is engaged in vocations infinite in number, he that lives in everything, he that is full of affection towards all his worshippers. He that is the universal Father, all living creatures of the universe being as calves sprung from him, he that holds, in the form of the vast ocean, all jewels and gems in his abdomen, he that is the Lord of all treasures, CDLXVXLiv, he that is the protector of righteousness, he that accomplishes all the duties of righteousness, he that is the substratum of righteousness. he that is existent for all time, he that is non-existent, in the form of the universe, for the manifested universe is the result of illusion, he that is destructible, in the form of the universe, he that is indestructible as Chit, he that is, in the form of Jiva, destitute of true knowledge, he that is, in the form of the sun, is endued with 1,000 rays, he that ordains, even all such great and mighty creatures as Sesha and Garuda, etc. He that has created all the sastras, CDLXXV, CDLXXXV, he that exists, in the form of the sun, as the center of innumerable rays of light, he that dwells in all creatures, he that is possessed of great prowess, he that is the master of even Yama and others of similar puissance, he that is the oldest of the deities, existing as he does from the beginning, he that exists in his own glory, casting off all conditions, he that is the Lord of even all the deities, he that is the ruler of even him, that upholds the deities, viz., Indra, Tlexvixiai, he that transcends birth and destruction, he that tended and protected kind, in the form of Krishna, he that nourishes all creatures, he that is approachable by knowledge alone, he that is ancient, he that upholds the elements which constitute the body, he that enjoys and endures weal and woe, in the form of Jiva, he that assumed the form of a vast boar, or he that, in the form of Rama, was the lord of a large monkey host, he that gave plentiful presents unto all in a grand sacrifice performed by him, Ksivd2, he that drinks soma in every sacrifice, he that drinks nectar, he that, in the form of soma, Chandramadhavs, nourishes all the herbs and plants, he that conquers foes in a trice when even they are infinite in number, he that is of universal form and is the foremost of all existent entities, he that is the chastiser, he that is victorious over all, he whose purposes are incapable of being baffled, he that deserves gifts, he that gives what his creatures have not and who protects what they have, Didxi, he that holds the life breaths, he that beholds all his creatures as objects of direct vision, he that never beholds anything beside his own self, he that gives emancipation, he whose footsteps, 3 in number, covered heaven, earth, and the nether regions, he who is the receptacle of all the water, he that overwhelms all space, all time, and all things, he that lies on the vast expanse of waters after the universal dissolution, he that causes the destruction of all things, Dexidxxi, he that is without birth, he that is exceedingly adorable, he that appears in his own nature, he that has conquered all foes, in the form of wrath and other evil passions, he that delights those that meditate on him, he that is joy, he that fills others with delight, he that swells with all causes of delight, he that has truth and other virtues for his indications, he whose footsteps are in the 3 worlds, Dexidxxx, he that is the first of the rishis, being conversant with the entire Vedas, he that is identical with the preceptor Kapila, he that is the knower of the universe, he that is master of the earth, he that has their feet, he that is the guardian of the deities, he that has large horns, an allusion to the piscatory form in which he saved Manu on the occasion of the universal deluge by scudding through the waters with Manu's boat tied to his horns, he that exhausts all acts by causing their doers to enjoy or endure their fruits, or he that grinds the destroyer himself, Dexidxvi. The great boar, he that is understood or apprehended by the aid of the Vedanta, he that has beautiful troops, in the form of his worshippers, he that is adorned with golden armlets, he that is concealed, being knowledge with the aid of the Upanishads only, he that is deep in knowledge and puissance, he that is difficult of access, he that transcends both word and thought, that is armed with the discus and the mace, Dexixtexilvii, the ordainer, he that is the cause, and the form of helper of the universe, he that has never been vanquished, he that is the island-born Krishna, he that is enduring, in consequence of his transcending decay, he that mows all things and is himself above deterioration, the Varuna, the deity of the waters, the son of Varuna, in the form of Vasishtha or Agastya. He that is immovable as a tree, he that is displayed in his own true form in the lotus of the heart, he that creates, preserves, and destroys by only a fiat of the mind, Dexilviidalvii, he that is possessed of the sixfold attributes of sovereignty, etc. He that destroys the sixfold attributes at the universal dissolution. He that is felicity, in consequence of his swelling with all kinds of prosperity, he that is adorned with the triumphal garland, called Vajayanta, he that is armed with the plough, in allusion to his incarnation as Valadeva, he that took birth from the womb of Aditi, in the form of the dwarf that beguiled Vali. He that is endued with effulgence like unto the suns, he that endures all pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, pleasure and pain, etc., he that is the foremost refuge of all things, Dlixtuxvii. He that is armed with the best of bows, called Saranga, he that was divested of his battle axe, by Rama of Briga's race, he that is fierce, he that is the giver of all objects of desire, he that is so tall as to touch the very heavens with his head, an allusion to the form he assumed at Vala's sacrifice. He whose vision extends over the entire universe, he that is Vyasa, who distributed the Vedas, he that is the master of speech or all learning, he that has started into existence without the intervention of genital organs, Duxvi. He that is hymned with the three foremost samans, he that is the singer of the samans, he that is the extinction of all worldly attachments, and consequence of his being the embodiment of renunciation. He that is the medicine, he that is the physician, who applies the medicine. He that has ordained the fourth or last mode of life called renunciation, for enabling his creatures to attain to emancipation. He that causes the passions of his worshippers to be quieted, with a view to give them tranquility of soul. He that is contented, in consequence of his utter dissociation with all worldly objects. He that is the refuge of devotion and tranquility of soul, Dlxvidlxxxv. He that is possessed of beautiful limbs. He that is the giver of tranquility of soul. He that is creator. He that sports in joy on the bosom of the earth. He that sleeps, in yoga, lying on the body of the prince of snakes, Sesha, after the universal dissolution. The benefactor of kine. Or, he that took a human form for relieving the earth of the weight of her population. The master of the universe. The protector of the universe. He that is endued with eyes like those of the bull. He that cherishes righteousness with love, Dlxvdxcv, he that is the unreturning hero. He whose soul has been withdrawn from all attachments. He that reduces to a subtle form the universe at the time of the universal dissolution. He that does good to his afflicted worshippers. He whose name, as soon as heard, cleanses the hearer of all his sins. He who has the auspicious whorl on his breast. He in whom dwells the goddess of prosperity forever. He who was chosen by Lakshmi, the goddess of prosperity, as her lord. He that is the foremost one of all beings endued with prosperity, Dexvdciv. He that give prosperity unto his worshippers. The master of prosperity. He that always lives with those that are endued with prosperity. He that is the receptacle of all kinds of prosperity. He that gives prosperity unto all persons of righteous acts according to the measure of their righteousness. He that holds the goddess of prosperity on his bosom. He that bestows prosperity upon those that hear of, praise, and meditate on him. He that is the embodiment of that condition which represents the attainment of unattainable happiness. He that is possessed of every kind of beauty. He that is the refuge of the three worlds, Dcv. He that is possessed of beautiful eye. He that is possessed of beautiful limbs. He that is possessed of 100 sources of delight. He that represents the highest delight. He that is the master of all the luminaries in the firmament, for it is he that maintains them in their places and orbits. He that has subjugated his soul. He whose soul is not swayed by any superior being. He that is always of beautiful acts. He whose doubts have all been dispelled, for he is said to behold the whole universe as an amlaka in his palm, DCXVCII. He that transcends all creatures. He whose vision extends in all directions, he that has no master. He that at all times transcends all changes. He that, in the form of Rama, had to lie down on that bare ground. He that adorns the earth by his incarnations. He that is puissance's self. He that transcends all grief. He that dispels the griefs of all his worshippers as soon as they remember his ksixiv kexiai. He that is possessed of effulgence, he that is worshipped by all. He that is the waterpot, as all things reside within him. He that is of pure soul. He that cleanses all as soon as they hear of him. He that is free and unrestrained. He whose car never turns away from battles. He that is possessed of great wealth. He whose prowess is incapable of being measured, xiidexly. He that is the slayer of the Asura named Kalanemi. He that is the hero. He that has taken birth in the race of Sura. He that is the lord of all the deities. The soul of the three worlds. The master of the three worlds. He that has the solar and lunar rays for his hair. The slayer of Kisari. He that destroys all things at the universal dissolution, Xliidcl. The deity from whom the fruition of all desires is sought. He that grants the wishes of all. He that has desires. He that has a handsome form. He that is endued with thorough knowledge of Shrutis and Smrtis. He that is possessed of a form that is indescribable by attributes. He whose brightest rays overwhelm heaven. He that has no end. He that, in the form of Arjuna or Nara, acquired vast wealth on the occasion of his campaign of conquest, DCLIDCLX. He who is the foremost object of silent recitation, of sacrifice, of the Vedas, and of all religious acts. He that is the creator of penances and the like. He that is the form of the grandsire, Brahman, he that is the augmenter of penances. He that is conversant with Brahma. He that is of the form of Brahmana. He that has for his limbs him that is called Brahma. He that knows all the Vedas and everything in the universe. He that is always fond of Brahmanas and of whom the Brahmanas also are fond, DCLXX. He whose footsteps cover vast areas. He whose feet are mighty. He who is possessed of vast energy. He that is identical with Vasuki, the king of the snakes. He that is the foremost of all sacrifices. He that is Japa, that first of sacrifices. He that is the foremost of all offerings made in sacrifices, Kuksai. He that is hymned by all. He that loves to be hymned by his worshippers. He that is himself the hymns uttered by his worshippers. He that is the very act of hymning. He that is the person that hymns. He that is fond of battling with everything that is evil. He that is full in every respect. He that fills others with every kind of affluence. He that destroys all sins as soon as he is remembered. He whose acts are all righteous. He that transcends all kinds of disease, Kluk6. He that is endued with the speed of the mind. He that is the creator and promulgator of all kinds of learning. He whose vital seed is gold. He that is giver of wealth, being identical with Kuver the Lord of treasures. He that takes away all the wealth of the Asuras. the son of Vasudeva. He in whom all creatures dwell. He whose mind dwells in all things in thorough identity with them. He that takes away the sins of all who seek refuge in him, DCX seeks Kvi. He that is attainable by the righteous. He whose acts are always good. He that is the one entity in the universe. He that displays himself in diverse forms. He that is the refuge of all those that are conversant with truth. He who has the greatest of heroes for his troops. He that is the foremost of the Yadavas. He that is the abode of the righteous, he that sports in joy, in the woods of Brinda, on the banks of Yamuna, sixth Kvi. He in whom all created things dwell. The deity that overwhelms the universe with his Maya, illusion. He in whom all foremost of beings become merged, when they achieve their emancipation, he whose hunger is never gratified. He that humbles the pride of all. He that fills the righteous with just pride. He that swells with joy. He that is incapable of being seized. He that has never been vanquished, Kvi. He that is of universal form. He that is of vast form. He whose form blazes forth with energy and effulgence. He that is without form, as determined by acts. He that is of diverse forms. He that is unmanifest. He that is of 100 forms. He that is of 100 faces, Sviaxixiv. He that is one. He that is many, through illusion. He that is full of felicity. He that forms the one grand topic of investigation. He from whom is this all. He that is called that. He that is the highest refuge. He that confines Jiva within material causes. He that is coveted by all. He that took birth in the race of Madhu. He that is exceedingly affectionate towards his worshippers, DCCXXV. He that is of golden complexion. He whose limbs are like gold and hue. He that is possessed of beautiful limbs. He whose person is decked with ingathas made with sandal paste. He that is the slayer of heroes. He that has no equal. He that is like cipher, in consequence of no attributes being affirmable of him. He that stands in need of no blessings, in consequence of his fullness. He that never swerves from his own nature and puissance and knowledge. He that is mobile in the form of wind, KXVDCCXLV. He that never identifies himself with anything that is not soul. He that confers honors on his worshippers. He that is honored by all. He that is the Lord of the three worlds. He that upholds the three worlds. He that is possessed of intelligence and memory capable of holding in his mind the contents of all treatises. He that took birth in a sacrifice. He that is worthy of the highest praise. He whose intelligence and memory are never futile. He that upholds the earth, SVDCCLV. He that pours forth heat in the form of the sun. He that is the bearer of great beauty of limbs. He that is the foremost of all bearers of weapons. He that accepts the flowery and leafy offerings made to him by his worshippers. He that has subdued all his passions and grinds all his foes. He that has none to walk before him. He that has 4 horns. He that is the elder brother of Gada, Klvite. He that has 4 arms. He from whom the 4 Purushas have sprung. He that is the refuge of the 4 modes of life and the 4 orders of men. He that is of 4 souls, mind, understanding, consciousness, and memory. He from whom spring the 4 objects of life, viz., righteousness, wealth, pleasure, and emancipation. He that is conversant with the 4 Vedas. He that has displayed only a fraction of his puissance, DCCLXV Kurukshetra. He that sets the wheel of the world to revolve round and round. He whose soul is dissociated from all worldly attachments. He that is incapable of being vanquished. He that cannot be transcended. He that is exceedingly difficult of being attained. He that is difficult of being approached. He that is difficult of access. He that is difficult of being brought within the heart by even yogins. He that slays even the most powerful foes among the Pandavas, Kurukshetra. He that has beautiful limbs. He that takes the essence of all things in the universe. He that owns the most beautiful warp and woof for weaving this texture of fabric of the universe. He that weaves with ever-extending warp and woof. He whose acts are done by Indra. He whose acts are great. He who has no acts undone. He who has composed all the Vedas and scriptures, Kurukshetra. He whose birth is high. He that is exceedingly handsome. He whose heart is full of commiseration. He that has precious gems in his navel. He that has excellent knowledge for his eye. He that is worthy of worship by Brahman himself and other foremost ones in the universe. He that is giver of food. He that assumed horns at the time of the universal dissolution. He that has always subjugated his foes most wonderfully. He that knows all things. He that is ever victorious over those that are of irresistible prowess, DCCXC6. He whose limbs are like gold. He that is incapable of being agitated by wrath or aversion or other passion. He that is master of all those who are masters of all speech. He that is the deepest lake. He that is the deepest pit. He that transcends the influence of time. He in whom the primal elements are established, DCCC. He that gladdens the earth. He that grants fruits which are as agreeable as the kunda flowers, jasmine pubescens, lin. He that gave away the earth unto Kasyapa in his incarnation as Rama. He that extinguishes the three kinds of misery mentioned in the Sankhya philosophy, like a rain-charged cloud cooling the heat of the earth by its downpour. He that cleanses all creatures. He that has none to urge him. He that drank nectar. He that has an undying body. He that is possessed of omniscience. He that has face and eyes turned towards every direction, Kvai. He that is easily won with, that is, such gifts as consist of flowers and leaves. He that has performed excellent vows. He that is crowned with success by himself. He that is victorious over all foes. He that scorches all foes. He that is the ever-growing and tall banyan that overtops all other trees. He that is the sacred fig tree, Ficus glomerata, willed. He that is the Ficus religiosa. Or, he that is not durable, in consequence of his being all perishable forms in the universe even as he is all the imperishable forms that exist. He that is the slayer of Shanura of the Andhra country, XVIDCCCXXV. He that is endued with 1,000 rays. He that has 7 tongues, in the forms of Kali, Karali, etc. He that has 7 flames, in consequence of his being identical with the deity of fire. He that has 7 horses for bearing his vehicle. Or, he that owns the steed called Sapta. He that is formless. He that is sinless, he that is inconceivable. He that dispels all fears. He that destroys all fears, Ksvaisvitkeksiv. He that is minute. He that is gross. He that is emaciated. He that is adipose. He that is endued with attributes. He that transcends all attributes. He that is unseizable. He that suffers himself to be easily seized by his worshippers. He that has an excellent face. He that has for his descendants the people of the accidental regions. He that extends the creation consisting of the fivefold primal elements, DCCCXXXV. He that bears heavy weights, in the form of Ananta. He that has been declared by the Vedas. He that is devoted to yoga. He that is the Lord of all yogins. He that is the giver of all wishes. He that affords an asylum to those that seek it. He that sets yogins to practice yoga anew after their return to life upon the conclusion of their life of felicity in heaven. He that invests yogins with puissance even after the exhaustion of their merits. He that has goodly leaves, in the form of the Chandas of the Vedas, himself being the tree of the world. He that causes the winds to blow, Kslavai. He that is armed with the bow, in the form of Rama. He that is conversant with the science of arms. He that is the rod of chastisement. He that is chastiser. He that executes all sentences of chastisement. He that has never been vanquished. He that is competent in all acts. He that sets all persons to their respective duties. He that has none to set him to any work. He that has no yama to slay him, Kulvai Kulkalvi. He that is endued with heroism and prowess. He that has the attribute of sattva, goodness. He that is identical with truth. He that is devoted to truth and righteousness. He that is sought by those who are resolved to achieve emancipation. Or, he towards whom the universe proceeds when the dissolution comes. He that deserves to have all objects which his worshippers present unto him. He that is worthy of being adored, with hymns and flowers and other offering of reverence. He that does good to all. He that enhances the delights of all, Klklviidccclxv. He whose track is through the firmament. He that blazes forth in his own effulgence. He that is endued with great beauty. He that eats the offerings made on the sacrificial fire. He that dwells everywhere and is endued with supreme puissance. He that sucks the moisture of the earth in the form of the sun. He that has diverse desires. He that brings forth all things. He that is the parent of the universe. He that has the sun for his eye, Klxvdccclxxxv. He that is infinite. He that accepts all sacrificial offerings. He that enjoys Prakriti in the form of mind. He that is giver of felicity. He that has taken repeated births for the protection of righteousness and the righteous. He that is firstborn of all existent things. He that transcends despair, in consequence of the fruition of all his wishes. He that forgives the righteous when they trip. He that is the foundation upon which the universe rests. He that is most wonderful, Klxvdcccxcv. He that is existent from the beginning of time. He that has been existing from before the birth of the grandsire and others. He that is of a tawny hue. Or, he that discovers or illumines all existent things by his rays. He that assumed the form of the great boar. He that exists even when all things are dissolved. He that is the giver of all blessings. He that creates blessings. He that is identifiable with all blessings. He that enjoys blessings. He that is able to scatter blessings, CCMV. He that is without wrath. He that lies ensconced in folds, in the form of the snake Sesha. Or, he that is adorned with earrings. He that is armed with the discus. He that is endued with great prowess. He whose sway is regulated by the high precepts of the Shrutis and the Smritis. He that is incapable of being described by the aid of speech. He whom the Vedantas have striven to express with the aid of speech. He that is the dew which cools those who are afflicted with the three kinds of grief. He that lives in all bodies, endued with the capacity of dispelling darkness, CMVI Kemksiv. He that is divested of wrath. He that is well skilled in accomplishing all acts by thought, word, and deed. He that can accomplish all acts within the shortest period of time. He that destroys the wicked. He that is the foremost of all forgiving persons. He that is foremost of all persons endued with knowledge. He that transcends all fear. He whose names and feats, heard and recited, lead to righteousness, CMXV Mexii, he that rescues the righteous from the tempestuous ocean of the world. He that destroys the wicked. He that is righteousness. He that dispels all evil dreams. He that destroys all bad paths for leading his worshippers to the good path of emancipation. He that protects the universe by staying in the attribute of sattva. He that walks along the good path. He that is life. He that exists overspreading the universe, Kunksiag Mexi. He that is of infinite forms. He that is endued with infinite prosperity. He that has subdued wrath. He that destroys the fears of the righteous. He that gives just fruits, on every side, to sentient beings according to their thoughts and acts. He that is immeasurable soul. He that bestows diverse kinds of fruits on deserving persons for their diverse acts. He that sets diverse commands on gods and men. He that attaches to every act its proper fruit, Kmexicmxl. He that has no beginning. He that is the receptacle of all causes as well as of the earth. He that has the goddess of prosperity ever by his side. He that is the foremost of all heroes. He that is adorned with beautiful armlets. He that produces all creatures. He that is the original cause of the birth of all creatures. He that is the terror of all the wicked Asuras. He that is endued with terrible prowess, Kunkslikunkslicks. He that is the receptacle and abode of the five primal elements. He that gulps down his throat all creatures at the time of the universal dissolution. He whose smile is as agreeable as the sight of flowers. Or, he who laughs in the form of flowers. He that is always wakeful. He that stays at the head of all creatures. He whose conduct consists of those acts which the righteous do. He that revives the dead, as in the case of Parikshit and others. He that is the initial syllable OM. He that has ordained all righteous acts, CMLKMLVI. He that displays the truth about the Supreme Soul. He that is the abode of the five life breaths and the senses. He that is the food which supports the life of living creatures. He that causes all living creatures to live with the aid of the life breath called prana. He that is the great topic of every system of philosophy. He that is the one soul in the universe. He that transcends birth, decrepitude, and death, CMLXV. He that rescues the universe in consequence of the sacred syllable Bu, Buva, Swa, and the others with which Homa offerings are made. He that is the great rescuer. He that is the sire of all. He that is the sire of even the grandsire, Brahman. He that is of the form of sacrifice. He that is the Lord of all sacrifices, being the great deity that is adored in them. He that is the sacrificer. He that has sacrifices for his limbs. He that upholds all sacrifices, KLXVCMLXXXV. He that protects sacrifices. He that has created sacrifices. He that is the foremost of all performers of sacrifices. He that enjoys the rewards of all sacrifices. He that causes the accomplishment of all sacrifices. He that completes all sacrifices by accepting the full libation at the end. He that is identical with such sacrifices as are performed without desire of fruit. He that is the food which sustains all living creatures. He that is also the eater of that food, kumleksvik moksiv. He that is himself the cause of his existence. He that is self-born. He that penetrated through the solid earth, and repairing to the nether regions slew Hiranyaksha and others. He that sings the samans. He that is the delighter of Devki. He that is the creator of all. He that is the Lord of the earth. He that is the destroyer of the sins of his worshippers, CMLXXXVigmexii. He that bears the conch, Panchajanya, in his hands. He that bears the sword of knowledge and illusion. He that sets the cycle of the yugas to revolve ceaselessly. He that invests himself with consciousness and senses. He that is endued with the mace of the most solid understanding. He that is armed with a car wheel. He that is incapable of being agitated. He that is armed with all kinds of weapons, Kurukshetra War. Salutations to him. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 149, Part 2. Even thus have I recited to thee, without any exception, the 1,000 excellent names of the high-souled Kesva, whose glory should always be sung. That man who hears the names every day, or who recites them every day, never meets with any evil either here or hereafter. If a Brahmana does this, he succeeds in mastering the Vedanta. If a Kshatriya does it, he becomes always successful in battle. A Vaishya, by doing it, becomes possessed of affluence, while a Sudra earns great happiness. If one becomes desirous of earning the merit of righteousness, one succeeds in earning it by hearing or reciting these names. If it is wealth that one desires, one succeeds in earning wealth by acting in this way. So also the man who wishes for enjoyments of the senses succeeds in enjoying all kinds of pleasures, and the man desirous of offspring acquires offspring by pursuing this course of conduct. That man who with devotion and perseverance and heart wholly turned towards him recites these 1,000 names of Vasudeva every day, after having purified himself, succeeds in acquiring great fame, a position of eminence among his kinsmen, enduring prosperity, and lastly, that which is of the highest benefit to him, viz., emancipation itself. Such a man never meets with fear at any time, and acquires great prowess and energy. Disease never afflicts him, splendor of complexion, strength, beauty, and accomplishments become his. The sick become hale, the afflicted become freed from their afflictions, the affrighted become freed from fear, and he that is plunged in calamity becomes freed from calamity. The man who hymns the praises of that foremost of beings by reciting his 1,000 names with devotion succeeds in quickly crossing all difficulties. That mortal who takes refuge in Vasudeva and who becomes devoted to him becomes freed of all sins and attains to eternal Brahma. They who are devoted to Vasudeva have never to encounter any evil. They become freed from the fear of birth, death, decrepitude, and disease. That man who with devotion and faith recites this hymn, consisting of the 1,000 names of Vasudeva, succeeds in acquiring felicity of soul, forgiveness of disposition, prosperity, intelligence, memory, and fame. Neither wrath, nor jealousy, nor cupidity, nor evil understanding ever appears in those men of righteousness who are devoted to that foremost of beings. The firmament with the sun, moon, and stars, the welkin, the points of the compass, the earth, and the ocean, are all held and supported by the prowess of the high-souled Vasudeva. The whole mobile and immobile universe with the deities, asuras, and gandharvas, yakshas, uragas, and rakshasas is under the sway of Krishna. The senses, mind, understanding, life, energy, strength, and memory, it has been said, have Vasudeva for their soul. Indeed, this body that is called Kshetra, and the intelligent soul within, that is called the knower of Kshetra, also have Vasudeva for their soul. Conduct, consisting of practices, is said to be the foremost of all topics treated of in the scriptures. Righteousness has conduct for its basis. The unfading Vasudeva is said to be the Lord of righteousness. The rishis, the pitris, the deities, the great, primal, elements, the metals, indeed, the entire mobile and immobile universe has sprung from Narayana. Yoga, the Sankhya philosophy, knowledge, all mechanical arts, the Vedas, the diverse scriptures, and all learning have sprung from Janardana. Vishnu is the one great element or substance which has spread itself out into multifarious forms. Covering the three worlds, he, the soul of all things, enjoys them all. His glory knows no diminution, and he it is that is the enjoyer of the universe as its supreme Lord. This hymn in praise of the illustrious Vishnu, composed by Vyasa, should be recited by that person who wishes to acquire happiness and that which is the highest benefit, viz., emancipation. Those persons that worship and adore the Lord of the universe, that deity who is inborn and possessed of blazing effulgence, who is the origin or cause of the universe, who knows on deterioration, and who is endued with eyes that are as large and beautiful as the petals of the lotus, have never to meet with any discomfiture. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 150. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou of great wisdom, O thou that art conversant with all branches of knowledge, what is that subject of silent recitation by reciting which every day one may acquire the merit of righteousness in a large measure? What is that mantra for recitation which bestows success if recited on the occasion of setting out on a journey, or in entering a new building, or at the commencement of any undertaking, or on the occasion of sacrifices in honor of the deities or of the pitris? It behoveth thee to tell me what indeed, what mantra it is, which propitiates all malevolent influences, or leads to prosperity or growth, or protection from evil, or the destruction of foes, or the dispelling of fears, and which, at the same time, is consistent with the Vedas. Bhishma said, Hear, O king, with concentrated attention, what that mantra is which was declared by Vyasa. It was ordained by Savitri and is possessed of great excellence. It is capable of cleansing a person immediately of all his sins. Hear, O sinless one, as I recite to thee the ordinances in respect of that mantra. Indeed, O chief of the sons of Pandu, by listening to those ordinances, one becomes cleansed of all one's sins. One who recites this mantra day and night becomes never stained by sin. I shall now declare to thee what that mantra is. Do thou listen with concentrated attention. Indeed, the man that hears it becomes endued with long life, O prince, and attaining to the fruition of all his wishes, sports and felicity both here and hereafter. This mantra, O king, was daily recited by the foremost of royal sages devoted to the practice to kshatriya duties and steadily observant of the vow of truth. Indeed, O tiger among kings, those monarchs who, with restrained senses and tranquil soul, recite this mantra every day, succeed in acquiring unrivaled prosperity. Salutations to Vasishtha of high vows, after having bowed with reverence unto Parashara, that ocean of the Vedas. Salutations to the great snake Ananta, and salutations to all those who are crowned with success, and who are of unfading glory. Salutations to the rishis, and unto him that is the highest of the high, the God of gods, and the giver of boons unto all those that are foremost. Salutations unto him of 1,000 heads, him that is most auspicious, him that has 1,000 names, viz., Janardana, Aya, Ekapada, Ahivradna, the unvanquished Pinakin, Rita Pitrarupa, the three-eyed Mahesvara, Vrishakapi, Sambhu, Havana, and Aswara. These are the celebrated Rudras, 11 in number, who are the lords of all the worlds. Even these 11 high-souled ones have been mentioned as 100 in the Satarudra of the Vedas. Ansa, Bhaga, Mitra, Varuna the Lord of Waters, Dhatri, Aryaman, Janta, Bhaskara, Tvastri, Pushan, Indra, and Vishnu are said to comprise a tale of 12. These 12 are called Adityas, and they are the sons of Kasyapa, as the Shruti declares. Dhara, Dhruva, Sam, Savitra, Anala, Pratyusha, and Prabhav are the 8 Vasus named in the scriptures. Nazataya and Dasra are said to be the 2 Ashwins. They are the sons of Mrthandal, born of his spouse Samjna, from whose nostrils they came out. After this I shall recite the names of those who are the witnesses of all acts in the worlds. They take note of all sacrifices, of all gifts, of all good acts. Those lords among the deities behold everything, although they are invisible. Indeed, they behold all the good and bad acts of all beings. They are Mrityu, Kala, the Viswadevas, the Pitris endued with forms, the great rishis possessed of wealth of penances, the Munis, and others crowned with success and devoted to penances and emancipation. These of sweet smiles bestow diverse benefits upon those men that recite their names. Verily, endued with celestial energy, they bestow diverse regions of felicity created by the grandsire upon such men. They reside in all the worlds and attentively note all acts. By reciting the names of those lords of all living creatures, one always becomes endued with righteousness and wealth and enjoyments in copious measure. One acquires hereafter diverse regions of auspiciousness and felicity created by the Lord of the universe. These 33 deities, who are the lords of all beings, as also Nandaswara of huge body, and that preeminent one who has the bull for the device on his banner, and those masters of all the worlds, viz., the followers and associates of him called Gainswara, and those called Samyas, and called the Rudras, and those called the Yogas, and those that are known as the Buddhas, and the luminaries in the firmament, the rivers, the sky, the prince of birds, viz., Garuda, all those persons on earth who have become crowned with success in consequence of their penances, and who are existing in an immobile or mobile form, the Himavat, all the mountains, the 4 oceans, the followers and associates of Bhava who are possessed of prowess equal to that of Bhava himself, the illustrious and ever-victorious Vishnu, and Skanda, and Ambika. These are the great souls by reciting whose name with restrained senses, one becomes cleansed of all sins. After this I shall recite the names of those foremost rishis who are known as Manavas. They are Yavakrita, and Rabia, and Arvavesu, and Parvasu, and Ashija, and Kakshavat, and Vala the son of Angiras. Then comes Kamwa the son of the Rishi Medhatithi, and Varashata. All these are endued with the energy of Brahma and have been spoken of in the scriptures as creators of the universe. They have sprung from Rudra and Anala and the Vasus. By reciting their names people obtain great benefits. Indeed, by doing good deeds on earth, people sport in joy in heaven with the deities. These rishis are the priests of Indra. They live in the east. That man who, with rapt attention, recites the names of these rishis, succeeds in ascending to the regions of Indra and obtaining great honors there. Unmachu, Pramchu, Swasthiatriya of great energy, Dridhavya, Urdvavahu, Tranasoma, and Jairas, and Agastya of great energy, the son of Mitravaruna. These 7 are the Ritwiks of Yama, the king of the dead, and dwell in the southern quarter. Dridhayu and Rityu, and Pariyata of great fame, and Ektha, and Dvita, and Trita, the last 3 endued with splendor like that of the sun, and Atri's son of righteous soul, viz., the Rishi Saraswata. These 7 who had acted as Ritwiks in the great sacrifice of Varuna have taken up their abodes in the western quarter. Atri, the illustrious Vasishtha, the great Rishi Kasyapa, Gautama, Bharadvaja, Viswamitra, the son of Kusika, and Richika's fierce son Jamadagni of great energy. These 7 are the Ritwiks of the Lord of Treasures and dwell in the northern quarter. There are 7 other rishis that live in all directions without being confined to any particular one. They, it is, who are the inducers of fame and of all this beneficial to men, and they have been sung as the creators of the worlds. Dharma, Kama, Kala, Vasu, Vasuki, Ananta, and Kapila, these 7 are the upholders of the world. Rama, Vyasa, Drona's son Aswathaman, are the other rishis that are regarded as the foremost. These are the great rishis as distributed into 7 groups, each group consisting of 7. They are the creators of that peace and good that men enjoy. They are said to be the regents of the several points of the compass. One should turn one's face to that direction in which one of these rishis live if one wishes to worship him. Those rishis are the creators of all creatures and have been regarded as the cleansers of all. Samvarta, Marusavarna, the righteous Markandeya, and Sankhya and Yoga, and Narada and the great Rishi Durvasa, these are endued with severe penance and great self-restraint, and are celebrated over the 3 worlds. There are others who are equal to Rudra himself. They live in the region of Brahman. By naming them with reverence, a sonless man obtains a son, and a poor man obtains wealth. Indeed, by naming them, one acquires success in religion, and wealth, and pleasure. One should also take the name of that celebrated king who was emperor of all the earth and equal to a Prajapati, viz., that foremost of monarchs, Prithu, the son of Vena. The earth became his daughter, from love and affection. One should also name Kauravas of the solar race and equal unto Mahendra himself in prowess. He was the son of Ayala and celebrated over the 3 worlds. One should, indeed, take the name of that dear son of Buddha. One should also take the name of Bharata, that hero celebrated over the 3 worlds. He also who in the Krita age adored the gods in a grand Gamata sacrifice, viz., Rantadeva of great splendor, who was equal unto Mahadeva himself, should be named. Endued with penances, possessed of every auspicious mark, the source of every kind of benefit to the world, he was the conqueror of the universes. One should also take the name of the royal sage Sweta of illustrious fame. He had gratified the great Mahadeva, and it was for his sake that Andhaka was slain. One should also take the name of the royal sage Bhajaratha of great fame, who, through the grace of Mahadeva, succeeded in bringing down the sacred river from heaven, for flowing over the earth and cleansing all human beings of their sins. It was Bhajaratha who caused the ashes of the 60,000 sons of Sagara to be overflowed with the sacred waters of Ganga and thereby rescued them from their sin. Indeed, one should take the names of all these that were endued with the blazing effulgence of fire, great beauty of person, and high energy. Some of them were of awe-inspiring forms and great might. Verily, one should take the names of these deities and rishis and kings, those lords of the universe, who are enhancers of fame. Sankhya, and Yoga which is highest of the high, and Havya and Kavya, and that refuge of all the Shrutis, viz., Supreme Brahma, have been declared to be the sources of great benefit to all creatures. These are sacred and sin-cleansing and have been spoken of very highly. These are the foremost of medicines for allaying all diseases, and are the inducers of the success in respect of all deeds. Restraining one's senses, one should, O Bharata, take the names of these, morning and evening. It is these that protect. It is these that shower rain. It is these that shine and give light and heat. It is these that blow. It is these that create all things. These are regarded as the foremost of all, as the leaders of the universe, as highly clever in the accomplishment of all things, as endued with forgiveness, as complete masters of the senses. Indeed, it has been said that they dispel all the evils to which human beings are subject. These high-souled ones are the witnesses of all good and bad deeds. Rising up in the morning, one should take their names, for by this, one is sure to acquire all that is good. He who takes the names of them becomes freed from the fear of fires and of thieves. Such a man never finds his way obstructed by any impediment. By taking the names of these high-souled ones, one becomes free from bad dreams of every kind. Cleared from every sin, such men take birth in auspicious families. That regenerate person who, with restrained senses, recites these names on the occasions of performing the initiatory rites of sacrifices and other religious observances, becomes, as the consequence thereof, endued with righteousness, devoted to the study of the soul, possessed of forgiveness and self-restraint, and free from malice. If a man that is afflicted with disease recites them, he becomes freed from his sin in the form of disease. By reciting them within a house, all evils are dispelled from the inmates. By reciting them within a field, the growth is helped of all kinds of crops. Reciting them at the time of setting out on a journey, or while one is away from one's home, one meets with good fortune. These names lead to the protection of one's own self, of one's children and spouses, of one's wealth, and of one's seeds and plants. The Kshatriya who recites these names at the time of joining a battle sees destruction overtake his foes and good fortune crown him and his party. The man who recites these names on the occasions of performing the rites in honor of the deities or the pitris helps the pitris and deities eat the sacrificial havya and kavya. The man that recites them becomes freed from fear of diseases and beasts of prey, of elephants and thieves. His load of anxiety becomes lightened, and he becomes freed from every sin. By reciting these excellent Savitri mantras on board a vessel, or in a vehicle, or in the courts of kings, one attains to high success. There where these mantras are recited, fire does not burn wood. Their children do not die, nor snakes dwell. Indeed, at such places, there can be no fear of the king, nor of pisachas and rakshasas. Verily, the man who recites these mantras ceases to have any fear of fire, or water, or wind, or beasts of prey. These Savitri mantras, recited duly, contribute to the peace and well-being of all the four orders. Those men who recite them with reverence become freed from every sorrow and at last attain to a high end. Even these are the results achieved by them that recite these Savitri mantras, which are of the form of Brahma. That man who recites these mantras in the midst of kind sees his kind become fruitful. Whether when setting out on a journey, or entering a house on coming back, one should recite these mantras on every occasion. These mantras constitute a great mystery of the rishis and are the very highest of those which they silently recite. Even such are these mantras unto them who practice the duty of recitation and pour libations on the sacrificial fire. This that I have said unto thee is the excellent opinion of Parasara. It was recited in former days unto Sakra himself, representing as it does truth or eternal Brahman. I have declared it in full to thee. It constitutes that heart of all creatures, and is the highest Shruti. All the princes of the race of Soma and of Surya, viz. the Raghvas and the Kauravas, recite these mantras every day after having purified themselves. These constitute the highest end of human creatures. There is rescue from every trouble and calamity in the daily recitation of the names of the deities of the seven rishis and of Dhruva. Indeed, such recitation speedily frees one from distress. The sages of olden times, viz., Kasyapa, Gautama, and others, and Bhrigu and Jairus and Atri and others, and Sukra, Agastya, and Vrahaspati, and others, all of whom are regenerate rishis, have adored these mantras. Approved of by the son of Bharadvaja, these mantras were attained by the sons of Richika. Verily, having acquired them again from Vasishtha, Sakra and the Vasus went forth to battle and succeeded in subjugating the Dandavas. That man who makes a present of 100 kine with their horns covered with plates of gold unto a Brahmana possessed of much learning and well conversant with the Vedas, and he who causes the excellent Bharata story to be recited in his house every day, are said to acquire equal merits. By reciting the name of Bhrigu, one's righteousness becomes enhanced. By bowing to Vasishtha, one's energy becomes enhanced. By bowing unto Raghu, one becomes victorious in battle. By reciting the praises of the Ashwins, one becomes freed from diseases. I have thus, O king, told thee of the Savitri mantras which are identical with eternal Brahman. If thou wishest to question me on any other topic, thou mayst do so. I shall, O Bharata, answer thee. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 151. Yudhishthira said, Who deserve to be worshipped? Who are they unto whom we should bow? How, indeed, should we behave towards whom? What course of conduct, O grandsire, towards what classes of persons is regarded faultless? Bhishma said, The humiliation of Brahmanas would humiliate the very deities. By bowing unto Brahmanas one does not, O Yudhishthira, incur any fault. They deserve to be worshipped. They deserve to have our salutations. Thou shouldst behave towards them as if they are thy sons. Indeed, it is those men endued with great wisdom that uphold all the worlds. The Brahmanas are the great causeways of righteousness in respect of all the worlds. Their happiness consists in renouncing all kinds of wealth. They are devoted to the vow of restraining speech. They are agreeable to all creatures, and observant of diverse excellent vows. They are the refuge of all creatures in the universe. They are the authors of all the regulations which govern the worlds. They are possessed of great fame. Penances are always their great wealth. Their power consists in speech. Their energy flows from the duties they observe. Conversant with all duties, they are possessed of minute vision, so that they are cognizant of the subtlest considerations. They are of righteous desires. They live the observance of well-performed duties. They are the causeways of righteousness. The four kinds of living creatures exist, depending upon them as their refuge. They are the path or road along which all should go. They are the guides of all. They are the eternal upholders of all the sacrifices. They always uphold the heavy burdens of sires and grandsires. They never droop under heavy weights even when passing along difficult roads like strong cattle. They are attentive to the requirements of piths and deities and guests. They are entitled to eat the first portions of Havya and Kavya. By the very food they eat, they rescue the three worlds from great fear. They are, as it were, the island, for refuge, for all worlds. They are the eyes of all persons endued with sight. The wealth they possess consists of all the branches of knowledge known by the name of Siksha and all the Shrutis. Endued with great skill, they are conversant with the most subtle relations of things. They are well acquainted with the end of all things, and their thoughts are always employed upon the science of the soul. They are endued with the knowledge of the beginning, the middle, and the end of all things, and they are persons in whom doubts no longer exist in consequence of feeling certain of their knowledge. They are fully aware of the distinctions between what is superior and what is inferior. They it is who attain to the highest end. Freed from all attachments, cleansed of all sins, transcending all pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, happiness and misery, etc., they are unconnected with all worldly things. Deserving of every honor, they are always held in great esteem by persons endued with knowledge and high souls. They cast equal eyes on sandal paste and filth or dirt, on what is food and what is not rude. They see with an equal eye their brown vestments of coarse cloth and fabrics of silk and animal skins. They would live for many days together without eating any food, and dry up their limbs by such abstention from all sustenance. They devote themselves earnestly to the study of the Vedas, restraining their senses. They would make gods of those that are not gods, and not gods of those that are gods. Enraged, they can create other worlds and other regions of the worlds than those that exist. Through the course of those high-souled ones, the ocean became so saline as to be undrinkable. The fire of their wrath yet burns in the forest of Dandaka, unquenched by time. They are the gods of the gods, and the cause of all cause. They are the authority of all authorities. What man of intelligence and wisdom is there that would seek to humiliate them? Amongst them the young and the old all deserve honors. They honor one another, not in consequence of distinctions of age, but in consequence of distinctions in respect of penances and knowledge. Even the Brahmana that is destitute of knowledge is a god and is a high instrument for cleansing others. He amongst them, then, that is possessed of knowledge is a much higher god and like unto the ocean when full, to the brim. Learned or unlearned, Brahmana is always a high deity. Sanctified or unsanctified, with the aid of mantras, fire is ever a great deity. A blazing fire, even when it burns on a crematorium, is not regarded as tainted in consequence of the character of the spot whereon it burns. Clarified butter looks beautiful whether kept on the sacrificial altar or in a chamber. So, if a Brahmana be always engaged in evil acts, he is still to be regarded as deserving of honor. Indeed, know that the Brahmana is always a high deity. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 152. Yudhishthira said, "Tell us, O king, what is that reward attached to the worship of Brahmanas, seeing which thou worshipest them, O thou of superior intelligence? Indeed, what is that success, flowing from their worship, guided by which thou worshipest them?" Bhishma said, "In this connection is cited this old narrative of a conversation between Pavna and Arjuna, O Bharata. Endued with 1,000 arms and great beauty, the mighty Kartavirya, in days of yore, became the lord of all the world. He had his capital in the city of Mahishmati. Of unbaffled prowess, that chief of the higher race of Kshatriyas swayed the whole earth with her belt of seas, together with all her islands and all her precious mines of gold and gems. Keeping before him the duties of the Kshatriya order, as also of humility and Vedic knowledge, the king made large gifts of wealth unto the Rishi Dattatreya. Indeed, the son of Kritavirya thus adored the great ascetic who, becoming pleased with him, asked him to solicit 3 boons. Thus requested by the Rishi in respect of boons, the king addressed him, saying, "Let me become endued with 1,000 arms when I am in the midst of my troops. While, however, I remain at home, let me have, as usual, only 2 arms. Indeed, let combatants, when engaged in battle, behold me possessed of 1,000 arms, observant also of high vows, let me succeed in subjugating the whole earth by dint of my prowess. Having acquired the earth righteously, let me sway her with vigilance. There is a 4th boon which, O foremost of regenerate persons, I solicit thee to grant. O faultless one, in consequence of the disposition to favor me, it behoveth thee to grant it to me. Dependent that I am on thee, whenever I may happen to go wrong, let the righteous come forth to instruct and set me right." Thus addressed, the Brahmana replied unto the king, saying, "So let it be." Even thus were those boons acquired by that king of blazing effulgence. Riding then on his car whose splendor resembled that of fire or the sun, the monarch, blinded by his great prowess, said, "Who, indeed, is there that can be regarded as my equal in patience and energy, in fame and heroism, in prowess and strength?" After he had uttered these words, an invisible voice in the welkin said, "O ignorant wretch, dost thou not know that the Brahmana is superior to the Kshatriya? The Kshatriya, assisted by the Brahmana, rules all creatures." Arjuna said, "When gratified, I am able to create many creatures. When angry, I am able to destroy all. In thought, word, and deed, I am the foremost. The Brahmana is certainly not above me." The first proposition here is that the Brahmana is superior to the Kshatriya. The counter-proposition is that the Kshatriya is superior. Thou hast said, O invisible being, that the two are united together, in the act upon which the Kshatriya's superiority is sought to be based. A distinction, however, is observable in this. It is seen that Brahmanas take refuge with Kshatriyas. The Kshatriyas never seek the refuge of Brahmanas. Indeed, throughout the earth, the Brahmanas, accepting such refuge under the pretense of teaching the Vedas, draw their sustenance from the Kshatriyas. The duty of protecting all creatures is vested in Kshatriyas. It is from the Kshatriyas that the Brahmanas derive their sustenance. How then can the Brahmana be superior to the Kshatriyas? Well, I shall from today bring under my subjection your Brahmanas who are superior to all creatures, but who have mendicancy for their occupation and who are so self-conceited. What the Virgin Gayatri has said from the welkin is not true. Robed in skins, the Brahmanas move about in independence. I shall bring those independent whites under my subjection. Deity or man, there is none in the three worlds who can hurl me from the sovereignty I enjoy. Hence, I am certainly superior to the Brahmanas. This world that is now regarded as having Brahmanas for its foremost denizens shall soon be made such as to have Kshatriyas for its foremost denizens. There is none that is capable of bearing my might in battle." Hearing these words of Arjuna, the welkin-ranging goddess became agitated. Then the god of wind, addressing the king from the sky, said, "Cast off this sinful attitude. Bow unto the Brahmanas. By injuring them thou wilt bring about troubles on thy kingdom. The Brahmanas will either slay thee, king though thou art, or, endued with great might that they are, they will drive thee away from thy kingdom, despoiling thee of thy energy." The king, hearing this speech, addressed the speaker, saying, "Who, indeed, art thou?" The god of wind answered, "I am the god of wind and the messenger of the deities. I say unto thee what is for thy benefit." Arjuna said, "Oh, I see that thou hast today shown thy devotion and attachment to the Brahmanas. Tell me now what kind of earthly creature is the Brahmana? Tell me, does the superior Brahmana resemble the wind in any respect? Or is he like water, or fire, or the sun, or the firmament?" Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 153. The god of wind said, "Hear, O deluded man, what the attributes are that belong to Brahmanas, all of whom are endued with high souls. The Brahmana is superior to all those which, O king, thou hast named. In days of yore, the earth, indulging in a spirit of rivalry with the kind of the Angas, forsook her character as earth. The regenerate Kasyapa caused destruction to overtake her by actually paralyzing her. The Brahmanas are always unconquerable, O king, in heaven as also on earth. In days of yore, the great Rishi Angiras, through his energy, drank off all the waters. The high-souled Rishi, having drank off all the waters as if they were milk, did not feel yet his thirst to be slaked. He, therefore, once more caused the earth to be filled with water by raising a mighty wave. On another occasion, when Angiras became enraged with me, I fled away, leaving the world, and dwelt for a long time concealed in the Agnihotra of the Brahmanas through fear of that rishi. The illustrious Purandara, in consequence of his having coveted the body of Ahulya, was cursed by Gautama, yet, for the sake of righteousness and wealth, the rishi did not destroy outright the chief of the deities. The ocean, O king, that was full in former days of crystal water, cursed by the Brahmanas, became saline in taste. Even Agni, who is of the complexion of gold, and who blazes with effulgence when destitute of smoke, and whose flames uniting together burn upwards, when cursed by the angry Angiras, became divested of all these attributes. Behold, the 60,000 sons of Sagara, who came here to adore the ocean, have all been pulverized by the Brahmana. Kapila of golden complexion, thou art not equal to the Brahmanas. Do thou, O king, seek thy own good. The Kshatriya of even great puissance bows to Brahmana children that are still in their mother's wombs. The large kingdom of the Dandakas was destroyed by a Brahmana. The mighty Kshatriya Talajangala was destroyed by a single Brahmana, viz., Orva. Thou too hast acquired a large kingdom, great might, religious merit, and learning, which are all difficult of attainment, through the grace of Dattatreya. Why dost thou, O Arjuna, worship Agni every day, who is a Brahmana? He is the bearer of sacrificial libations from every part of the universe. Art thou ignorant of this fact? Why, indeed, dost thou suffer thyself to be stupefied by folly when thou art not ignorant of the fact that a superior Brahmana is the protector of all creatures in the world and is, indeed, the creator of the living world? The Lord of all creatures, Brahman, unmanifest, endued with puissance, and of unfading glory, who created this boundless universe with its mobile and immobile creatures, is a Brahman. Some persons there are, destitute of wisdom, who say that Brahman was born of an egg. From the original egg, when it burst forth, mountains and the points of the compass and the waters and the earth and the heavens all sprang forth into existence. This birth of the creation was not seen by anyone. How then can Brahman be said to have taken his birth from the original egg, when especially he is declared as unborn? It is said that vast uncreate space is the original egg. It was from this uncreate space, or supreme Brahman, that the grandsire was born. If thou askest, whereon would the grandsire, after his birth from uncreate space, rest, for there was then nothing else? The answer may be given in the following words: there is an existent being of the name of consciousness. That mighty being is endued with great energy. There is no egg. Brahman, however, is existent. He is the creator of the universe and is its king. Thus addressed by the god of wind, King Arjuna remained silent. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 154. The god of wind said, once on a time, O king, a ruler of the name of Anga desired to give away the whole earth as sacrificial present unto the Brahmanas. At this, the earth became filled with anxiety. I am the daughter of Brahman. I hold all creatures. Having obtained me, alas, why does this foremost of kings wish to give me away unto the Brahmanas? Abandoning my character as the soil, I shall now repair to the presence of my sire. Let this king with all his kingdom meet with destruction. Arrived at this conclusion, she departed for the region of Brahman. The rishi Kasyapa, beholding goddess Earth on the point of departing, himself immediately entered the visible embodiment of the goddess, casting off his own body by the aid of yoga. The earth, thus penetrated by the spirit of Kasyapa, grew in prosperity and became full of all kinds of vegetable produce. Indeed, O king, for the time that Kasyapa pervaded the earth, righteousness became foremost everywhere and all fear ceased. In this way, O king, the earth remained penetrated by the spirit of Kasyapa for 30,000 celestial years, fully alive to all those functions which it used to discharge while it was penetrated by the spirit of Brahman's daughter. Upon the expiry of this period, the goddess returned from the region of Brahman and arrived here bowed unto Kasyapa, and from that time became the daughter of that rishi. Kasyapa is a Brahmana. Even this was the feat, O king, that a Brahmana did. Tell me the name of the Kshatriya who can be held to be superior to Kasyapa. Hearing these words, King Arjuna remained silent. Unto him the god of wind once more said, Hear now, O king, the story of Utathya, who was born in the race of Angiras. The daughter of Soma, named Bhadra, came to be regarded as unrivaled in beauty. Her sire Soma regarded Utathya to be the fittest of husbands for her. The famous and highly blessed maiden of faultless limbs, observing diverse vows, underwent the severest austerities from the desire of obtaining Utathya for her lord. After a while, Soma's father Atri, inviting Utathya to his house, bestowed upon him the famous maiden. Utathya, who used to give away sacrificial presents in copious measure, duly received the girl for his wife. It so happened, however, that the handsome Varuna had, from a long time before, coveted the girl. Coming to the woods where Utathya dwelt, Varuna stole away the girl when she had plunged into the Yamuna for a bath. Abducting her thus, the Lord of the Waters took her to his own abode. That mansion was of a wonderful aspect. It was adorned with 600,000 lakes. There is no mansion that can be regarded more beautiful than that palace of Varuna. It was adorned with many palaces, and by the presence of diverse tribes of Apsaras and of diverse excellent articles of enjoyment. There, within that palace, the Lord of Waters, O king, sported with the damsel. A little while after, the fact of the ravishment of his wife was reported to Utathya. Indeed, having heard all the facts from Narada, Utathya addressed the celestial rishi, saying, Go, O Narada, unto Varuna and speak with due severity unto him. Ask him as to why he has abducted my wife, and, indeed, tell him in my name that he should yield her up. Thou mayst say to him further, Thou art a protector of the worlds, O Varuna, and not a destroyer. Why then hast thou abducted Utathya's wife bestowed upon him by Soma? Thus requested by Utathya, the celestial rishi Narada repaired to where Varuna was and addressing him, said, Do thou set free the wife of Utathya. Indeed, why hast thou abducted her? Hearing these words of Narada, Varuna replied unto him, saying, This timid girl is exceedingly dear to me. I dare not let her go. Receiving this reply, Narada repaired to Utathya and cheerlessly said, O great ascetic, Varuna has driven me out from his house, seizing me by the throat. He is unwilling to restore to thee thy spouse. Do thou act as thou pleasest. Hearing these words of Narada, Angiras became inflamed with wrath. Endued with wealth of penances, he solidified the waters and drank them off, aided by his energy. When all the waters were thus drunk off, the lord of that element became very cheerless with all his friends and kinsfolk. For all that, he did not still give up Utathya's wife. Then Utathya, that foremost of regenerate persons, filled with wrath, commanded earth, saying, O amiable one, do thou show land where there are at present the 600,000 lakes. At these words of the rishi, the ocean receded from the spot indicated, and land appeared which was exceedingly sterile. Unto the rivers that flowed through that region, Utathya said, O Sarasvati, do thou become invisible here. Indeed, O timid lady, leaving this region, go thou to the desert. O auspicious goddess, let this region, destitute of thee, cease to become sacred. When that region, in which the Lord of Waters dwelt, became dry, he repaired to Angiras, taking with him Utathya's spouse, and made her over to him. Getting back his wife, Utathya became cheerful. Then, O chief of the High race, that great Brahmana rescued both the universe and the Lord of Waters from the situation of distress into which he had brought them. Conversant with every duty, the Rishi Utathya of great energy, after getting back his spouse, O king, said so unto Varuna, I have recovered my wife, O Lord of Waters, with the aid of my penances, and after inflicting such distress on thee as made thee cry aloud in anguish. Having said this, he went home, with that wife of his. Even such, O king, was Utathya, that foremost of Brahmanas. Shall I go on? Or will you yet persist in thy opinion? What, is there a Kshatriya that is superior to Utathya? Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 155. Bhishma said, thus addressed, King Arjuna remained silent. The god of wind once more spoke to him, listen now, O king, to the story of the greatness of the Brahmana Agastya. Once on a time, the gods were subjugated by the Asuras, upon which they became very cheerless. The sacrifices of the deities were all seized, and the svadha of the Pitris was also misappropriated. Indeed, O chief of the Hyas, all the religious acts and observances of human beings also were suspended by the Danavas. Divested of their prosperity, the deities wandered over the earth, as we have heard. One day, in course of their wandering, they met Agastya of high vows, that Brahmana, O king, who was endued with great energy and splendor which was as blazing as that of the sun. Saluting him duly, the deities made the usual inquiries of politeness. They then, O king, said these words unto that high-souled one, we have been defeated by the Danavas in battle and have, therefore, fallen off from affluence and prosperity. Do thou, therefore, O foremost of ascetics, rescue us from this situation of great fear. Thus informed of the plight to which the deities had been reduced, Agastya became highly incensed with the Danavas. Possessed of great energy, he at once blazed forth like the all-consuming fire at the time of the universal dissolution. With the blazing rays that then emanated from the Rishi, the Danavas began to be burnt. Indeed, O king, thousands of them began to drop down from the sky. Burning with the energy of Agastya, the Danavas, abandoning both heaven and earth, fled towards the southern direction. At that time the Danava King Valley was performing a horse sacrifice in the nether regions. Those great Asuras who were with him in those regions, or who were dwelling in the bowels of the earth, were not burnt. The deities, upon the destruction of their foes, then regained their own regions, their fears entirely dispelled. Encouraged by what he accomplished for them, they then solicited the Rishi to destroy those Asuras who had taken refuge within the bowels of the earth or in the nether regions. Thus solicited by the gods, Agastya replied unto them, saying, Yes, I am fully competent to consume those Asuras that are dwelling underneath the earth, but if I achieve such a feat, my penances will suffer a diminution. Hence, I shall not exert my power. Even thus, O king, were the Danavas consumed by the illustrious Rishi with his own energy. Even thus did Agastya of cleansed soul, O monarch, accomplish that feat with the aid of his penances. O sinless one, even so was Agastya as described by me. Shall I continue? Or will you say anything in reply? Is there any Kshatriya who is greater than Agastya? Bhishma continued, thus addressed, King Arjuna remained silent. The god of wind once more said, Hear, O king, one of the great feats of the illustrious Vasishtha. Once on a time the deities were engaged in performing a sacrifice on the shores of the lake Vaikanasa. Knowing of his puissance, the sacrificing gods thought of Vasishtha and made him their priest in imagination. Meanwhile, seeing the gods reduced and emaciated in consequence of the diksha they were undergoing, a race of Danavas, of the name of Kalans, of statures as gigantic as mountains, desired to slay them. Those amongst the Danavas that were either disabled or slain in the fight were plunged into the waters of the Manasa lake, and in consequence of the boon of the grandsire, they instantly came back to vigor and life. Taking up huge and terrible mountain summits and mesas and trees, they agitated the waters of the lake, causing them to swell up to the height of 100 yojanas. They then ran against the deities numbering 10,000. Afflicted by the Danavas, the gods then sought the protection of their chief, Vasvasakra, however, was soon afflicted by them. In his distress he sought the protection of Vasishta. At this, the holy Rishi Vasishta assured the deities, dispelling their fears. Understanding that the gods had become exceedingly cheerless, the ascetic did this through compassion. He put forth his energy and burnt, without any exertion, those Danavas called Kalans. Possessed of wealth of penances, the Rishi brought the river Ganga, who had gone to Kailasa, to that spot. Indeed, Ganga appeared, piercing through the waters of the lake. The lake was penetrated by that river. And as that celestial stream, piercing through the waters of the lake, appeared, it flowed on, under the name of Sarayu. The place whereon those Danavas fell came to be called after them. Even thus were the denizens of heaven, with Indra at their head, rescued from great distress by Vasishta. It was thus that those Danavas, who had received boons from Brahman, were slain by that high-souled Rishi. O sinless one, I have narrated to thee the feat which Vasishta accomplished. Shall I go on? Or will you say anything? Was there a Kshatriya who could be said to surpass the Brahmana Vasishta? Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 156. Bhishma said, thus addressed, Arjuna remained silent. The god of wind once more addressed him, saying, Hear me, O foremost one of the High-Hayas, as I narrate to thee the achievement of the high-souled Atri. Once on a time as the gods and Danavas were fighting each other in the dark, Rahu pierced both Surya and Soma with his arrows. The gods, overwhelmed by darkness, began to fall before the mighty Danavas, O foremost of kings. Repeatedly struck by the Asuras, the denizens of heaven began to lose their strength. They then beheld the learned Brahmana Atri, endued with wealth of penances, engaged in the observance of austerities. Addressing that Rishi who had conquered all his senses, and in whom wrath had been extinguished, they said, Behold, O Rishi, these two, viz., Soma and Surya, who have both been pierced by the Asuras with their arrows. In consequence of this, darkness has overtaken us, and we are being struck down by the foe. We do not see the end of our troubles. Do thou, O Lord of great puissance, rescue us from this great fear. The Rishi said, How, indeed, shall I protect you? They answered, saying, Do thou thyself become Chandramadhavs. Do thou also become the sun, and do thou begin to slay these robbers. Thus solicited by them, Atri assumed the form of the darkness-destroying Soma. Indeed, in consequence of his agreeable disposition, he began to look as handsome and delightful as Soma himself. Beholding that the real Soma and the real Surya had become darkened by the shafts of the foe, Atri, assuming the forms of those luminaries, began to shine forth in splendor over the field of battle, aided by the puissance of his penances. Verily, Atri made the universe blaze forth in light, dispelling all its darkness. By putting forth his puissance, he also subjugated the vast multitudes of those enemies of the deities. Beholding those great Asuras burnt by Atri, the gods also, protected by Atri's energy, began to dispatch them quickly. Putting forth his prowess and mastering all his energy, it was even in this way that Atri illumined the god of day, rescued the deities, and slew the Asuras. Even this was the feat that regenerate one, aided by his sacred fire, that silent reciter of mantras, that one clad in deerskins, accomplished. Behold, O royal sage, that act achieved by that rishi who subsisted upon fruits only. I have thus narrated to thee, in detail, the feat of the high-souled Atri. Shall I go on? Or will you say anything? Is there a kshatriya that is superior to this regenerate rishi? Thus addressed, Arjuna remained silent. The god of wind once more spake unto him, Hear, O king, the feat achieved by the high-souled Chayavana in days of old. Having passed his promise to the twin Ashwins, Chayavana addressed the chastiser of Paka, saying, Do thou make the Ashwins drinkers of Soma with all other deities. Indra said, The Ashwins have been cast away by us. How then can they be admitted into the sacrificial circle for drinking Soma with the others? They are not numbered with the deities. Do not, therefore, tell us so. O thou of great vows, we do not wish to drink Soma in the company of the Aswins. Whatever other behest thou mayst be pleased to utter, O learned Brahmana, we are ready to accomplish. Chayavana said, The twin Ashwins shall drink Soma with all of you. Both of them are gods, O chief of the deities, for they are the sons of Surya. Let the gods do what I have said. By acting according to those words, the gods will reap great advantage. By acting otherwise, evil will overtake them. Indra said, I shall not, O foremost of regenerate persons, drink Soma with the Ashwins. Let others drink with them as they please. As regards myself, I dare not do it. Chayavana said, If, O slayer of Vala, thou wilt not obey my words, thou shalt, this very day, drink Soma with them in sacrifice, compelled by me. The god of wind said, Then Chayavana, taking the Ashwins with him, commenced a great religious rite for their benefit. The gods all became stupefied by Chayavana with his mantras. Beholding that feat commenced by Chayavana, Indra became incensed with wrath. Taking up a huge mountain, he ran against that rishi. The chief of the deities was also armed with the thunderbolt. Then the illustrious Chayavana, endued with penances, cast an angry glance upon Indra as he advanced. Throwing a little water at him, he paralyzed the chief of the deities with his thunderbolt and mountain. As the result of the religious rite he had commenced, he created a terrible asura hostile to Indra. Made of the libations he had poured on the sacred fire, that asura was called Mata, of mouth gaping wide. Even such was the asura that the great ascetic created with the aid of mantras. There were 1,000 teeth in his mouth, extending for 100 yojanas. Of terrible mane, his fangs were 200 yojanas in length. One of his cheeks rested on the earth, and the other touched the heavens. Indeed, all the gods with Vasva seemed to stand at the root of that great asura's tongue, even as fishes when they enter into the wide open mouth of a leviathan. While standing within the mouth of Mata, the gods held a quick consultation, and then addressing Indra, said, Do thou soon bend thy head in reverence unto this regenerate personage. Freed from every scruple, we shall drink Soma with the Ashwins in our company. Then Sakra, bowing down his head unto Chayavana, obeyed his behest. Even thus did Chayavana make the Ashwins drinkers of Soma with the other gods. Calling back Mata, the rishi then assigned him the acts he was to do. That Mata was commanded to take up his residence in dice, in hunting, in drinking, and in women. Hence, O king, those men that betake themselves to these, meet with destruction, without doubt. Hence, one should always cast off these faults to a great distance. Thus, O king, I have narrated to thee the feat achieved by Chayavana. Shall I go on? Or will you say anything in reply? Is there a kshatriya that is higher than the Brahmana Chayavana? Mahabharata, Book 13, section 157. Bhishma said, hearing these words of the god of wind, Arjuna remained silent. At this, the god of wind once more addressed him, saying, when the denizens of heaven, with Indra at their head, found themselves within the mouth of the Azura Mata, at that time Chayavana took away from them the earth. Deprived previously of heaven and now shorn of the earth also, the gods became very cheerless. Indeed, those high-souled ones, afflicted with grief, then threw themselves unreservedly upon the grandsire's protection. The god said, O thou that art adored by all creatures of the universe, the earth has been taken away from us by Chayavana, while we have been deprived of heaven by the Kappas, O puissant one. Brahmana said, Ye denizens of heaven, do you, with Indra at your head, repair quickly and seek the protection of the Brahmanas. By gratifying them you will succeed in regaining both the regions as before. Thus instructed by the grandsire, the deities repaired to the Brahmanas and became suppliants for their protection. The Brahmanas replied, inquiring, Whom shall we subjugate? Thus asked, the deities said unto them, Do ye subjugate the Kappas? The Brahmanas then said, Bringing them down on the earth first, we shall speedily subjugate them. After this, the Brahmanas commenced a rite having for its object the destruction of the Kappas. As soon as this was heard of by the Kappas, they immediately dispatched a messenger of theirs, named Danan, unto those Brahmanas. Danan, coming to them as they sat on the earth, thus delivered to them the message of the Kappas. The Kappas are even like you all. They are not inferior to any of you. Hence, what will be the effect of these rites which you seem to be bent upon achieving? All of them are well conversant with the Vedas and possessed of wisdom. All of them are mindful of sacrifices. All of them have truth for their vow, and for these reasons all of them are regarded as equal to great rishis. The goddess of prosperity sports among them, and they, in their turn, support her with reverence. They never indulge in acts of fruitless congress with their wives, and they never eat the flesh of such animals as have not been killed in sacrifices. They pour libations on the blazing sacrificial fire every day, and are obedient to the behests of their preceptors and seniors. All of them are of souls under perfect control, and never take any food without dividing it duly among their children. They always proceed on cars and other vehicles together, without any of them riding his own vehicle while others journey on foot. They never indulge in acts of congress with their spouses when the latter are in midst of their functional period. They all act in such a way as to attain to regions of felicity hereafter. Indeed, they are always righteous in their deeds. When women quick with child or old men have not eaten, they never eat anything themselves. They never indulge in play or sports of any kind in the forenoon. They never sleep during the day. When the Kappas have these and many other virtues and accomplishments, why, indeed, would you seek to subjugate them? You should abstain from the endeavor. Verily, by such abstention ye would achieve what is for your good. The Brahmanas said, Oh, we shall subjugate the Kappas. In this matter, we are at one with the deities. Hence, the Kappas deserve slaughter at your hands. As regards Danan, he should return whence he came. After this, Danan, returning to the Kappas, said unto them, The Brahmanas are not disposed to do you any good. Hearing this, all the Kappas took up their weapons and proceeded towards the Brahmanas. The Brahmanas, beholding the Kappas advancing against them with the standards of their cars upraised, forthwith created certain blazing fires for the destruction of the Kappas. Those eternal fires, created with the aid of Vedic mantras, having effected the destruction of the Kappas, began to shine in the firmament like so many golden clouds. The gods, having assembled together in battle, slew many of the Danavas. They did not know at that time that it was the Brahmanas who had effected their destruction. Then Narada of great energy, coming there, O king, informed the deities how their foes, the Kappas, had been really slain by the Brahmanas of mighty energy, and not by deities themselves. Hearing these words of Narada, the denizens of heaven became highly gratified. They also applauded those regenerate allies of theirs that were possessed of great fame. The energy and prowess of the deities then began to increase, and worshipped in all the worlds, they acquired also the boon of immortality. After the god of wind had said these words, King Arjuna worshipped him duly, and addressing him answered in these words, Hear, O mighty armed monarch, what Arjuna said. Arjuna said, O puissant God, always and by all means do I live for the Brahmanas. Devoted to them, I worship them always. Through the grace of Dattatreya I have obtained this might of mine. Through his grace have I been able to accomplish great feats in the world and achieve high merit. Oh, I have, with attention, heard of the achievements, O God of the wind, of the Brahmanas with all their interesting details as recited by thee truly. The god of wind said, Do thou protect and cherish the Brahmanas, and the exercise of those Kshatriya duties which are thine by birth. Do thou protect them even as thou protectest thy own senses. There is danger to thee from the race of Bhrigu. All that, however, will take place on a distant day. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 158. Yudhishthira said, Thou always worshippest, O king, Brahmanas of praiseworthy vows. Whatever, however, is that fruit seeing which thou worshippest them, O king? O thou of high vows, beholding what prosperity attaching to the worship of the Brahmanas dost thou worship them? Tell me all this, O thou of mighty arms. Bhishma said, Here is Kesava endued with great intelligence. He will tell thee everything. Of high vows and endued with prosperity, even he will tell you what the prosperity is that attaches to the worship of Brahmanas. My strength, ears, speech, mind, eyes, and that clear understanding of mine are all clouded today. I think the time is not distant when I shall have to cast off my body. The sun seems to me to go very slowly. Those high duties, O king, that are mentioned in the Puranas as observed by Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas and Sudras have all been recited by me. Do thou, O son of Pritha, learn from Krishna what little remains to be learnt on that head. I know Krishna truly. I know who he is and what his ancient might is. O chief of the Kauravas, Kesava is of immeasurable soul. Whenever doubts arise, it is he who upholds righteousness then. It is Krishna who created the earth, and sky, and the heavens. Indeed, the earth has sprung from Krishna's body. Of terrible prowess and existing from the beginning of time, it is Krishna who became the mighty boar and raised the submerged earth. It is he who created all the points of the compass, together with all the mountains. Below him are the Welkin, heaven, the 4 cardinal points, and the 4 subsidiary points. It is from him that the entire creation has flowed. It is he who has created this ancient universe. In his navel appeared a lotus. Within that lotus sprang Brahma himself of immeasurable energy. It was Brahma, O son of Pritha, who rent that darkness which existed surpassing the very ocean in depth and extent. In the Treta age, O Partha, Krishna existed on the earth in the form of righteousness. In the Treta age, he existed in the form of knowledge. In the Dwapara age, he existed in the form of might. In the Kali age, he came to the earth in the form of unrighteousness. It is he who in days of yore slew the Daityas. It is he who is the ancient god. It is he who ruled the Asuras in the form of their emperor, Valan. It is he who is the creator of all beings. It is he who is also the future of all created beings. It is he who is also the protector of this universe fraught with the seed of destruction. When the cause of righteousness languishes, this Krishna takes birth in the race of either the gods or among men. Staying on righteousness, this Krishna of cleansed soul, on such occasion, protects both the higher and the lower worlds. Sparing those that deserve to be spared, Krishna sets himself to the slaughter of the Asura, O Partha. It is he who is all acts proper and improper, and it is he who is the cause. It is Krishna who is the act done, the act to be done, and the act that is being done. Know that that illustrious one is Rahu and Soma and Sakra. It is he that is Viswakarma. It is he that is of universal form. He is the destroyer and he is the creator of the universe. He is the wielder of the Sula, lance, he is of human form, and he is of terrible form. All creatures sing his praises, for he is known by his acts. Hundreds of Gandharvas and Apsaras and deities always accompany him. The very Rakshasas hymn his praise. He is the enhancer of wealth, he is the one victorious being in the universe. And sacrifices, eloquent men hymn his praises. The singers of Samans praise him by reciting the Rathantaras. The Brahmanas praise him with Vedic mantras. It is unto him that the sacrificial priests pour their libations. The deities with Indra at their head hymned his praise when he lifted up the Gabardhana mountains for protecting the cow herds of Brindavana against the incessant showers that Indra poured in rage. He is, O Bharata, the one blessing unto all creatures. He, O Bharata, having entered the old Brahma cave, beheld from that place the original cover of the world in the beginning of time. Agitating all the Danavas and the Asuras, this Krishna of foremost feats rescued the earth. It is unto him that people dedicate diverse kinds of food. It is unto him that the warriors dedicate all kinds of their vehicles at the time of war. He is eternal, and it is under that illustrious one that the Welkin, earth, heaven, all things exist and stay. He it is who has caused the vital seed of the gods Mitra and Varuna to fall within a jar, when sprang the Rishi known by the name of Vasishtha. It is Krishna who is the god of wind, it is he who is the Puis and Ashwins, it is he who is that first of gods, viz. the sun possessed of 1,000 rays. It is he by whom the Asuras have been subjugated. It is he who covered the 3 worlds with 3 steps of his. He is the soul of the deities and human beings, and Pitris. It is he who is the sacrifice performed by those persons that are conversant with the rituals of sacrifices. It is he who rises every day in the firmament, in the form of the sun, and divides time into day and night, and courses for half the year northwards and for half the year southwards. Innumerable rays of light emanate from him upwards and downwards and transversely and illumine the earth. Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas adore him. Taking a portion of his rays, the sun shines in the firmament. Month after month, the sacrificer ordains him as a sacrifice. Regenerate persons conversant with the Vedas sing his praises and sacrifices of all kinds. He it is that constitutes the wheel of the year, having 3 naves and 7 horses to drag it. It is in this way that he supports the triple mansion of the seasons, endued with great energy, pervading all things, the foremost of all creatures. It is Krishna who alone upholds all the worlds. He is the sun, the dispeller of all darkness. He is the creator of all. Do thou, O hero, approach that Krishna. Once on a time, the high-souled and puissant Krishna dwelt, for a while, in the form of Agni in the forest of Kandava among some straw or dry grass. Soon was he gratified, for he consumed all the medicinal herbs in that forest. Capable of going everywhere at will, it was Krishna who, having subjugated the Rakshasas and Uragas, poured them as libations upon the blazing fire. It is Krishna who gave unto Arjuna a number of white steeds. It is he who is the creator of all steeds. This world, or human life, represents his car. He it is that yokes that car for setting it in motion. That car has 3 wheels, viz., the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. It has 3 kinds of motion, for it goes upwards or downwards or transversely, implying superior, inferior, and intermediate birth as brought about by acts. It has 4 horses yoked to it, viz., time, predestiny, the will of the deities, and one's own will. It has 3 naves, white, black, and mixed, implying good acts, evil acts, and acts that are of a mixed character. It is this Krishna who is the refuge of the 5 original elements with the sky among them. It is he who created the earth and heaven and the space between. Indeed, it is this Krishna of immeasurable and blazing energy who has created the forests and the mountains. It is this Krishna who, desirous of chastising Sakra, who was about to hurl his thunder at him, crossed the rivers and once paralyzed him. He is the one great Indra that is adored by the Brahmanas in great sacrifices with the aid of 1,000 old ricks. It was this Krishna, O king, who alone was able to keep the Rishi Durvasa of great energy as a guest for some time in his house. He is said to be the one ancient Rishi. He is the creator of the universe. Indeed, he creates everything from his own nature. Superior to all 2 deities, it is he who teaches all the deities. He scrupulously observes all ancient ordinances. Know, O king, that this Krishna, who is called Vishwaksena, is the fruit of all acts that relate to pleasure, of all acts that are founded on the Vedas, and of all acts that appertain to the world. He is the white rays of light that are seen in all the worlds. He is the 3 worlds. He is the 3 regents of all the worlds. He is the 3 sacrificial fires. He is the 3 Vyaritas. Indeed, this son of Devki is all the gods together. He is the year, he is the seasons, he is the fortnights, he is the day and the night, he is those divisions of time which are called kalas, and kashtas, and matras, and muhurtas, and lavas, and kshanas. Know that this Vishwaksena is all these. The moon and the sun, the planets, the constellations, and the stars, all the parvadays, including the day of the full moon, the conjunctions of the constellations and the seasons, have, O son of Pritha, flowed from this Krishna who is Vishwaksena. The Rudras, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Ashwins, the Sathyas, the Viswadevas, the diverse Maruts, Prajapati himself, the mother of the deities, viz. Aditi, and the 7 rishis, have all sprung from Krishna. Transforming himself into the wind, he scatters the universe. Of universal form, he becomes fire that burns all things. Changing himself into water, he drenches and submerges all, and assuming the form of Brahman, he creates all the diverse tribes of animate and inanimate creatures. He is himself the Veda, yet he learns all the Vedas. He is himself all the ordinances, yet he observes all the ordinances that have been laid down in matters connected with righteousness and the Vedas and that force or might which rules the world. Indeed, know, O Yudhishthira, that this Kesava is all the mobile and immobile universe. He is of the form of the most resplendent light. Of universal form, this Krishna is displayed in that blazing effulgence. The original cause of the soul of all existent creatures, he at first created the waters. Afterwards he created this universe. Know that this Krishna is Vishnu. Know that he is the soul of the universe. Know that he is all the seasons, he is these diverse wonderful vegetations of nature which we see, he is the clouds that pour rain and the lightning that flashes in the sky. He is the elephant Airavata. In fact, he is all the immobile and mobile universe. The abode of the universe and transcending all attributes, this Krishna is Vasudeva. When he becomes Jiva, he comes to be called Sankarshana. Next, he transforms himself into Pradyumna and then into Anirudh. In this way, the high-souled Krishna, who has himself for his origin, divides, or displays, himself in fourfold form. Desirous of creating this universe which consists of the fivefold primal elements, he sets himself to his task and causes it to go on in the fivefold form of animate existence consisting of deities and asuras and human beings and beasts and birds. He it is that then creates the earth and the wind, the sky, light, and also water, O son of Pritha. Having created this universe of immobile and mobile objects distributed into four orders of being, viz., viviparous, oviparous, vegetable, and filth-born, he then created the earth with her fivefold seed. He then created the firmament for pouring copious showers of water on the earth. Without doubt, O king, it is this Krishna who has created this universe. His origin is in his own self. It is he who causes all things to exist through his own puissance. He it is that has created the deities, the asuras, the human beings, the world, the rishis, the pitris, and all creatures. Desirous of creating, that Lord of all creatures duly created the whole universe of life. Know that good and evil, mobile and immobile, have all flowed from this one who is Vishwaksena. Whatever exists, and whatever will spring into existence, all is Kesva. This Krishna is also the death that overtakes all creatures when their end comes. He is eternal, and it is he who upholds the cause of righteousness. Whatever existed in the past, and whatever we do not know, verily, all that also is this Vishwaksena. Whatever is noble and meritorious in the universe, indeed, whatever of good and of evil exists, all that is Kesva who is inconceivable. Hence, it is absurd to think of anything that is superior to Kesva. Kesva is even such. More than this, he is Narayana, the highest of the high, immutable and unfading. He is the eternal and immutable cause of the entire mobile and immobile universe with its beginning, middle, and end, as also of all creatures whose birth follows their wish. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 159. Yudhishthira said, Do thou tell us, O slayer of Madhu, what the prosperity is that attaches to the worship of the Brahmanas. Thou art well conversant with this topic. Verily, our grandsire knows thee. Vasudeva said, Hear, O king, with rapt attention to me, O chief of Bharata's race, as I recite to thee what the merits of the Brahmanas are, in accordance with truth, O foremost one of Kuru's race. Once on a time, while I was seated at Dwaravati, O delighter of the Kurus, my son Pradyumna, enraged by certain Brahmanas, came to me and said, O slayer of Madhu, what merit attaches to the worship of the Brahmanas? Whence is their lordship derived both here and hereafter? O giver of honors, what rewards are won by constantly worshipping the Brahmanas? Do thou kindly explain this clearly to me, for my mind is disturbed by doubts in respect of this. When these words were addressed to me by Pradyumna, I answered him as follows, Do thou hear, O king, with close attention, what those words were, O child of Rukman, listen to me as I tell thee what the prosperity is that one may win by worshipping the Brahmanas. When one sets oneself to the acquisition of the well-known aggregate of three, viz., righteousness, wealth, and pleasure, or to the achievement of emancipation, or to that of fame and prosperity, or to the treatment and cure of disease, or to the worship of the deities and the pitris, one should take care to gratify the regenerate ones. They are each a king Soma, that sheds such agreeable light in the firmament. They are dispensers of happiness and misery. O child of Rukmini, whether in this or in the next world, O son, everything agreeable has its origin in the Brahmanas. I have no doubt in this. From the worship of the Brahmanas flow mighty achievements and fame and strength. The denizens of all the worlds and the regents of the universe are all worshippers of Brahmanas. How then, O son, can we disregard them, filled with the idea that we are lords of the earth? O mighty armed one, do not suffer thy wrath to embrace the Brahmanas as its object. In this as also in the next world, Brahmanas are regarded as beings. They have direct knowledge of everything in the universe. Verily, they are capable of reducing everything into ashes, if angry. They are capable of creating other worlds and other regions of worlds than those that exist. Why then should not persons who are possessed of energy and correct knowledge behave with obedience and respect towards them? Formerly, in my house, O son, dwelt the Brahmana Vyasa, whose complexion was green and tawny. Clad in rags, he had a stick made of the vilwa tree. His beard was long and he was exceedingly emaciated. He was taller in stature than the tallest man on earth. Wandering over all the worlds, viz., that which belongs to human beings and those that are for the deities and other superior beings, even this was the verse which he sang constantly among assemblies and in public squares. Who is there that would cause the Brahmana Vyasa to dwell in his house, doing the duties of hospitality towards him? He becomes enraged with every one if he finds even the slightest transgression. Hearing this regarding my disposition, who is there that will give me refuge? Indeed, he that would give me shelter as a guest should not do anything to anger me. When I saw that no one ventured to give him shelter in his house, I invited him and caused him to take up his residence in my abode. On certain days he would eat the food sufficient for the needs of thousands of persons. On certain other days he would eat very little. On some days he would go out of my house and would not return. He would sometimes laugh without any ostensible reason and sometimes cry as causelessly. At that time there was nobody on earth that was equal to him in years. One day, entering the quarters assigned to him, he burnt all the beds and coverlets and all the well-adorned damsels that were there for serving him. Doing this, he went out. Of highly praiseworthy vows, he met me shortly after this and addressing me, said, O Krishna, I wish to eat frumenty without delay. Having understood his mind previously, I had set my servants to prepare every kind of food and drink. Indeed, many excellent viands had been kept ready. As soon as I was asked, I caused hot frumenty to be brought and offered to the ascetic. Having eaten some, he quickly said unto me, Do thou, O Krishna, take some of this frumenty and smear all thy limbs with it. Without any scruple I did as directed. Indeed, with the remnant of that frumenty I smeared my body and head. The ascetic at that time saw thy mother of sweet face standing near. Laughing the while, he smeared her body also with that frumenty. The ascetic then caused thy mother, whose body was smeared over with frumenty, to be yoked unto a car without any delay. Ascending that car he set out of my house. Endued with great intelligence, that Brahmana blazed with effulgence like fire, and struck, in my presence, my Rukmini endued with youth, as if she were an animal destined to drag the cars of human beings. Beholding this, I did not feel the slightest grief born of malice or the desire to injure the rishi. Indeed, having yoked Rukmini to the car, he went out, desirous of proceeding along the high road of the city. Seeing that extraordinary sight, some Dasaras, filled with wrath, addressed one another and began to converse in this way, Who else is there on earth that would draw breath after having yoked Rukmini to a car? Verily, let the world be filled with Brahmanas only. Let no other orders take birth here. The poison of a virulent snake is exceedingly keen. Keener than poison is a Brahmana. There is no physician for a person that has been bitten or burnt by the virulent snake of a Brahmana. As the irresistible Durvasa proceeded on the car, Rukmini tottered on the road and frequently fell down. At this the regenerate Rishi became angry and began to urge Rukmini on by striking her with the whip. At last, filled with a towering passion, the Brahmana leapt down from the car and fled towards the south, running on foot over a pathless ground. Beholding that foremost of Brahmanas flying along the pathless ground, we followed him, although we were smeared with furmity, exclaiming behind him, "Be gratified with us, O Holy One." Endued with great energy, the Brahmana, seeing me, said, "O mighty armed Krishna, thou hast subdued wrath by the strength of thy nature. O thou of excellent vows, I have not found the slightest fault in thee. O Govinda, I have been highly gratified with thee. Do thou solicit the fruition of such wishes as thou pleasest. Behold duly, O son, what the puissance is of myself when I become gratified with any one. As long as deities and human beings will continue to entertain a liking for food, so long will every one among them cherish the same liking for thee that they cherish for their food. As long, again, as there will be righteousness in the several world, so long will the fame of thy achievements last. Indeed, thy distinction will last so long in the three worlds. O Janardana, agreeable thou shalt be to all persons. Whatever articles of thine have been broken or burnt or otherwise destroyed by me, thou shalt see restored, O Janardana, to their former state, or they will reappear even in a better form. As long, again, O thou of unfading glory, as thou wilt wish to live, so long wilt thou have no fear of death assailing thee through such parts of thy body as have been smeared with the furmity I gave thee. O son, why didst thou not smear that furmity on the soles of thy feet as well? By not doing it, thou have acted in a way that is not approved by me. Even these were the words that he said, well pleased with me on that occasion. After he had ceased speaking, I saw that my body became endued with great beauty and splendor. Unto Rukmini also, the Rishi, well pleased with her, said, O beautiful lady, thou shalt be the foremost one of thy sex in fame, and great glory and achievements will be thine. Decrepitude or disease or loss of complexion will never be thine. Every one will see thee engaged in waiting upon Krishna, possessed as thou already art with a fragrant odor which is always present in thee. Thou shalt become the foremost of all spouses, numbering 16,000, O Kesva. At last, when the time comes for thy departure from the world, thou shalt attain to the inseparable companionship of Krishna hereafter. Having said these words unto thy mother, the Rishi once more addressed me, and uttering following words, left the spot. Indeed, the Rishi Durvasa, blazing like a fire, said, O Kesva, let thy understanding be always disposed even thus towards the Brahmana. Verily, after uttering these words, that Brahmana disappeared there and then before my eyes. After his disappearance, I took to the observance of the vow of uttering certain mantras silently without being heard by anybody. Verily, from that day I resolved to accomplish whatever behests I should receive from the Brahmanas. Having adopted this vow, O son, along with thy mother, both of us, with hearts filled with joy, re-entered our palace. Entering our house, I saw that everything which the Rishi had broken or burnt had reappeared and become new. Beholding those new articles, which had besides become more durable, I became filled with wonder. Verily, O son of Rukmini, from that day forth I have always worshipped the Brahmanas in my mind. Even this, O chief of Bharata's race, is what I said on that occasion regarding the greatness of those Brahmanas who are the foremost of their order. Do thou also, O son of Kunti, worship the highly blessed Brahmanas every day with gifts of wealth and kine, O puissant one. It was in this way that I acquired the prosperity I enjoy, the prosperity that is born of the grace of Brahmanas. Whatever, again, Bhishma has said of me, O chief of the Bharatas, is all true. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 160. Yudhishthira said, It behoveth thee, O slayer of Madhu, to expound to me that knowledge which thou hast acquired through the grace of Durvasa. O foremost of all persons endued with intelligence, I desire to know everything about the high blessedness and all the names of that high-souled one truly and in detail. Vasudeva said, I shall recite to thee the good that I have acquired and the fame that I have won through the grace of that high-souled one. Verily, I shall discourse to thee on the topic, after having bowed unto Kapardhan. O king, listen to me as I recite to thee that Sataradriya which I repeat, with restrained senses, every morning after rising from bed. The great lord of all creatures, viz., the grandsire Brahman himself, endued with wealth of penances, composed those mantras after having observed especial penances for some time. O sire, it is Sankara who created all the creatures in the universe, mobile and immobile. There is no being that is higher, O monarch, than Mahadeva. Verily, he is the highest of all beings in the three worlds. There is no one who is capable of standing before that high-souled being. Indeed, there is no being in the three worlds that can be regarded as his equal. When he stands, filled with rage, on the field of battle, the very odor of his body deprives all foes of consciousness, and they that are not slain tremble and fall down. His roars are terrible, resembling those of the clouds. Hearing those roars in battle, the very hearts of the deities break in twain. When the wielder of Pinaka becomes angry and assuming a terrible form merely casts his eye upon deity, Asura, Gandharv, or snake, that individual fails to obtain peace of mind by taking shelter in the recesses of even a mountain cave. When that lord of all creatures, viz., Deksha, desirous of performing a sacrifice, spread his sacrifice out, the dauntless Bhava, giving way to wrath, at Deksha's slight of him, pierced the embodied sacrifice, shooting his shaft from his terrible bow, he roared aloud. Indeed, when Mahesvara became angry and suddenly pierced with his shaft the embodied form of sacrifice, the deities become filled with grief, losing happiness and tranquility of heart. In consequence of the twang of his bowstring, the whole universe became agitated. The deities and the Asuras, O son of Pritha, all became cheerless and stupefied. The ocean rolled in agitation and the earth trembled to her center. The hills and mountains began to move from their bases and ran on every side. The vault of the welkin became cracked. All the worlds became enveloped in gloom. Nothing could be seen. The light of all the luminaries became darkened, along with that of the sun himself, O Bharata. The great rishis, penetrated with fear and desirous of doing good to themselves and the universe, performed the usual rites of propitiation and peace. Meanwhile, Rudra of terrible prowess rushed against the deities. Filled with rage, he tore out the eyes of Bhaga. Incensed with wrath, he assailed Pushan with his foot. He tore out the teeth of that god as he sat employed in eating the large sacrificial ball, called Puradesa. Trembling with fear, the deities bent their heads to Sankara. Without being appeased, Rudra once more placed on his bowstring a sharp and blazing arrow. Beholding his prowess, the deities and the rishis became all alarmed. Those foremost of gods began to pacify him. Joining their hands in reverence, they began to recite the Sataradriya mantras. At last Mahesvara, thus praised by the deities, became gratified. The deities then assigned a large share of the sacrificial offerings to him. Trembling with fear, O king, they sought his protection. When Rudra became gratified, the embodiment of sacrifice, which had been pierced in twain, became once more united. Whatever limbs of his had been destroyed by the shafts of Mahadeva became once more whole and sound. The Asuras possessed of great energy had in days of yore 3 cities in the firmament. One of these had been made of iron, one of silver, and the third of gold. With all his weapons, Magavat, the chief of the deities, was unable to pierce those cities. Afflicted by the Asuras, all the deities then sought the protection of the great Rudra. Assembled together, the high-souled deities addressed him, saying, "O Rudra, the Asuras threaten to exert their destructive influence in all acts. Do thou slay the Daityas and destroy their city for the protection of the 3 worlds, O giver of honors." Thus addressed by them, he replied, saying, "So be it," and then made Vishnu his excellent shaft head. He made the deity of fire his shaft reed, and Surya's son Yama the wings of that shaft. He made the Vedas his bow, and the goddess Savitri his excellent bowstring. And he made the grandsire Brahma his charioteer. Applying all these, he pierced the triple city of the Asuras with that shaft of his, consisting of 3 Parvans and 3 Salyas. Indeed, O Bharata, the Asuras with their cities were all burnt by Rudra with that shaft of his, whose complexion was like that of the sun and whose energy resembled that of the fire which appears at the end of the Yuga for consuming all things. Beholding that Mahadeva changed into a child with 5 locks of hair lying on the lap of Parvati, the latter asked the deities as to who he was. Seeing the child, Sakra became suddenly filled with jealousy and wrath and resolved to kill him with his thunder. The child, however, paralyzed the arm, looking like a mace of iron, of Indra with the thunderbolt in it. The deities all became stupefied, and they could not understand that the child was the Lord of the universe. Verily, all of them, along with the very regents of the world, found their intellects stupefied in the matter of that child who was none else than the Supreme Being. Then the illustrious grandsire Brahma, reflecting with the aid of his penances, found out that that child was the foremost of all beings, the Lord of Uma, Mahadeva of immeasurable prowess. He then praised the Lord. The deities also began to hymn the praises of both Uma and Rudra. The arm, which had been paralyzed, of the slayer of Vala then became restored to its former state. The Mahadeva, taking birth as the Brahmana Durvasa of great energy, resided for a long time at Dwaravati in my house. While residing in my abode, he did diverse acts of mischief. Though difficult of being borne, I bore them yet from magnanimity of heart. He is Rudra, he is Shiva, he is Agni, he is Sarva, he is the vanquisher of all, he is Indra, and Vayu, and the Ashwins, and the god of lightning. He is Chandramadhavs, he is Isana, he is Surya, he is Varuna, he is time, he is the destroyer, he is death, he is the day and the night, he is the fortnight, he is the seasons, he is the 2 twilights, he is the year. He is Dhatri, and he is Vidhatri, and he is Viswakarma, and he is conversant with all things. He is the cardinal points of the compass and the subsidiary points also. Of universal form, he is of immeasurable soul. The holy and illustrious Durvasa is of the complexion of the celestials. He sometimes manifests himself singly, sometimes divides himself into 2 portions, and sometimes exhibits himself in many, 100,000 forms. Even such is Mahadeva. He is, again, that God who is unborn. In even 100 years one cannot exhaust his merits by reciting them. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 161. Vasudeva said, O mighty-armed Yudhishthira, listen to me as I recite to thee the many names of Rudra, as also the high blessedness of that high-souled one. The Rishis describe Mahadeva as Agni, and Stanu, and Mahesvara as one-eyed, and three-eyed, of universal form, and Shiva, or highly auspicious. Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas say that that God has 2 forms. One of these is terrible, and the other mild and auspicious. Those two forms, again, are subdivided into many forms. That form which is fierce and terrible is regarded as identical with Agni and lightning and Surya. The other form, which is mild and auspicious, is identical with righteousness and water and Chandramadhavs. Then, again, it is said that half his body is fire and half is Soma, or the moon. That form of his which is mild and auspicious is said to be engaged in the practice of the Brahmacharya vow. The other form of his which is supremely terrible is engaged in all operations of destruction in the universe. Because he is great, Mahat, and the supreme lord of all, Iswara, therefore he is called Mahesvara. And since he burns and oppresses, is keen and fierce, and endued with great energy, and is engaged in eating flesh and blood and marrow, he is said to be Rudra. Since he is the foremost of all the deities, and since his dominion and acquisitions are very extensive, and since he protects the extensive universe, therefore he is called Mahadeva. Since he is of the form or color of smoke, therefore he is called Durjati. Since by all his acts he performs sacrifices for all and seeks the good of every creature, therefore he is called Shiva, or the auspicious one. Staying above, in the sky, he burns the lives of all creatures and is, besides, fixed in a particular route from which he does not deviate. His emblem, again, is fixed and immovable for all time. He is, for these reasons, called Stanu. He is also of multiform aspect. He is present, past, and future. He is mobile and immobile. For this he is called Vahirupa, of multiform aspect. The deities called Viswadevas reside in his body. He is, for this, called Visvarupa, of universal form. He is thousand-eyed, or he is myriad-eyed, or he has eyes on all sides, and on every part of his body, his energy issues through his eyes. There is no end of his eyes. Since he always nourishes all creatures and sports also with them, and since he is their lord or master, therefore he is called Pasupati, the lord of all creatures. Since his emblem is always observant of the vow of Brahmacharya, all the worlds worship it accordingly. This act of worship is said to gratify him highly. If there is one who worship him by creating his image, another who worships his emblem, the latter it is that attains to great prosperity forever. The rishis, the deities, the Gandharvas, and the Apsaras worship that emblem of his which is ever erect and upraised. If his emblem is worshipped, Mahesvara becomes highly gratified with the worshipper. Affectionate towards his devotees, he bestows happiness upon them with a cheerful soul. This great god loves to reside in crematoria, and there he burns and consumes all corpses. Those persons that perform sacrifices on such grounds attain at the end to those regions which have been set apart for heroes. Employed in his legitimate function, he it is that is regarded as the death that resides in the bodies of all creatures. He is, again, those breaths called prana and apana in the bodies of all embodied beings. He has many blazing and terrible forms. All those forms are worshipped in the world and are known to Brahmanas possessed of knowledge. Amongst the gods he has many names, all of which are fraught with grave import. Verily, the meanings of those names are derived from either his greatness or vastness, or his feats, or his conduct. The Brahmanas always recite the excellent Satarudriya in his honor, that occurs in the Vedas as also that which has been composed by Vyasa. Verily, the Brahmanas and Rishis call him the eldest of all beings. He is the first of all the deities, and it was from his mouth that he created Agni. That righteous-souled deity, ever willing to grant protection to all, never gives up his suppliants. He would much rather abandon his own life breaths and incur all possible afflictions himself. long life, health, and freedom from disease, affluence, wealth, diverse kinds of pleasures and enjoyments are conferred by him, and it is he also who snatches them away. The lordship and affluence that one sees in Sakra and the other deities are, verily, his. It is he who is always engaged in all that is good and evil in the three worlds. In consequence of his fullest control over all objects of enjoyment, he is called Aswara, the Supreme Lord or Master. Since, again, he is the master of the vast universe, he is called Mahesvara. The whole universe is pervaded by him in diverse forms. It is that deity whose mouth roars and burns the waters of the sea in the form of the huge mare's head. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 162. Vyasa said, after Krishna, the son of Devaki, had said these words, Yudhishthira once more asked Bhishma the son of Santanu, saying, O thou of great intelligence, O foremost of all persons conversant with duties, which, indeed, of the two, direct perception and the scriptures, is to be regarded as authority for arriving at a conclusion? Bhishma said, I think, there is no doubt in this. Listen to me, O thou of great wisdom. I shall answer thee. The question thou hast asked is certainly proper. It is easy to cherish doubt. But the solution of that doubt is difficult. Innumerable are the instances, in respect of both direct perception and audition, or the scriptures, in which doubts may arise. Certain persons, who delight in the name of logicians, verily imagining themselves to be possessed of superior wisdom, affirm that direct perception is the only authority. They assert that nothing, however true, is existent which is not directly perceivable, or, at least they doubt the existence of those objects. Indeed, such assertions involve an absurdity, and they who make them are of foolish understanding, whatever may be their pride of learning. If, on the other hand, thou doubtest as to how the one, indivisible Brahman, could be the cause, I answer that one would understand it only after a long course of years, and with the assistance of yoga practiced without idleness. Indeed, O Bharata, one that lives according to such means as present themselves, without, i.e., one's being wedded to this or that settled mode of life, and one that is devoted to the solution of the question, would be capable of understanding it. None else, truly, is competent for comprehending it. When one attains to the very end of reasons, or reasoning processes, one then attains to that excellent and all-comprehending knowledge, that vast mass of effulgence which illumines all the universe, called Brahma. That knowledge, O king, which is derived from reason, or inferences, can scarcely be said to be knowledge. Such knowledge should be rejected. It should be noted that it is not defined or comprehended by the word. It should, therefore, be rejected. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, which among these four is most authoritative, viz., direct perception, inference from observation, the science of agama or scriptures, and diverse kinds of practices that distinguish the good. Bhishma said, While righteousness is sought to be destroyed by wicked persons possessed of great might, it is capable of being protected for the time being by those that are good, exerting themselves with care and earnestness. Such protection, however, avails not in the long run, for destruction does overtake righteousness at the end. Then, again, righteousness often proves a mask for covering unrighteousness, like grass and straw covering the mouth of a deep pit and concealing it from the view. Here, again, O Yudhishthira. In consequence of this, the practices of the good are interfered with and destroyed by the wicked. Those persons who are of evil conduct, who discard the Shrutis, indeed, those wicked wights who are haters of righteousness, destroy that good course of conduct, which could otherwise be set up as a standard. Hence, doubts attach to direct perception, inference, and good conduct. Those, therefore, among the good that are possessed of understanding born of, or cleansed by, the Scriptures and that are ever contented, are to be regarded as the foremost. Let those that are anxious and deprived of tranquility of soul approach these. Indeed, O Yudhishthira, do thou pay court to them and seek of them the solutions of thy doubt. Disregarding both pleasure and wealth, which always follow cupidity, and awakened into the belief that only righteousness should be sought, do thou, O Yudhishthira, wait upon and ask those persons for enlightening thyself. The conduct of those persons never goes wrong or meets with destruction, as also their sacrifices and Vedic study and rites. Indeed, these three, viz. Conduct as consisting of overt acts, behavior in respect of, mental, purity, and the Vedas together constitute righteousness. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, my understanding is once more stupefied by doubt. I am on this side the ocean, employed in searching after the means of crossing it. I do not, however, behold the other shore of the ocean. If these three, viz., the Vedas, direct perception, or acts that are seen, and behavior, or mental purity, together constitute what is to be regarded as authority, it can be alleged that there is difference between them. Righteousness then becomes really of three kinds, although it is one and indivisible. Bhishma said, righteousness is sometimes seen to be destroyed by wicked wights of great power. If thou thinkest, O king, that righteousness should really be of three kinds, my reply is that thy conclusion is warranted by reason. The truth is that righteousness is one and indivisible, although it is capable of being viewed from three different points. The paths, indications, of those three that constitute the foundation of righteousness have each been laid down. Do thou act according to the instructions laid down. Thou shouldst never wrangle about righteousness and then seek to have those doubts solved into which thou mayst arrive. O chief of the Bharatas, let no doubts like these ever take possession of thy mind. Do thou obey what I say without scruple of any kind. Follow me like a blind man, or like one who, without being possessed of sense himself, has to depend upon that of another. Abstention from injury, truth, absence of wrath, or forgiveness, and liberality of gifts, these four, O king, that hast no foe, do thou practice, for these four constitute eternal righteousness. Do thou also, O mighty armed prince, pursue that conduct towards the Brahmanas which is consistent with what has been observed towards them by thy sires and grandsires. These are the principal indications of righteousness. That man of little intelligence who would destroy the weight of authority by denying that to be a standard which has always been accepted as such would himself fail to become an authority among men. Such a man becomes the cause of much grief in the world. Do thou reverence the Brahmanas and treat them with hospitality. Do thou always serve them in this way. The universe rests on them. Do thou understand them to be such? Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, what the respective ends are of those that hate righteousness and of those that adore and observe it. Bhishma said, Those men that hate righteousness are said to have their hearts overwhelmed by the attributes of passion and darkness. Such men have always to go to hell. Those men, on the other hand, O monarch, who always adore and observe righteousness, those men who are devoted to truth and sincerity, are called good. They always enjoy the pleasures or felicity of heaven. In consequence of their waiting upon their preceptors with reverence, their hearts always turn towards righteousness. Verily, they who adore righteousness attain to the regions of the deities. Those individuals, whether human beings or deities who divest themselves of cupidity and malice, and who emaciate or afflict their bodies by the observance of austerities, succeed, in consequence of the righteousness which then becomes theirs to attain to great felicity. Those that are gifted with wisdom have said that the Brahmanas, who are the eldest sons of Brahmana, represent righteousness. They that are righteous always worship them, their hearts regarding them with as much love and affection as a hungry man's stomach entertains for ripe and delicious fruits. Yudhishthira said, "What is the appearance presented by those that are wicked, and what are those acts which they that are called good are to do? Explain to me this, O Holy One. Indeed, tell me what the indications are of the good and the wicked." Bhishma said, "They that are wicked are evil in their practices, ungovernable or incapable of being kept within the restraints of rules, and foul-mouthed. They, on the other hand, they are good, are always good in their acts. Verily, the acts these men do are regarded as the indications of that course of conduct which is called good. They that are good or righteous, O monarch, never answer the two calls of nature on the public road, or in the midst of a cow-pen, or on a field of paddy. After feeding the 5, they take their own food. They never talk while eating, and never go to sleep with wet hands, i.e., without rubbing them dry with towels or napkins. Whenever they see any of the following, they circumambulate them for showing them reverence, viz., a blazing fire, a bull, the image of a deity, a cow-pen, a place where 4 roads meet, and an old and virtuous Brahmana. They give the way, themselves standing aside, unto those that are old, those that are afflicted with burdens, ladies, those that hold high appointments in the village or town administration, Brahmanas, kine, and kings. The righteous or good man is he that protects his guests, servants, and other dependents, his own relatives, and all those that seek his protection. Such a man always welcomes these with the usual inquiries of politeness. 2 times have been appointed by the deities for human beings to take their food, viz., morning and evening. During the interval one should not eat anything. By following this rule about eating, one is said to observe a fast. As the sacred fire waits for libations to be poured upon it when the hour for homa arrives, even so a woman, when her functional period is over, expects an act of congress with her husband. One that never approaches one's spouses at any other time save after the functional period is said to observe the vow of Brahmacharya. Amrita, nectar, Brahmanas, and kine, these 3 are regarded as equal. Hence, one should always worship, with due rites, Brahmanas and kine. One does not incur any fault or stain by eating the meat of animals slain and sacrifices with the aid of tantras from the Yajurveda. The flesh of the backbone, or that of animals not slain in sacrifice, should be avoided even as one avoids the flesh of one's own son. One should never cause one's guest to go without food whether when one resides in one's own country or in a foreign land. After completing one's study, one should present the dakshina unto one's preceptor. When one sees one's preceptor, one should congratulate him with reverence and worshiping him present him a seat. By worshiping one's preceptor, one increases the period of one's life as also one's fame and prosperity. One should never censure the old, nor send them on any business. One should never be seated when any one that is old is standing. By acting in this way, one protects the duration of one's life. One should never cast one's eyes on a naked woman, nor a naked man. One should never indulge in sexual congress except in privacy. One should eat also without being seen by others. Preceptors are the foremost of tirthas, the heart is the foremost of all sacred objects, knowledge is the foremost of all objects of search, and contentment is the foremost of all happiness. Morning and evening one should listen to the grave counsels of those that are aged. One attains to wisdom by constant waiting upon those that are venerable for years. While reading the Vedas or employed in eating, one should use one's right hand. One should always keep one's speech and mind under thorough control, as also one's senses. With well-cooked frumenty, yavaka, Kurukshetra, and Havi, clarified butter, one should worship the Pitris and the deities in the Shraddha called Ashtaka. The same should be used in worshipping the planets. One should not undergo a shave without calling down a blessing upon oneself. If one sneezes, one should be blessed by those present. All that are ill or afflicted with disease should be blessed. The extension of their lives should be prayed for. One should never address an eminent person familiarly by using the word twam. Under even the great difficulties, one should never do this. To address such a person as twam and to slay him are equal. Persons of learning are degraded by such a style of address. Unto those that are inferior, or equal, or unto disciples, such a word can be used. The heart of the sinful man always proclaims the sins he has committed. Those men who have deliberately committed sins meet with destruction by seeking to conceal them from the good. Indeed, they that are confirmed sinners seek to conceal their sinful acts from others. Such persons think that their sins are witnessed by neither men nor the deities. The sinful man, overwhelmed by his sins, takes birth in a miserable order of being. The sins of such a man continually grow, even as the interest the usurer charge on the loans he grants increase from day to day. If, having committed a sin, one seeks to have it covered by righteousness, that sin becomes destroyed and leads to righteousness instead of other sins. If a quantity of water be poured upon salt, the latter immediately dissolves away. Even so, when expiation is performed, sin dissolves away. For these reasons one should never conceal a sin. Concealed, it is certain to increase. Having committed a sin, one should confess it in the presence of those that are good. They would destroy it immediately. If one does not enjoy in good time what one has stored with hope, the consequence is that the stored wealth finds another owner after the death of him who has stored it. The wise have said that the mind of every creature is the true test of righteousness. Hence, all creatures in the world have an innate tendency to achieve righteousness. One should achieve righteousness alone or single-handed. Verily, one should not proclaim oneself righteous and walk with the standard of righteousness borne aloft for purpose of exhibition. They are said to be traders in righteousness who practice it for enjoying the fruits it brings about. One should adore the deities without giving way to sentiments of pride. Similarly, one should serve one's preceptor without deceit. One should make arrangements for securing to oneself invaluable wealth in the hereafter, which consists in gifts made here to deserving persons. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 163. Yudhishthira said, "It is seen that if a person happens to be unfortunate, he fails to acquire wealth, how great soever his strength. On the other hand, if one happens to be fortunate, he comes to the possession of wealth, even if he be a weakling or a fool. When, again, the time does not come for acquisition, one cannot make an acquisition with even one's best exertion. When, however, the time comes for acquisition, one wins great wealth without any exertion. Hundreds of men may be seen who achieve no result even when they exert their best. Many persons, again, are seen to make acquisitions without any exertion. If wealth were the result of exertion, then one could, with exertion, acquire it immediately. Verily, if the case were so, no man of learning could then be seen to take the protection for the sake of his livelihood of one destitute of learning among men, that which is not destined to be attained, O chief of the Bharatas, is never attained. Men are seen to fail in achieving results even with the aid of their best exertions. One may be seen to seek wealth by hundreds of means, and yet failing to acquire it, while another, without at all seeking it, becomes happy in its possession. Men may be seen doing evil acts continually for wealth, and yet failing to acquire it. Others are in the enjoyment of wealth without doing any evil act whatever. Others, again, who are observant of the duties assigned to them by the Scriptures, are without wealth. One may be seen to be without any knowledge of the science of morals and policy even after one has studied all the treatises on that science. One, again, may be seen appointed as the prime minister of a king without having at all studied the science of morals and policy. A learned man may be seen that is possessed of wealth. One destitute of learning may be seen owning wealth. Both kinds of men, again, may be seen to be entirely destitute of wealth. If, by the acquisition of learning, one could acquire the happiness of wealth, then no man of learning could be found living, for the very means of his subsistence, under the protection of one destitute of learning. Indeed, if one could obtain by the acquisition of learning all desirable objects like a thirsty individual having his thirst slaked upon obtaining water, then none in this world would have shown idleness in acquiring learning. If one's time has not come, one does not die even if one be pierced with hundreds of shafts. On the other hand, one lays down one's life if one's hour has come, even if it be a blade of grass with which one is struck. Bhishma said, if one, setting oneself to undertaking involving even great exertions, fails to earn wealth, one should then practice severe austerities. Unless seeds be sown, no crops appear. It is by making gifts to deserving persons in this life that one acquires, in one's next life, numerous objects of enjoyment, even as one becomes possessed of intelligence and wisdom by waiting upon those that are venerable for years. The wise have said that one becomes possessed of longevity by practicing the duty of abstention from cruelty to all creatures. Hence, one should make gifts and not solicit or accept them when made by others. One should worship those individuals that are righteous. Verily, one should be sweet-speeched towards all, and always do what is agreeable to others. One should seek to attain to purity, both mental and external. Indeed, one should always abstain from doing injury to any creature. When in the matter of the happiness and woe of even insects and ants, their acts, of this and past lives, and nature constitute the cause, it is meet, O Yudhishthira, that thou shouldst be tranquil. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 164. Bhishma said, if one does acts oneself that are good or causes others to accomplish them, one should then expect to attain to the merits of righteousness. Similarly, if one does acts oneself that are evil and causes others to accomplish them, one should never expect to attain to the merits of righteousness. At all times, it is time that, entering the understandings of all creatures, sets them to acts of righteousness or unrighteousness, and then confer felicity or misery upon them. When a person, beholding the fruits of righteousness, understands righteousness to be superior, it is then that he inclines towards righteousness and puts faith in it. One, however, whose understanding is not firm, fails to put faith in it. As regards faith and righteousness, it is this, and nothing else. To put faith in righteousness is the indication of the wisdom of all persons. One that is acquainted with both, i.e., what should be done and what should not be done, with a view to opportuneness, should, with care and devotion, achieve what is right. Those righteous men who have in this life been blessed with affluence, acting of their own motion, take particular care of their souls so that they may not, in their next lives, have to take birth as persons with the attribute of passion predominating in them. Time, which is the supreme disposer of all things, can never make righteousness the cause of misery. One should, therefore, know that the soul which is righteous is certainly pure, i.e., freed from the element of evil and misery. As regards unrighteousness, it may be said that, even when of large proportions, it is incapable of even touching righteousness, which is always protected by time and which shines like a blazing fire. These are the two results achieved by righteousness, viz., the stainlessness of the soul and unsusceptibility of being touched by unrighteousness. Verily, righteousness is fraught with victory. Its effulgence is so great that it illumines the three worlds. A man of wisdom cannot catch hold of a sinful person and forcibly cause him to become righteous. When seriously urged to act righteously, the sinful only act with hypocrisy, impelled by fear. They that are righteous among the Sudras never betake themselves to such hypocrisy under the plea that persons of the Sudra order are not permitted to live according to any of the four prescribed modes. I shall tell thee particularly what the duties truly are of the four orders. So far as their bodies are concerned, the individuals belonging to all the four orders have the five primal elements for the constituent ingredients. Indeed, in this respect, they are all of the same substance. For all that, distinctions exist between them in respect of both practices relating to life or the world and the duties of righteousness. Notwithstanding these distinctions, sufficient liberty of action is left to them, in consequence of which all individuals may attain to an equality of condition. The regions of felicity which represent the consequences or rewards of righteousness are not eternal, for they are destined to come to an end. Righteousness, however, is eternal. When the cause is eternal, why is the effect not so? The answer to this is as follows. Only that righteousness is eternal which is not promoted by the desire of fruit or reward. That righteous, however, which is prompted by the desire of reward, not eternal. Hence, the reward, though undesired, that attaches to the first kind of righteousness, viz., attainment of identity with Brahman, is eternal. The reward, however, that attaches to that righteousness prompted by desire of fruit. Heaven is not eternal. All men are equal in respect of their physical organism. All of them, again, are possessed of souls that are equal in respect of their nature. When dissolution comes, all else dissolve away. What remains is the inceptive will to achieve righteousness. That, indeed, reappears, in next life, of itself. When such is the result, that is, when the enjoyments and endurance of this life are due to the acts of a past life, the inequality of lot discernible among human beings cannot be regarded in any way anomalous. So also, it is seen that those creatures that belong to the intermediate orders of existence are equally subject, in the matter of their acts, to the influence of example. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 165. Vyasa said, that perpetuator of Kuru's race, viz., Yudhishthira the son of Pandu, desirous of obtaining such good as is destructive of sins, questioned Bhishma, who was lying on a bed of arrows, in the following words. Yudhishthira said, "What, indeed, is beneficial for a person in this world? What is that by doing which one may earn happiness? By what may one be cleansed of all one's sins? Indeed, what is that which is destructive of sins?" Vyasa continued, in this connection, the royal son of Santanu, O foremost of men, duly recited the names of the deities unto Yudhishthira, who was desirous of hearing. Bhishma said, O son, the following names of the deities with those of the rishis, if duly recited morning, noon, and evening, become efficacious cleansers of all sins. Acting with the aid of one's senses, or knowledge and action, whatever sins one may commit by day or by night or by the two twilights, consciously or unconsciously one is sure to be cleansed therefrom and become thoroughly pure by reciting these names. One that takes those names has never to become blind or deaf. Indeed, by taking those names, one always succeeds in attaining to what is beneficial. Such a man never takes birth in the intermediate order of beings, never goes to hell, and never becomes a human being of any of the mixed castes. He has never to fear the accession of any calamity. When death comes, he never becomes stupefied. The master of all the deities and asuras, resplendent with effulgence, worshipped by all creatures, inconceivable, indescribable, the life of all living beings, and unborn, is the grandsire Brahma, the Lord of the universe. His chaste spouse is Savitri. Then comes that origin of the Vedas, the creator Vishnu, otherwise called Narayana, of immeasurable puissance. Then comes the three-eyed lord of Lima, then Skanda the generalissimo of the celestial forces, then Visakha, then Agni the eater of sacrificial libations, then Vayu the god of wind, then Chandramadhavs, then Aditya the god of the sun, endued with effulgence, then the illustrious Sakra the lord of Sachi, and Yama with his spouse Damorna, and Varuna with Gauri, Kuver the lord of treasures, with his spouse Riddhi. The amiable and illustrious Kausarabi, the great Rishi Vishravas, Sankalpa, ocean. Gangs, the other sacred rivers, the diverse Maruts, the Valkylias crowned with success of penances, the island-born Krishna, Narada, Parvata, Viswavesu, the Hahas, the Huhus, Tumvaru, Chitrasena, the celestial messenger of wide celebrity, the highly blessed celestial maidens, the celestial Apsaras, Urvasi, Menaka, Rumba, Misrakizi, Alamvasha, Viswachi, Gritachi, Panchachuta, Tilotama, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Ashwins, the Pitris, Dharma, righteousness, Vedic lore, penances, Diksha, perseverance, and religious acts, the grandsire, day and night, Kasyapa the son of Marichi, Sukra, Vrihaspati, Mangala the son of earth, Vuda, Rahu, Saniskara, the constellations, the seasons, the months, the fortnights, the year, Garuda, the son of Vinata, the several oceans, the sons of Kadru, viz., the snakes, Satadru, Vipasa, Chandrabhaga, Sarasvati, Sindhu, Devika, Prabhasa, the lakes of Pushkara, Ganga, Mahanadi, Vina, Kaveri, Nirmada, Kulampuna Vasilia, Karatoya, Ambuvahini, Sarayu, Gandaki, the great river Lohita, Tamra, Aruna, Vaithravati, Parnasa, Gopmi, the Godavari, Vina, Krishnavina, Dvija, Drishadvati, Kaveri, Vanku, Mandakini Prayaga, Prabhasa, the sacred Naimisha, the spot sacred to Visvesvara or Mahadeva, viz., Kasi, that lake of crystal water, Kurukshetra full of many sacred waters, the foremost of oceans, viz., the ocean of milk, penances, gifts, Jamvamarga, Hiranwadi, Vitasta, the river Plakshavati, Vedasmariti, Vedavati, Malava, Aswavati, all sacred. Spots on earth, Gangadwara, the sacred Rishikulia, the river Chitravaha, the Charmanwadi, the sacred river Kausaki, the Yamuna, the river Bhimarathi, the great river Vahuda, Mahendravani, Trideva Nilika, Sarasvati, Nanda, the other Nanda, the large sacred lake, Gaya, Falgatirtha Dharmarayana, the sacred forest that is peopled with the deities, the sacred celestial river, the lake created by the grandsire Brahma, which is sacred and celebrated over the three worlds, and auspicious and capable of cleansing all sins, the Himavat mountain endued with excellent herbs, the Vindhya mountain variegated with diverse kinds of metals, containing many tirthas and overgrown with medicinal herbs. Meru, Mahendra, Malaya, Sweta endued with silver, Sringavat, Mandara, Nila, Nishada, Dardarna, Chitrakuta, and Janaba, the Gandhamadana mountains, the sacred Samagiri, the various other mountains, the cardinal points of the compass, the subsidiary points, the earth, all the trees, the Viswadevas, the firmament, the constellations, the planets, and the deities, let these all, named and unnamed, rescue and cleanse us. The man who takes the names of these becomes cleansed of all his sins. By hymning their praises and gratifying them, one becomes freed from every fear. Verily, the man who delights in uttering the hymns and praise of the deities becomes cleansed of all such sins as lead to birth in impure orders. After this recital of the deities, I shall name those learned brahmanas crowned with ascetic merit and success and capable of cleaning one of every sin. They are Yavakrita and Rabia and Kakshavat and Ashija, and Brigu and Angiras and Kanwa, and the puissant Medhatithi, and Varhai possessed of every accomplishment. These all belong to the eastern region. Others, viz., Unmuchu, Pramuchu, all highly blessed, Swasthiatriya of great energy, Agastya of great prowess, the son of Mitra and Varuna, Dridhayu and Urdhavahu, those two foremost and celebrated of rishis, these live in the southern region. Listen now to me as I name those rishis that dwell in the western region. They are Ashango with his uterine brothers, Paravayata of great energy, Durgadamas, Gautama, Kasyapa, Ektha, Dvita, Trita, the righteous-souled son of Atri, viz., Durvasa, and puissant Saraswat. Listen now to me as I name those rishis that worship the deities and sacrifices dwelling in the northern region. They are Atri, Vasishta, Saktri, Parasara's son Vyasa of great energy, Viswamitra, Bharadvaja, Jamadagni, the son of Richika, Rama, Adalaka, Swetakitu, Kohala, Vipula, Devala, Devazarman, Daumya, Hastakasayapa, Lomesa, Nechiketa, Lomaharsana, Ugrasravas, and Brigu's son Chayavana. This is the tale of rishis possessed of Vedic lore. They are primeval rishis, O king, whose names, if taken, are capable of cleansing one of every sin. After this I shall recite the names of the principal kings. They are Nriga, Yayati, Nahusha, Yedu, Puru of great energy, Sagara, Dundhumara, Dilapa of great prowess, Krisaswa, Yuvanaswa, Chitraswa, Satyavat, Dashmanta, Bharata, who became an illustrious emperor over many kings, Yavna, Janaka, Drishtaratha, Ragu, that foremost of kings, Dasaratha, the heroic Rama, that slayer of Rakshasas, Sasavindu, Bajaratha, Harishchandra, Maruda, Dridharatha, the highly fortunate Alarka, Ela, Karandama, that foremost of men, Kasmira, Diksha, Amvarisha, Kakura, Revata of great fame, Kuru, Samvarana, Mandithri of unbaffled prowess, the royal sage Muchakunda, Jahnu who was much favored by Janvi, Ganga, the first, and point of time, of all kings, viz., Prithu the son of Vina, Maitrabhanu, Priyankara, Trasadasiu, Sweta that foremost of royal sages, the celebrated Mahabhisha, Nimi Ashtaka, Au, the royal sage Kshupa, Kakshu, Pratadana, Devadesa, Sudasa, Kosaleswara, Ela, Nala, the royal sage Manu, that lord of all creatures, Havidhara, Prashadhara, Pratapa, Santanu, Aya, the senior Varhai, Ikshwaku of great fame, Anaranya, Janyajanga, the royal sage Kakshasena, and many others not named in history. That man who rising at early dawn takes the names of these kings at the two twilights, viz., at sunset and sunrise, with a pure body and mind and without distracted attention, acquires great religious merit. One should hymn the praises of the deities, the celestial rishis, and the royal sages and say, these lords of the creation will ordain my growth and long life and fame. Let no calamity be mine, let no sin defile me, and let there be no opponents or enemies of mine. Without doubt, victory will always be mine and an auspicious end hereafter. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 166. Janamejaya said, when that foremost person among the Kauravas, viz., Bhishma, was lying on a bed of arrows, a bed that is always coveted by heroes, and when the Pandavas were sitting around him, my great-grandsire Yudhishthira of much wisdom heard these expositions of mysteries with respect to the subject of duty and had all his doubts solved. He heard also what the ordinance are that apply to the subjects of gifts, and thus had all his doubts removed with respect to the topics of righteousness and wealth. It behoveth thee, O learned Brahmana, to tell me now what else did the great Pandava king do? Vyasa said, when Bhishma became silent, the entire circle of king, who were seated around him, became perfectly silent. Indeed, they all sat motionless there, like figures painted on canvas. Then Vyasa the son of Satyavati, having reflected for a moment, addressed the royal son of Ganga, saying, O king, the Kuru chief Yudhishthira has been restored to his own nature, along with all brothers and followers. With Krishna of great intelligence by his side, he bends his head in reverence unto thee. It behoveth thee to give him leave for returning to the city. Thus addressed by the holy Vyasa, the royal son of Santanu and Ganga dismissed Yudhishthira and his counselors. The royal son of Santanu, addressing his grandson in a sweet voice, also said, Do thou return to the city, O king. Let fever of thy heart be dispelled. Do thou adore the deities in diverse sacrifices distinguished by large gifts of food and wealth, like Yayati himself, O foremost of kings, endued with devotion and self-restraint. Devoted to the practice of the Kshatriya order, do thou, O son of Pritha, gratify the Pitris and the deities. Thou shalt then earn great benefits. Indeed, let the fever of thy heart be dispelled. Do thou gladden all thy subjects. Do thou assure them and establish peace among all. Do thou also honor all thy well-wishers with such rewards as they deserve. Let all thy friends and well-wishers live, depending on thee for their means, even as birds live, depending for their means upon a full-grown tree charged with fruit and standing on a sacred spot. When the hour comes for my departure from this world, do thou come here, O king. The time when I shall take leave of my body is that period when the sun, stopping in his southward course, will begin to return northwards. The son of Kunti answered, So be it, and saluted his grandsire with reverence, and then set out, with all his relatives and followers, for the city called after the elephant. Placing Dhritarashtra at the head and also Gandhari, who was exceedingly devoted to her lord, and accompanied by the rishis and Kesva, as also by the citizens and the inhabitants of the country, and by his counselors, O monarch, that foremost one of Kuru's race entered the city named after the elephant. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 167. Vyasa said, Then the royal son of Kunti, having duly honored the citizens and the inhabitants of the province, dismissed them to their respective homes. The Pandava king then consoled these women, who had lost their heroic husbands and sons in the battle, with abundant gift of wealth. Having recovered his kingdom, Yudhishthira of great wisdom caused himself to be duly installed on the throne. That foremost of men then assured all his subjects by diverse acts of goodwill. That foremost of righteous men then set himself to earn the substantial blessing of the Brahmanas, of the foremost military officers, and the leading citizens. The blessed monarch, having passed 50 nights in the capital, recollected the time indicated by his grandsire as the hour of his departure from this world. Accompanied by a number of priests, he then set out of the city named after the elephant, having seen that the sun ceasing to go southwards had begun to proceed in his northward course. Yudhishthira the son of Kunti took with him a large quantity of clarified butter and floral garlands and scents and silken cloths and excellent sandalwood and aquilaria agaloka and dark sloe wood for cremating the body of Bhishma. Diverse kinds of costly garlands and gems also were among those stores. Placing Dhritarashtra ahead and Queen Gandhari celebrated for her virtues, and his own mother Kunti and all his brothers also, Yudhishthira of great intelligence, accompanied by Krishna and Vidura of great wisdom, as also by Yuyutsu and Yuyudhana, and by his other relatives and followers forming a large train, proceeded, his praises hymned the while by eulogists and bards. The sacrificial fires of Bhishma were also borne in the procession. Thus accompanied, the king set out from his city like a second chief of the deities. Soon he came upon the spot where the son of Santanu was still lying on his bed of arrows. He beheld his grandsire waited upon with reverence by Parashara's son Vyasa of great intelligence, by Narada, O royal sage, by Devala and Asita, and also by the remnant of unslain kings assembled from various parts of the country. Indeed, the king saw that his high-souled grandsire, as he lay on his heroic bed, was guarded on all sides by the warriors appointed for that duty. Alighting from his car, King Yudhishthira with his brothers saluted his grandsire, the chastiser of all foes. They also saluted the rishis with the island-born Vyasa at their head. They were saluted in return by them. Accompanied by his priests, each of whom resembled the grandsire Brahman himself, as also by his brothers, Yudhishthira of unfading glory then approached that spot whereon Bhishma lay on his bed of arrows surrounded by these reverend rishis. Then King Yudhishthira the Just, at the head of his brothers, addressed that foremost one of Kuru's race, viz., the son of the river Ganga, as he lay on that bed of his, saying, I am Yudhishthira, O king. Salutations to thee, O son of the river Janvi. If thou hearest me still, tell me what I am to do for thee. Bearing with me thy sacrificial fires, I have come here, O king, and wait upon thee at the hour indicated. Preceptors of all branches of learning, Brahmanas, Ritwiks, all my brothers, thy son, viz., King Dhritarashtra of great energy, are all here with my counselors, as also Vasudeva of great prowess. The remnant of unslain warriors, and all the denizens of Kurujangala, are also here. Opening thy eyes, O chief of Kuru's race, do thou behold them. Whatever should be done on this occasion has all been arranged and provided for by me. Indeed, at this hour which thou hadst indicated, all things have been kept ready. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Kunti's son of great intelligence, the son of Ganga opened his eyes and saw all the Bharatas assembled there and standing around him. The mighty Bhishma then, taking the strong hand of Yudhishthira, addressed him in a voice deep as that of the clouds. That thorough master of words said, by good luck, O son of Kunti, thou hast come here with all thy counselors, O Yudhishthira. The thousand-rayed maker of day, the holy Surya has begun his northward course. I have been lying on my bed here for 58 nights. Stretched on these sharp-pointed arrows, I have felt this period to be as long as if it was a century. O Yudhishthira, the lunar month of Magha has come. This is, again, the lighted fortnight, and a fourth part of it ought by this, according to my calculations, be over. Having said so unto Yudhishthira the son of Dharma, Ganga's son Bhishma then saluted Dhritarashtra and said unto him as follows. Bhishma said, O king, thou art well conversant with duties. All thy doubts, again, relating to the science of wealth have been well solved. Thou hast waited upon many Brahmanas of great learning. The subtle sciences connected with the Vedas, all the duties of religion, O king, and the whole of the 4 Vedas, are well known to thee. Thou shouldst not grieve, therefore, O son of Kuru. That which was preordained has happened. It could not be otherwise. Thou hast heard the mysteries relating to the deities from the lips of the island-born Rishi himself. Yudhishthira and his brothers are morally as much thy sons as they are the sons of Pandu. Observant of the duties of religion, do thou cherish and protect them. In their turn, they are always devoted to the service of their seniors. King Yudhishthira the Just is pure-souled. He will always prove obedient to thee. I know that he is devoted to the virtue of compassion or abstention from injury. He is devoted to his seniors and preceptors. Thy sons were all wicked-souled. They were wedded to wrath and cupidity. Overwhelmed by envy, they were all of wicked behavior. It behoveth thee not to grieve for them. Vyasa continued, having said this much unto Dhritarashtra of great wisdom, the Kuru hero then addressed Vasudeva of mighty arms. Bhishma said, O Holy One, O God of all gods, O thou that art worshipped by all the deities and asuras, O thou that didst cover the three worlds with 3 steps of thine, salutations to thee, O wielder of the conch, the discus, and the mace. Thou art Vasudeva, thou art of golden body, thou art the one Purusha, or active agent, thou art the creator of the universe, thou art of vast proportions. Thou art Jiva. Thou art subtle. Thou art the supreme and eternal soul. Do thou, O lotus-eyed one, rescue me, O foremost of all beings. Do thou, give me permission, O Krishna, to depart from this world, O thou that art supreme felicity, O foremost of all beings. The sons of Pandu should ever be protected by thee. Thou art, indeed, already their sole refuge. Formerly, I spoke to the foolish Duryodhana of wicked understanding that thither is righteousness where Krishna is, and that there is victory where righteousness is. I further counseled him that relying on Vasudeva as his refuge, he should make peace with the Pandavas. Indeed, I repeatedly told him, this is the fittest time for thee to make peace. The foolish Duryodhana of wicked understanding, however, did not do my bidding. Having caused a great havoc on earth, at last, he himself laid down his life. Thee, O illustrious one, I know to be that ancient and best of rishis who dwelt for many years in the company of Nara, in the retreat of Vadari. The celestial rishi Narada told me this, as also Vyasa of austere penances. Even they have said unto me that thyself and Arjuna are the old rishis Narayana and Nara born among men. Do thou, O Krishna, grant me leave, I shall cast off my body. Permitted by thee, I shall attain to the highest end. Vasudeva said, I give thee leave, O Bhishma. Do thou, O king, attain to the status of the Vasus, O thou of great splendor, thou hast not been guilty of a single transgression in this world. O royal sage, thou art devoted to thy sire. Thou art, therefore, like a second Markandeya. It is for that reason that death depends upon thy pleasure, even as thy slave expectant of reading thy pleasure. Vyasa continued, having said these words, the son of Ganga once more addressed the Pandavas headed by Dhritarashtra and other friends and well-wishers of his, I desire to cast off my life breaths. It behoveth you to give me leave. Ye should strive for attaining to truth. Truth constitutes the highest power. Ye should always live with brahmanas of righteous conduct, devoted to penances, ever abstaining from cruel behavior, and who have their souls under control. Having said these words unto his friends and embraced them all, the intelligent Bhishma once more addressed Yudhishthira, saying, O king, let all brahmanas, especially those that are endued with wisdom, let them who are preceptors, let those who are priests capable of assisting at sacrifices, be adorable in thy estimation. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 168. Vyasa said, having said so unto all the Kurus, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, remained silent for some time. O chastiser of foes, he then held forth his life breaths successively in those parts of his body which are indicated in yoga. The life breaths of that high-souled one, restrained duly, then rose up. Those parts of the body of Santanu's son, in consequence of the adoption of yoga, from which the life breaths went up, became soreless one after another. In the midst of those high-souled persons, including those great rishis with Vyasa at their head, the sight seemed to be a strange one, O king. Within a short time, the entire body of Bhishma became shaftless and soreless. Beholding it, all those distinguished personages with Vasudeva at their head, and all the ascetics with Vyasa, became filled with wonder. The life breaths, restrained and unable to escape through any of the outlets, at last pierced through the crown of the head and proceeded upwards to heaven. The celestial kettle drums began to play and floral showers were rained down. The siddhas and regenerate rishis, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent!" The life breaths of Bhishma, piercing through the crown of his head, shot up through the welkin like a large meteor and soon became invisible. Even thus, O great king, did Santanu's son, that pillar of Bharata's race, united himself with eternity. Then the high-souled Pandavas and Vidura, taking a large quantity of wood and diverse kinds of fragrant scents, made a funeral pyre. Yuyutsu and others stood as spectators of the preparations. Then Yudhishthira and the high-souled Vidura wrapped Bhishma's body with silken cloth and floral garlands. Yuyutsu held an excellent umbrella. Over it Bhimasena and Arjuna both held in their hands a couple of yak tails of pure white. The two sons of Madri held two headgears in their hands. Yudhishthira and Dhritarashtra stood at the feet of the Lord of the Kurus, taking up palmyra fans, stood around the body and began to fan it softly. The Pitri sacrifice of the high-souled Bhishma was then duly performed. Many libations were poured upon the sacred fire. The singers of samans sang many samans. Then covering the body of Ganga's son with sandalwood and black aloe and the bark wood, other fragrant fuel, and setting fire to the same, the Kurus with Dhritarashtra and others stood on the right side of the funeral pyre. Those foremost ones of Kuru's race, having thus cremated the body of the son of Ganga, proceeded to the sacred Bhagirathi, accompanied by the rishis. They were followed by Vyasa, by Narada, by Asita, by Krishna, by the ladies of the Bharata race, as also by such of the citizens of Hastinapur as had come to the place. All of them, arrived at the sacred river, duly offered oblation of water unto the high-souled son of Ganga. The goddess Bhagirathi, after those oblations of water had been offered by them unto her son, rose up from the stream, weeping and distracted by sorrow. In the midst of her lamentations, she addressed the Kurus, "Ye sinless ones, listen to me as I say unto you all that occurred, with respect to my son. Possessed of royal conduct and disposition, and endued with wisdom and high birth, my son was the benefactor of all the seniors of his race. He was devoted to his sire and was of high vows. He could not be vanquished by even Rama of Jamadagni's race with his celestial weapons of great energy. Alas, that hero has been slain by Sikandin. Ye kings, without doubt, my heart is made of adamant, for it does not break even at the disappearance of that son from my sight. At the self-choice at Kasi, he vanquished on a single card the assembled Kshatriyas and ravished the three princesses for his stepbrother Vichitravirya. There was no one on earth that equaled him in might. Alas, my heart does not break upon hearing the slaughter of that son of mine by Sikandin. The puissant Krishna, hearing the goddess of the great river indulging in these lamentations, consoled her with many soothing words. Krishna said, "O amiable one, be comforted. Do not yield to grief, O thou of beautiful features. Without doubt, thy son has gone to the highest region of felicity. He was one of the Vasus of great energy. Through a curse, O thou of beautiful features, he had to take birth among men. It behoveth thee not to grieve for him. Agreeably to Kshatriya duties, he was slain by the Nanjaya on the field of battle while engaged in battle. He has not been slain, O goddess, by Sikandin. The very chief of the celestials himself could not slay Bhishma in battle when he stood with stretched bow in hand. O thou of beautiful face, thy son has, in felicity, gone to heaven." All the gods assembled together could not slay him in battle. Do not, therefore, O goddess Ganga, grieve for that son of Kuru's race. He was one of the Vasus, O goddess. Thy son is gone to heaven. Let the fever of thy heart be dispelled. Vaisampayana continued, that foremost of all rivers, thus addressed by Krishna and Vyasa, cast off her grief, O great king, and became restored to equanimity. All the kings there present, headed by Krishna, O monarch, having honored that goddess duly, received her permission to depart from her banks. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.